you doing? Thank you so much for the level 2 hype train before we even start. Are you kidding me? Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Hi, sweetie pies. I have missed you so much. I cannot believe how long it's been. Let me crank up some music for you, darlings.
Oh my god.
What? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for... You cannot stop a storm. You can only hope to dance in its rain. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna be digging into the savings for to finish off those interfaces and mics and everything. Thank you so incredibly much for your contribution, darling. I really do appreciate that. Absolutely outstanding. How's everybody been? I have missed you so fucking much. Before we actually scroll up and say everything, number one, thank you so fucking much for the level 3 hype train. What? Thank you. And let me just scroll back down here. Let's see. Oh, I gotta sing Country Roads for Strat? What the fuck? 50 Strat! Level 8? Are you kidding? Gifted subs, what the hell? Thank you so much. Level 9. Thank you so much. Okay, wait, okay. Hold on. I got it. Hold on, okay. Once I get to the request, I will sing Country Roads for you, awesome Aussie. Storm, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. You got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. Hearts from me, sweetie pie. Thank you so much. And awesome Aussie, thank you so very much for the 100 biddies. Thank you for Stellar Gear Tap. Thank you for providing us with the chaos, the laughs, the vibes, the games, the everything. Most importantly, thank you for being you. Thank you for being you, all of you. Thank you so much for being around me and tolerating me all this time, and in some cases, even enjoying it. Lizard. I'm gonna get this one. It's right in my face. I gotta get this. Okay. Lizard! Okay, I was watching it that time. That's, that counts, right? That counts. Thank you so much. Awesome Aussie for the 100 biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you for starting that hype train. Lovely Lobbit, I have queued up, never gonna give you up for you. Evaporate to the max. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Outstanding Orca! Thank you so much for 23 months of subbies. Absolutely incredible. How are you doing, sweetheart? How is the writing and the running and the writing and the working? That one doesn't have an R sound, but you know what I mean. Storm, thank you once again so very much for contributing to the video capture card and the mic. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. I have a delectable little okay, I tried to slurp, but I don't have Snivy's slurping skills, so I'm choking instead. All better. Thank you very much for the care package. Precious Pearl or Geeta, let me know what you would like me to call you today, sweetheart. But thank you so much for coming in, and Jesus Christ, I can't even, okay. Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30! Jesus, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50! Thank you so much for 50 community subs. This is crazy. Thank you so much, Strad. I really appreciate that. Is really, really unbelievably generous. Thank you so much. Let me put Nyx's theme song on. Let's see, Bad Reputation. 1 second, I'll just cue that up for you. There you go, that is queued up. Celestial, thank you so much for the 3 streams, Tariq, darling. I really appreciate it. Storm, thank you for the 50 biddies, darling. I appreciate that as well. Phoenix Music, I'll cue that up for you. There we go. Let's see. Bards of Eternia, absolutely. Oh my god, what is happening? I'm so sorry. Because of my limited space at the moment, this is the last time I'll have limited space. Aren't you excited? I can only see Spotify and the chat and events, but I hear things happening. So I'm just scrolling up and seeing what's happened as I scroll. Lovely lady, thank you so very much for the what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? I just saw that after the hype trains level 12. The hype trains level 12. What is going on? Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. Lovely lady, thank you so much for the 3 streams, Tariq. Oh shit, Ram! Jack Trent, thank you so much. Radical Ram, sweetheart, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. What? Thank you! Thank you so much, sweetie pie! I really appreciate it! Oh my god! Just wanted to say thank you to our pal Tao. Even though we only met at PAX in October, being part of your community in such a short time has been an incredible experience. You've built something really special, and I'm genuinely grateful to be a part of it. Here's to many more good times ahead, Ram! Sweetheart, thank you so much! I really appreciate that. Oh, you were such a darling. Thank you. That is so incredibly generous, both in bits and in words. I really appreciate you, sweetheart. I am so grateful that we managed to link up at PAX in October, and I'm so thankful that you're a part of our community as well. You have been such a valued and darling, sweet member. And I really do just appreciate you being here, and you always come in with such kind words to say to and about me in the pouch, and it just makes me so happy that you're feeling so comfortable here. Thank you so much as well for the incredibly generous biddies. That is I don't have a creative enough vocabulary. I'm so sorry. Cutie Cat, welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the resub with Prime, darling. Thank you, thank you. 19 months, let's fucking go. 5 more to 2 years. Let's go, sweetheart. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you, thank you. Storm! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much, Santa Storm. I really appreciate it. I just scrolled up. Strat! What are you doing with 50 more gifted subs? What is this? What is this? What is this? Thank you so much, Strat. Okay, I hope you guys like hearing me count to 50. Thank you so much, Strat. What the heck? Oh my god, what have I done to deserve you guys? You are far too kind to me. Thank you so much, Strat. Oh my god. Okay, hearts for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30! Every time I get to 30, I'm like, ah! This is so much! This is so much, Strat! 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Thank you so much for 50. More. appreciate it, darling. That is... I don't have words. I clearly don't have words. Thank you so much. Thank you for a level 12 hype train, you guys. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Okay, Storm, let me cue this up. Thank you so much, you guys. You were being far too generous, please.
Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you very much, Storm. Click the buttons, indeed. Okay, my favorite song from Glass Animals? Oh, wait, my choices song. My choices song. I think we're gonna do, let's do Heat Waves. I like that song. It's a newer one, but it's a goodie. It's a newie, but a goodie. And now for something completely different and silly. Tao knows this one. Goober Beats, Heidi, oh, Heidi ho, hit that gauntlet with your banjo. You know what? I went on a road trip recently, and, what is going on? Thank you. What the heck? My parents are definitely hearing it from outside. Like, what is going on in Tao's room? Thank you so much, Rem. Oh my god. You just brought the hype train up to level 13? Thank you so much for 25. Okay, hearts for you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Thank you so much, Radical Rob, for that 25 gifted. I really appreciate it, darling. That is absolutely outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for the 500 biddies, gorgeous love. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Ooh, BC Candy, thank you, lovely. How are you doing? Welcome in. Fabulous Frostbite, thank you so much for 12 months of subby. 1 year of Tal. I'm so grateful to have you, darling Frostbite. Thank you so much. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Holy shit, I am so sorry. I've been here for like 20 minutes now and I haven't actually started reading chat. I'm just overwhelmed by this amazing support, you guys. Please never give beyond your means. I genuinely mean it when I say that. I just love having you here, but fuck, I am so... Ozzy! How many of you just went, oi, oi, oi? Thank you so much for doing 1,500 biddies! What the heck? Oh my god, that's like a whole bunch of candy bars. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you, awesome Ozzy, for the 1,500 biddies, darling. Thank you. And now we're more than halfway through 60. Ow, then that tongue, I'm talking too fast. Blech. We're 67% of the way through the level fucking 13. Thank you guys so much. I don't even know. I feel like I can't give back enough to show you how much I appreciate you guys. I just thank you so much. Thank you for the head pat.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. Sweetheart shrimp.
Oh my god.
What? That's insane. Oh my god, hold on, I gotta keep it together. Fuck, thank you so much. Magnificent maid. Thank you so much. Fuck, hold on, I'm trying to hold it together. Hold on. Sorry. Fuck. Oh, you guys. Oh.
Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you, Cutie King. Oh my god. What the fish? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm losing. I'm not scrolling up fast enough again. Oh, sorry, ew. Sorry. Maid, thank you so much for the 5 months of resub, darling. Is that my most watched streamer of 2025? It's been an amazing year, and next year is gonna be even better. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas with your family and a happy new year. Thank you so much, Magnificent Maid. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for sticking by me for almost half a year now. I am so grateful to have you. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Sweetest Sir Jazzy. Thank you so much for funding that microphone. Oh my god, I am so excited to show you guys what I get up to. If you guys haven't seen the first, like, official production I've been a part of since I've started streaming as Tau, I would love it if you would go check it out. I'm sure that if Strat hasn't linked it yet, Strat, do you mind sending them the link to episode 3 of Claymare? I don't recommend it for everybody. It is a horror thing. But the pretty much global consensus was that, like, my acting was pretty good, but my microphone was really bad. So I was so incredibly grateful. That's gonna help me get into this, like, way more seriously. So Jazzy, thank you so much for what an unbelievable contribution. Thank you so much. That is insane. Thank you. I can't believe it's fully funded. I won't have to dig into my savings for that. Thank you so much. Oh my god, sweetest Sir Jazzy, thank you. Thank you so much. Kitty is too. Thank you so very much for the follow as well. Welcome to the pouch, sweetheart. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much. God, geez, sorry, I'm like, thank you guys so much. We're at a level 14 hype train. I genuinely was like, this entire time that I've been gone, like 10 days, I've been like, oh, they're gonna forget about me, but that's okay, I don't blame them. But you didn't forget about me, you're just... Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I will not slurp this, I will drink this so that I don't choke. Oh my god, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for the clicky song, Cutie King. Valiant Vash, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs! What even? Thank you, darling. Hearts for you, massive hearts for you, sweetheart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hearts for you, Cutie Bash! Sweetheart, thank you so much for the unbelievable support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And Manadi! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in, Magnificent Manadi. How are you? And thank you so very much for the 2 community gifted subs as well. Thank you, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Hearts for you, Cutie Pie. 1 heart. 2 heart. Thank you. Thank you so much. Holy fuck, you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so overwhelmed by how, I mean, like, listen, I never underestimate you because you are amazing people, but fuck me if I don't eventually just, like, when you guys greet me like this, or like, if it, like, anytime this kind of thing happens, I'm just like, do they understand that I'm not that great? I don't know what they're doing. Do you know that you can spend money on yourselves because you are so much more worthy and wonderful, and I love you, and I wish that I could give you all of this back tenfold. Thank you so much, so you guys. Oh my gosh. Cutie Cat, thank you for the Raison d'Etre Eve. I have queued that up for you. As for the next song, Cutie Cat, let's do something, give me something that's gonna make me cry, but nothing that's, like, traumatic. I want to cry from happiness. Cutie Car! Oh my god, I was just about to start reading chat. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Cutie Car! Holy fuck! Oh my god! Thank you, darling! How are you, Cutie Car? Thank you so much! Oh, hearts for you! Hearts for you! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10! 10 hearts! Thank you so much! Jesus Christ. Sorry, I just saw 161 subs and 3,150 bits. You guys are blowing my fucking mind. Thank you so much, you guys. Fuck. You guys are unbelievable. Thank you so much. Okay, alright, I swear I'm gonna— oh, Fearless Soul, you are worth it, because you are Tau. Damn it, stop being down on yourself. Roll of thunder. Eek. Thank you, Storm. I really appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you, guys. Thank you so, so much. I have queued that up for you, sweetest Storm. Alright, okay. I'm about to start replying to things that happened half an hour ago. I think about half an hour ago. Amazing Aussie, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. And sweetest Saudi, welcome in. And next, Mato Slice Jam Slice. Cutie Pie. Sweetest Strat. You crazy, crazy man. Thank you so much. I cannot believe that. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in, sweetest Strat. How's everybody? By the way, I know that, you know, we obviously— darling. Raw, darling, indeed. I know that we already have, it makes me tear up because of the story behind it. Still dancing, Oreo. Okay, I will cue that up for you, cutie cat. Thank you. Not that I have enough things to reply to or anything already, but I would love to know, because remember, we already talked about last stream, what you guys were excited to give to people and what you were excited to get from people this year. I would be very curious to know what you did get that, like, surprised you, or if you didn't do gifts, or you don't do gifts, what was your favorite part of this time of year? Did you get to, you know, lay back, kick back and relax and play games for 8 hours? Did you get to spend time with your partner or friends? Did you get to just spend a buttload of time, like, refining some writing or art? I would love to know what your favorite part was about this year, and also what are your goals and things that you want for 2026? It doesn't have to be like a New Year's resolution or whatever. Just like, what are you hoping will happen in 2026? While you tell me that, I'm gonna reply to everybody. Let's see. Uppies for Aussie! Uppies, cutie pie. And Void! Hi there, Valiant Void. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Also, that's right, I owe you a Country Roads. Hold on. Let me pause this real quick. Okay. Country Roads. I'll give it a shot. Alright. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my country roads. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. There you go. I hope that was okay. I will say, I woke up the morning of my road trip and I was sick. I woke up and I was like, good morning. To my mom, I'm like, good morning, are you ready for this? And she's like, oh, fuck, are you sick? And I'm like, yeah, a little bit. And I think I'm getting a lot better, but I still can't taste shit. But don't worry, I don't have COVID. Thank you for the head pat, cutie cat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, cutie cat. Mary kissing my ass. Mary kissing my ass. Mary kiss my ass around. Dearest Doc, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Is Streamlabs working now? W Phoenix. Hi there, fabulous Phoenix. Welcome in. How are you? Precious Pally. Thank you so much for contributing to the community game night challenge. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you. Oh, fuck. My toe may be broken, but I'm still here somehow. Slow cooker fell on my toe. Broke the nail in half. Ooh, Phoenix, please tell me that you have gotten some medical attention. That would be a very helpful bit of knowledge for me, for comfort. Sweetheart. Sweetest Sir Jessie! Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Let's see. Fuck. Okay, we get into the gifty things. I'm gonna do my quick run through. As I always do as I run into them as I scroll. Thank you so incredibly much, Sweetest Storm, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, gorgeous. I really appreciate it. Let me know if the fishing minigame is working, by the way. I'm sorry, it was kind of, it wouldn't make up its mind earlier. Radical Radish, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome. Scrolly. Ozzy! Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you. Let's see. Scroll. Oh no, the fish is not working! Is the fish not working? Hold on. Wait, is it working? Hold on. Let me know if that works. Success. Somebody caught a streaked spinefoot. Don't eat that. It's probably venomous. Oh, good. It is. Wait, hold on. Wait, catastrophe? Wait, did catastrophe fish? Okay. Let me know if this is... Are we having any issues with this, or is it okay? Oh, it is good. It's on the top left of spring. Oh, okay. Or right, maybe? Or is it left? I'm also, you know what, you guys? Fuck, you guys. Oh my God. Absolutely outstanding support. I'm gonna let you guys decide. I'll put this poll up real quick. So you have 2 choices. Either you can keep on, I will let this weekly sub goal keep on going until the next time that we do another raffle, and that might mean that we do, you know, Jesus, 4 or something, possibly. Or if you give me a few minutes during our next break, I can combine those 161 that have just been contributed onto this wheel. And we will do a full, because this is 1 spin, and then we got another 52, 3, 4. So that will be 4 this time, if you want, or we can hold off, and then you will still get included in next week's poll. Ooh, thank you so very much, Cutie Kurama! I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much, darling Kurama! I really appreciate that. I also love, and Twitch can't have any. Thank you so much for the support, Cutie Kurama. I really appreciate it. Thank you, gorgeous. Thank you so much. Lizard! Why are there 2 of them since I've been here? Lizard! Fuck. Okay, hold on one second. Lizard! Damn it. Okay, 1 second. Let me put, okay. Art raffle, that's it. Art raffle, we have, we do this one, save the rest, or, okay, this is rest. Oh, wait, this one, save the rest. or all at once. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to decide. There's your poll. Please do vote. Let me know if you would like to do this one and save the rest. Means that we spin the wheel that we already have today. And we save the 160 for the next time, so don't worry, it's not going to go away. But if you want all at once, then I will combine all 161 and this one into one today, and then we will reset the thing. Normally I wouldn't offer this up, but because of how frenetic the streams have been this month, absolutely, I am totally cool with doing that. Lovely Lolbit, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Oh, also, any Claire Obscura song? Oh, thank you, excellent Eugene. Hey, sweetheart, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let me. You know what? I'm a basic bitch. I really do just love the Lumiere. I think it's a beautiful song. Thank you for letting me pick. I appreciate it. That is queued up for you, sweetie pie. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the care package, Radical Ram. Much appreciated. Oh, Strat, I saw that you had an audio issue. Is there still an audio issue? This is a different Goober Beat song? Shit, wait, is it? Sorry. Oh. Wait, this is Fee Fi Fo Fum. Oh, Banjo oh, sorry. Oh, fam. This is the problem. I have limited room, so I'm like, I kind of go with, okay, it says Fee Fi Fo, that must be it. Okay, 1 second. Fee Fi, wait, no, hold on. 1 second.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. Okay, hold on, let me move this one up real quick. It'll play next, sweetest Storm, sorry about that. Just a little bit of my, my dumb face doing the dumb thing, hold on. Go on, get up there. Get on up there. Get up there. Go on. Oh my god, this computer is so slow. Because it's in handheld, that's why, but still. I like to remind it that it's insufficient for my needs. Okay, cool. That should be Heidi He, Heidi Ho. Yes, that's the one. Okay. I would go for your butt, definitely, Radical Ram. And take down. We can make that happen. Joyce Jenny, welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. All right, let's see. Takedown is queued up for you, sweetie pie. Thank you. Storm, thank you so much for the 10 biddies. I appreciate it. You've been kind of frantic and brain splody from all the gifted subs. It's true. It's forgivable. Thank you, Storm. I appreciate it. Thank you for the biddies. Woo, piece of candy. Thank you. Strat, I saw that you were having some audio issues. Is everything okay? Is it because I was screeching? Huggles for lovely Lolbit. Okay, we're doing it all at once. You got it. Okay, that's exciting. I'm excited for that. That's a lot of... that's great. That means that I have lots of art to work on my way home. Dearest Dustin! Thank you so much for 30 months, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. I know this will more likely go to next week's, but yay for 30. Actually, Dustin, y'all voted that you wanted it all today, so I will, during our next break, which will probably happen after I catch up, I will add you to that list as well. We will be spinning this bad boy 4 times. 4 times? 50 times 3 is 150 plus the one that we already have. Yeah. We'll spin this 4 times. November Rain by Guns N' Roses. You got it. Awesome, Aussie. How are you doing, dearest Dustin? Sweetie pie, thank you so very much for the resub. I can't believe it's been that long. Thank you, cutie here. Much, massively appreciated. Sweetie, you get hearts from me. Hearts for you. I have queued up November Rain. Let's see. Joyous Jet, welcome in. Yes, you guys, that's a good point. It's the last stream of 2025. I'm gonna miss you so much, but I won't miss you as much as I missed you for the last 10 days because I should be seeing you in less than 10 days this time. Thank God. And I will be, when you see me again, I will be in all of my 3D glory with my hands moving, and you'll be able to look at the little pouch pal, and you'll be able to use TTS again. You'll be able to pouch, can you tell? It's been a way. You'll be able to pal attack me. You'll be able to do all sorts of really fun things. Making so many noises at Tau. I'm surprised she hasn't just started yet. I know. Well, I was running around because we actually just got back from dinner, my family and I. So Orca, thank you again so very much for the resub. Much appreciated. Let's see. Hello, cuties. Hope the state's been treating you well. Yes, it's been even more of a culture shock than last time. I think this is gonna get worse and worse every time. That's my approximation. I missed you too, Joyous Jimmy. Missed all my precious pals. Hi, precious pal Orquita. And thank you so much, Strat. Holy fuck, for the 50 community subs. Thank you so much. That is absolutely insane. Fuck, you've gifted like 1,200 subs in this channel over the time that we've known each other. I think, Strat. That's insane. Thank you so much. I'm doing good restarting my watch streak, but thank you for asking. Also heading to bed soon. Oh, totally fair, lovely Lawbit. No worries. Well, thank you so much for restarting your watch streak with us. Oh, surprising click! Sedu, have you been watching Link Click? Oh my god. I can't talk about it. It's spoilers. I saw a thing on Twitter that made me like scream internally. It was like a Jingle Bells song and like one of the most traumatic parts of the show playing behind it, and I'm like, you're kidding me! That's queued up, Sudasedu. Thank you so much for gifting me my one of my favorite songs. Hi there, lovely lady. Did you just pinch my nose? Why would you do that? Thank you so much, you guys. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I interrupted that scroll! You did, Strat! You really did. Thank you. Break the cutie! You guys did break me. I was like tearing up and everything. Thank you so much for everything, you guys. Fuck. Incredible Atami, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Lovely Lawbit. Ubbies for you. Zakir, thank you again for the 3 stream streak. Next,
Hello, motherfucker.
Uppies for you too. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, amazing apparition. Welcome in. How are you doing? Tau, I don't want a death on my hands even at the end of the year. It's okay, I'm alive. Ram, thank you so much for the 1,000 minis again, and such a kind and sweet note. I really do appreciate it. Cutie Cat, thank you again for resubbing with Prime. Much appreciated. Storm, thank you for the 5 gifted subs once more. Lovely Lyra, Holita. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you? Sweet Star Jeffrey, welcome in. Straight with another 50. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love that Ozzy says 2 chibis. Village and Void. Joelle, I will cue that up for you, darling. Thank you so much, Strat. Holy shit, thank you. Yeah, Yuki! Oh my god! My voice is like, sorry. Thank you so much, Yuki, for 10 gifted subs. That is absolutely insane. Thank you, lovely. Hearts for you, sweetheart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, sweetest Yuki. Oh, you were such a sweetheart, darling. Thank you so much for such a generous sub gift. Thank you. Also, welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Big 5-0. Thank you so much. Not subs, but as a streak. Listen, that is incredible. Thank you so much for the unbelievable support, dearest Dustin. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 50 streams. You got a Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday. How exciting, Star. What games are you gonna play? Miku. Let me cue that up for you, Jimmy. Hold on. I swear I'll get better at this when I'm back in Tassie. Okay, let's see. There we go. That's queued up for you, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Yuki. That is incredible. Thank you. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak, honey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Lovely. Hello. It was Stratos Claus, not me. I don't take credit for that. That is illegal. That's illegal. Thank you so much, Strat. Thank you for the care package, see the Scarlet. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Let's see. Ram! Thank you so much again for those 25 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate oh, holy shit, it looked like I was near the bottom, and then the the scrolling bar just jumped. Hi there, Rajanka. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome in. Merry Christmas to you. Zara. Welcome in, cutie pie. How are you doing? How is everybody doing? I'm so sorry. I've been so overcome with exactly. Just like that. I've been overcome. And I'm so sorry if I haven't asked how you guys are doing. Or maybe I did, and I've forgotten. That's also possible. How are you doing, Zelasal? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Merry Christmas, Town Patch Pals. Thank you for letting me be a part of this beautiful internet family. You're all amazing and deserve to be loved. All of you certainly do, including you, cutie cat. Thank you so much for being here. Nito Navy, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Fabulous Frostbite, thank you once again for 12 months. I can't believe it's been 12 months. Her parents are probably like, oh, she's having another mental breakdown, I see. Yeah, actually, when we go on our next break, I will ask them what they think, and I'm pretty sure my parents are just gonna be like, yeah, listen, that's just you when you get on your computer and talk to your people. Thank you for sneezing out 1,500 biddies, Ozzy. You should get that checked out. Thank you so much, though, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Yeah, oi, oi, oi! Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy! Oi, oi, oi! Thank you, Storm. Hope you're doing well, Tao. I am, lovely laugh. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to see you guys in all my 3D glory. I miss emoting and being able to wave my hands like a rabid beast. Maid, sweetheart, thank you once again for the reset. Much appreciated. And of course for the incredibly kind message as well. Thank you. Hi there, Cutie King. Welcome in. How are you doing? And Kitty is too! Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. You've probably left, and I don't blame you if you have. But, hello, sweetheart. Got a random sub, so I came to check the stream out. Hope it's been going well. It's been amazing. This community is absolutely unbelievable, I swear to God. But you're so welcome here, sweetheart. This is my first stream back in like 10 days. I'm in the US. I'm typically stationed in Tasmania, Australia, though. So our next stream, which will take place in 2026, which is not that far away, but it feels like a long time because it's many thousands of miles / Ks. So, let's see. I couldn't understand you with your hands covering your mouth. Could you say that again? I know, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you guys are like, I know that's not just the microphone being shit, it's too. Yeah, sorry. I don't remember what I said, but I was very grateful. Thank you so much. That's how you know you broke me, if I'm just like... Lovely Lamb, welcome in, sweetheart. Merry Christmas to you. How are you? It's so good to see you. Valiant Vash, thank you once again for the 10 gifted subs. I super appreciate it. Swedish Shrimp, I had a great Christmas. It was small this year, but it was great. I got to spend it with my parents. Tao over here making 12 mil before she goes off the starting soon screen. No, but I definitely was overwhelmed by the incredible support, and I am so grateful. 3 more levels till our sub record. Was there 3 more levels till a sub record? That's crazy. Yeah, once I catch up with everything, from, oh my god, it's officially gonna be 2 years ago that I did the streamathon. We will do another one of those, but I want to make sure that everyone knows that I've, like, completed all of the things I promised before we do that. And then maybe we will hit that sub record. That would be pretty cool. Magnificent Maynadi, thank you so much again for gifting that sub to 2 more people as well. I'm breathing next door. Tau power. Yes. And thank you for that link, sweetest strat. Yes, you guys, that link, sorry, 20 minutes late again, but that link, which I will just resend real quick, just because I know that it's way back there now. That is a horror audio drama with a bunch of supremely talented people. I'm very humbled to be around them, to be even, like, in the same space as them, much less, like, acting in a production with them. But it is not for you if you don't like horror and screaming and hearing me in distress. But if you do like that, please reevaluate, but also enjoy. I will be in another episode as well. I'll share that when that's out too. But you can hear the difference in, like, my mic versus, like, the pros over there. And now, thank you so much to all of you for funding that mic. Now I will be able to, yeah, I'm so fucking excited, you guys. I am so fucking excited. Merry Christmas, Town Pouch Pals. Yay! Merry Christmas, cutie cat. Claymare was a lot of fun. Thank you for all you do. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Tassie. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. Forget about Tao. Who is that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm doing stuff at the moment, but I have followed. We'll lurk and we'll return to check you out later on when I can. Oh, good cutie kitty. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm so glad that you got a subby as well. And we'll see you soon. Thank you so very much for the lurk and the support. I barely watch any other streamer. I'm so grateful that you enjoy the content here so much, lovely Nix. Cutie King gets appies. Let's see. We are like a tiger hiding until we see our prey, Tao, and pounce! That is true, Strat. You guys are like little tigers. I am not the real tiger here. You guys are the danger. I'm not quite sure when we're showering Tao with subs and loves, for what we're showering Tao with the subs and love for, but it's nice to be here again. I don't know why they're doing it either. I don't know, Maynutty. But I'm very grateful. You guys are far too generous. Thank you, Maynutty, as well. And Cutie Core, thank you once again for the 10 gifted. I really appreciate it. What do you mean you're not that great? Blasphemy, you're great. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo. Do you know we can choose to spend money on you too and not regret it? I actually cannot fathom that. I cannot fathom that. I'm incredibly grateful, sweethearts, but I do struggle to fathom that. Tao's gonna literally explode from joy at this, right? Yeah, I basically did. Eugene, thank you for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge, by the way. Let's see. Huggles for awesome Ozzy. Oh my god! Ah! Thank you for the song request, sweetest Ozzy. Sorry, I'm pulling things up that I shouldn't be pulling up. But also, hello to my darling friend that I sadly have not gotten a chance to talk to very much recently, but who you should definitely check out. The gorgeous Drive Ya Batty! Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart! How are you? It is so incredibly good to see you, darling. Also, you guys just completed the Community Game Night. I will scroll down and see what everyone has said there. But before I do, let me scroll down and let's go talk about how absolutely spectacular gorgeous Drive Ya Batty is, you guys. So you guys, this is Drive Ya Batty, a phenomenal friend of mine. There should be well, I'm trying to look at this on my phone at the moment. Is it not doing the proper shout out? 1 second, sorry guys. I want to make sure that you guys get to Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. You guys, this is Drive Ya Batty, a most intriguing subject indeed. AKA Effie, my dear friend. This bat-like VTuber doth revel in horror, retro, and VR games with a penchant for FPS and RPGs as well. Rumors of blood are but mere whispers in the wind, I assure thee. Their recent escapades include Misery, Sonic Colors, and Bloodlords. A true connoisseur of gaming, this one. 100%! Hi, sweetheart! Welcome in! How are you doing? How was your stream? It is so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. And what is Misery? Is that a game I probably never want to play, lest I have horrible nightmares? That's my wildest guess. Also, please let us know when your next stream will be. And hey, while you let us know, I'm gonna take some deep breaths and we're gonna do this real quick.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, darling. And you said that it's basically like multiplayer Stalker. What if I tell you I've never played Stalker either? Would you be shocked? Gorgeous. When is your next stream, Cutie Pie? I would love to know. Thank you so much for bringing your absolutely amazing community in, Sweetie Pie. I really do appreciate it. You guys, if you haven't checked out the gorgeous Drive You Batty, aka Effie, you are missing out. She is a dear friend of mine, a total sweetheart, phenomenal streamer. You heard all the things she does. She's kind of like my polar opposite in like the content we are streaming, but she's such a lovely, warm person who has cultivated such a gorgeous community. Please do check them out. And she will be streaming tomorrow, but she's not sure what she's doing, which means it's gonna be a great time. It's always a great time with Effie. Sweetie, thank you so very much for, yeah, I have the Shadow the Hedgehog to her Sonic, and I love you for it so much, my dear. Thank you so very much for bringing everyone in, dearest Effie. I really appreciate it. And you guys, like I said, please do check her out tomorrow. She's going to be streaming again, but she's not sure what she'll be doing. I actually have just realized we're on a similar time zone right now, which means I'm surprised that you are awake right now, or am I surprised you're not streaming right now? What am I surprised at right now? I'm surprised because I'm used to you saying that it's like 2 or 3 in the morning when I talk to you. I think that's what I'm confused about. I saw you streaming, I was like, ah! Both things, yeah, both are good. Both are true. Are you, yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, this is, but then I had to also do the math because I'm like, I'm normally in Australia, so that does change things, but then like, but I'm in the US now, and it's only 7 here, so, Thank you so very much for coming on in, darling. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still scrolling and replying to what everybody has said, but I want to say thank you so much for contributing, everybody, to the community game night. We will be doing our stream community game night sometime this coming week. Not this, sorry. Our first week back. First week of 2026. Usually I've been streaming for only an hour. I started streaming about 5 hours earlier than usual. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I was like, wait a second, because then sometimes I stream into you. Sorry, okay. That sounds weird. Sorry, okay, I raid into you. That's what I meant to say. I raid into you when I finish up, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's like 12 or 1, and then you're still live when I finish in the shower and stuff. Like, I'm gonna stop talking and I'm gonna start reading again, but it's so good to have you here, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in. Lovely Lyra, thank you for coming in as well. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. You guys, like I said, please do check out the gorgeous Effie. And sweetheart, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in here. You guys, she's streaming tomorrow. Please, please, please go give her a looky-loo if you haven't yet. All right, let me hi there, Incredible Iridius. Thank you for the care package. And I'm just gonna cue this song up for, this is a really chill vibey song, by the way. Monsters. That is queued up for you, Jet. And thank you for the care package. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Okay, all right. Let's continue saying hello. You were telling a story about what the Goblin song. Oh, yes. Oh, I can't believe I remembered that. So Storm, on one of my previous road trips, because as you guys know, I've been going on a bunch of road trips since I've been here. But I played it for my parents and they were like, this is actually really good. They said the boomer equivalent of this is a banger. So, there you go, Storm. There you go. This song is very enjoyable. I gave enough games on Steam that it crashed on Christmas morning. What? How did that happen, Storm? Wait, how many games did you gift? I got my father a slushy machine because he's addicted to the root beer ones from our local gas station. Got a set of medical scrubs in return. Okay, wait, aren't medical scrubs pretty expensive sometimes? I guess that's probably pretty good, right? As for 2026, hoping to finally get back in shape and lose this extra weight once and for all. Got 40 pounds to shave off. I believe in you, magnificent Maynadi. Just make sure that you do it nice and healthily, and you will keep it off, and you're gonna feel really good afterward too. Lovely little Mac, thank you so much for the 3 streak. Amazing Arctic, thank you so much for the hat pat. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, I will queue up Deep in It. Let me just do that real quick. There we go. That is queued up. All right. We don't share gifts, but we do spend time together and go out for lunch and dinner. It was fun. Social events are lined up until the 6th, including weddings. Jesus, please tell me you're getting lots and lots of sleep, though, and feeling pretty good, sweetest Strat. I got the new Mega Evolutions Pokemon card packs, and I got Mega Kangaskhan and, is that, how do you guys pronounce that? Diancie? Diancie? That's really cool, though, Eugene. That's amazing. Congrats. My friends blew me away this year. They got me a 1-to-1 replica of Rivers of Blood from Elden Ring. That sounds sick. I actually need to look that up. Hold on. Rivers of Blood. I didn't play enough Elden Ring, probably. Hold on. Rivers of Blood. Oh! That's a sick sword! What? That's awesome! Holy. Does it look all I was doing some research on a really rare gem today. It's called like Paynite or something like that, and it kind of looks like that. That's so cool. Panic Attack by Dream Theater. You've got it, Barry. Or, well, actually, sorry, Little Mac. Let me cue that up for you. Welcome in, by the way. Attack by Dream Theater. Okay, that is queued up. Mac Terror! Welcome in. How are you doing? Why is it so hard for streamers to say rough? Rough? Twice in a row? Why do I feel like this is gonna be like clipped or something? How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm glad you guys liked the singing. Thank you. Aw, thank you guys. You're very sweet. I'm not sure how many times we'll be spinning that wheel today. Four so far. Ram, I wouldn't want to taste shit either. Aha! I hope you recover quickly. Thank you, sweetest Trout. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that's working now. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see. I feel accomplished this Christmas. Sure, I spent it alone, but I made sure I got someone a present. With the help of my brother, I gave him the funds to get Mom an Amazon Kindle. That's so nice, awesome Ozzy. Oh, I bet your mom loved that. Was she super excited? Is she currently, literally as we speak, is she currently reading things on there? Enjoying some manga? I don't know if your mom's like into manga, but that's my headcanon. Joyous Giano, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Looks like the fishing game is connected to all of the streams. I was wondering, I'm like, I don't recognize any of these names. Because some of you, I saw like a couple of the names from our chat, but then there's a lot of them that aren't on here. So what, is everyone getting points or what? Thank you so much again, Cutie Kurama, for the $7.45 in Aussie dollary dues, or 5 USDs. Thank you so much. Mario Kart World is pretty damn good. I am really enjoying. I haven't played Mario Kart World, but I have been playing the shit out of Kirby. Hi there, Unknown Crocodile. Welcome in. I'm so glad you managed to get a sub from the Sweetest Storm as well. Sweet Space. Welcome in, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? I will cue that song up for you real quick. There we go. That is queued up for you. Thank you for the lurk, Cutie Kurama. Much appreciated. Let's see. Okay, the audio's fixed. That is good. That is good. I'll be back with breakfast. Tell me what you eat. I like to know. Storm, thank you again for the 10 biddies. Much appreciated. I helped my dad with sports gambling. One time I helped him win $1,500 bucks. Jesus. Dearest Dustin, thank you again for the 30 months. That's incredible. It was an issue with the browser. Oh, okay, audio's fine now. That is good. That is good. I got a giant Kirby plushie for Christmas. That's awesome. How big is it, Jimmy? Hi there, Pearl/Gita. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm so far behind. Oh fuck. We will still have this model as a redeem for the odd streams. That's true. You can still absolutely do that. Oh, hi y'all, dearest Tao-chan. I'm so happy to see you again, even if I'm sick and huddling under a dozen covers. Oh no, UK, you got sick, sweetheart. Oh, I'm so sorry you're sick, darling, but it's so good to see you again. Reminder, you are loved, you are worthy, you are strong, capable, and can do anything. Most importantly, you definitely deserve it. Back at you, sweetheart, back at you. It's Pearl today. All right, precious Pearl, you got it. Let's see. Be warned, though, I should be laying down, but I'm bored. Oh no, Pearl. I hope that we can. I hope that we can entertain you. Great googly moogly, I missed you. I was in a dark place for a while. Oh, sweetest Sly. Well, we're happy to have you back, sweetheart. Any way that we can help, you know. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I'm very slowly catching up, unless this jumps again. Oh shit. Can we just crash?
Dirty onto my lunch.
Fuck.
Jesus.
Wait, it's still working. My chat is just not working. There we go. Okay, came back. Sorry. Thank you for the song, sweetest Storm. Much appreciated. And Yoke, thank you once again for the 10 gifted subs. I super appreciate it. Sweetest Storm. Grabby, grabby, grabby. Yee, Storm. Hi there, cutie cookie. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you got a sub as well. Dearest Dustin, thank you again for the 50 stream streak. Much appreciated. Sweet Slime, I'm so glad you got a gifted sub as well. Sweetest Solar and Jet, thank you for contributing to the community game night and the storytelling challenge, respectively. I can relate. I have no voice at all at the moment. Oh, I'm so sorry, hun. Oh, I hope that we both get better quickly. Oh God, no, it just jumped. Jeffrey, thank you again for the 7 stream. Much appreciated. Sweetest Scarlet, good morning. How are you? I have some very funny news. I think we hadn't shared with you that we learned at the last iDoc. Nothing bad or graphic, promise, but I'd like to wait until we're all caught up and more chill in actual art streaming. Oh, fair enough, dearest Dustin. Fair enough. I'm looking forward to hearing about it. I hope that everything's okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just gonna scroll a little bit. Sneezing 1500 bits like that kind of hurt. I may need surgery. Little Mac, let me cue this song up for you real quick. Hold on. Okay, that is queued up. Let's see. Sam! Hi, sweetest Sam, welcome in. How are you? And Cutie Caffeinated Blacksmith, welcome in. How are you as well? It's so good to see you. Oh, thank you for sharing the link. Exactly what I did too, Strat, sorry. Literally freaked out when I realized John Archer was in it. Yes, you did! You did indeed. That sounds awesome, Ta-chan, as I love horror. Very much looking forward to that. Oh, amazing! You'll have to tell me what you think, Yuki. I think the music is lovely, but a little loud. Oh, what did we do a poll for that? What was the result of that? I think that you did put one up, didn't you, Strat? If you wish to work on the post of the recording to help with sound treatment, let me know. Thank you so much, sweet Strat. One of Nate's gifts to me this year was actually I bought all of the parts for it, but he built me like a DIY voiceover booth. So hopefully that and this new mic that you guys were so incredibly generous with will get us going without having that strange hollow sound to my voice. Zolkir, thank you for contributing to the community game night as well. And there's the gorgeous Effie. Okay, I finally arrived at when she rated. Zolkir, hi cutie pie, welcome. Effie gets so flustered with you. She flusters me. I'm fabulous, Foxy. Welcome in. How are you doing? Did you get my song request earlier? Was it your theme song? Because if so, Nix, yes, indeed. Let's see. Frosty should have done a proper one. Yeah, I might need to check on all that stuff, but I'll probably have to wait until we're back in Oz. If I'm honest, I've missed 2.0, refreshing to see her again. I know! I'm like, I miss being able to wave my hands and make faces. New year, new video with link click in the anime slot. I am debating that. I've been obsessed with this show for too long now for it not to be there, huh? It's lightly spooky. Okay, so Misery's lightly spooky. I might give it a try if you guys want me to, because we are rapidly approaching. Once we get to 3,000 followers, you guys get to pick a horror game for me to play. Let's see. Are we friends on Steam or am I dumb? I'm so sorry, Effie. I did not see that one. I am gonna check right this second, actually. I would love to know if we are not, because I think we are, because you've gifted me something there, haven't you? I think that we must be. Sorry guys, hold on. It's important that I know this. It's critical. Yes! Yes. I'm going to message you right now. Hold on. Wait. Why isn't it letting me message you? There's a way to do this, isn't there? Fuck. Oh, chat! No. Why did it open up my browser? God damn it. Steam chat is separate? Okay, but okay, we are friends. Sorry. Sorry, hun. We are friends. I don't know if Effie's still here, but we are friends on there. I love hearing Tao Chum fumble. It's so cute! Ah! Is it her energy or accent you like the most? Well, she's got an American accent too, so surely it's not my accent. Surely you like my insanity. Little Mac, I'll cue that up for you 1 second. Although I will say that my dad in particular has been introducing me to everyone as his Australian daughter. And I'm like, I don't even sound Australian. They're all like, yeah, you do. And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm flattered, but Aussies think I sound American. Americans think I sound Australian. So now I'm just in between two worlds. I'm a no man's land in the middle of the ocean, which is kind of Tasmania, isn't it? Oh, I tried to send you a Christmas present. Effie, no, you're not allowed to send me Christmas presents. Christmas presents. I love your cute face, cutie Arctic. Welcome in. And thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge as well. Tao Mom and Tao Dad like some of the unusual music I find. They do. Sweetest face. Thank you so much for the threes, the reams, the reek. Oh God, the Gramage. I know, but it's such a good game. Such a good game. Hi there, Outstanding Omega. Welcome in. How are you? And yes, Celestial Care, you did hear Dream Theater. Magnificent Matthew, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you for being here. Here, instead of gifts, it's more of a tradition to give people homemade sweets. Oh, that sounds pretty bum, but I would gain so much weight if someone gave me a bunch of sweets. Actually, one of my friends did mail me a bunch of delectable, she's like a professional baker. She mailed me like 30 cookies. I mean, way too many of them. Delicious. She's flying home currently. By the time you get to this message, I'm probably on the road to the airport to pick her up. Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. Drive safe. My brother got me a Gundam kit of the GQUUUX. How do you pronounce that? Is that GQ? I don't know. And tickets to a WWE show. That's very cool, Jiro. Grant. Hi, gorgeous Grant. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the head pat. Ooh, the double head pat. Thank you, sweetheart. How are you doing? I had a weird Christmas dream last night involving Batman getting shrunk down, witch rituals, the moon being an illusion in the sky, and in reality it's a giant hole that you need a ritual to activate. A night witch ritual, death match, and a vintage VR toy with a bully that comes out of the top of the toy. You should write a story about that, Little Mac. That's fascinating. The least I could do, lovely Tao. I know you'll spend it wisely. Thank you so much, cutie Kurama. Please note that you never ever have to do anything. Just having you here, it means the world, and I really do appreciate you being here. I'm eating some spicy garlic chicken hot dogs with cheese and caramelized onions. Yummy. Tao Chan is behind in reading. I was about to think I'm hallucinating. No, I'm so far. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wish me luck this weekend. Made it to the championship game for my fantasy league. Nicely done, cutie Caution. Nicely done. I'm so proud of you. I hope you have I wish you the best of luck. Tao's doing all the hand movements that she's used to doing with. Yeah, yes, I am. I absolutely am. I can't wait to hear you sing. Sing? Where did I get sing? Oh, because using and I got rid of the U. I'm like, sing? Why would I sing with the new mic? No, I can't wait to use it either, sweetest strat. I'll just need to take some time to like, to get comfortable with it. I have queued that song up for you, by the way, lovely Yuki. A horror game, you say? I swear I did. You definitely did. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to horror game. Oh, Merry FNAF Christmas. I think I did get that one. I'm pretty sure. Let me just see. Yeah, it's on here. It's on here. It's the fourth one in line. Where can we put horror suggestions for the horror stream? Not yet. Once we hit 3,000 followers, I'll make put a little spot that you can put your suggestions for a horror game into, okay? Let's see. It's the whole package. The energy is great. Oh, you're great, Effie. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I think it's only natural to be in between accents, especially after having lived in Oz for 6 years. That's true. There are some words that I get made fun of. I said oregano the other day, and I was not going to live that down. And I also say aluminium now. Wow, the number of things that I don't realize. Because here's the thing. I previously have said oregano and aluminum, and Nath gives me endless shit for that. So I'm like, okay, aluminium, 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 oregano, 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 oregano. And now I'm here, and they're like, ah, ha, 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 Tau, how pathetic. I introduced you as my Australian friend. That's what I've been telling my family since day one. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sweetest chat. I appreciate that. Beast for sweetest space. Everybody, let's engage with how much of a banger this song is. Sorry, you can't see me dancing, so it doesn't help. Matthew, sweetheart, if you would like to request a song, I'm sorry, I can't just open up Spotify links because it actually negates the entire queue, like it just jumps straight into that song. So if you don't mind sending me a request that has the artist and the song name so that I can just like copy and paste it, that would be perfect. Can we still request songs or are we full? Oh no, go ahead and request songs, sweethearts. I'm gonna be on the road when she's getting close. I got the flight tracker on. Oh, cool, nice, awesome. Let's see. We have the same brain. Stop it, Tau, never. Aluminium. Oh no, aluminium is gonna really fuck me up. Because Routine would be a great horror game to play. It is realistically short to boot, only 3 to 6 hours. That would be doable. That'd be doable. Oh my god, I'm caught up. I'm so impressed. I'm good. Got great news. I got a new job lined up. Let's go, Gorgeous Grant. What did you get? What is this job? If you would like to tell us. US versus British. That always confused me when I learned English. It is very confusing. It's confusing for native English speakers as well, trust me. Yeah, it's very, very confusing. I'm always very impressed with your English, Yuki. For the question for my Christmas, I got the Switch 2 with Pokemon ZA and Mario Kart World, which I was hyped for when I got it. That is awesome, Nix. Congratulations. Casardus, Vittorio Monti. All right, Magnificent Matthew. I'll cue that up for you, hun. Thank you. Okay, that is queued up for you. Hello there, Mustako! Okay, I can't read. Le famous taco! Mustako. I don't... Can I call you Mustako? No one else calls you that, huh? No. Le famous taco! Welcome in! Slams him like the cooling man. Taco is back! Welcome back, Perfect Taco. You're currently playing ZA? Nice, Nick. Are you enjoying it? To add, when I was talking about my Christmas gift to Mom before she left for Sydney, I got my niece some baby clothes. That's so sweet. I did find you. You just have Tau as the name, and for some reason I thought it was TauTassieTiger or something. Oh, that makes sense. I understand that. Yeah, no, I made it short because I was like, oh, I'll just make it so that people can't just randomly search me and give me, you know, a ton of like friend requests and stuff. I was like, little version. The nickname. Dearest Drop. Hi, lovely Drop Bear. Welcome in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, sweethearts. We are going to go on a very quick break. Oh, that's all right, Strat. Since he used it for the he used the points for that link, and then he sent me the actual artist. So I'll take that. I'm gonna get on the road now. Banjos looks pretty good right about now. Oh, I need to get some banjos when I get back home, yeah. Drive safe, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in. Bye-bye. And I'm glad you're doing well, dearest Drop. I am doing well as well. We're gonna go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here or who need a refresher, because it's been a while, we'll see you soon, awesome Aussie. Thank you for the lurk, hun. We go on a 3-minute break, 180 seconds. 3-minute break every hour. And that is just so that you do not need to feel stressed about missing content if you cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to, because we go away for 3 minutes. That's when I run the ads. I am not here. I walk away from the computer. Although this time I'm actually going to be copying all the many subs onto this, and then we're gonna spin this wheel 4 times, and then we'll do a vote on what we want to work on tonight. Yeah. So we're gonna do 3-minute break. Then we come back. Feel free to keep on requesting music. I'll see you in 3. I love you very much. Thank you guys so much for the absolutely astonishing support. I cannot even articulate how much that broke me in a positive way. I am so thankful. Thank you so much, sweethearts. I will miss you terribly. You guys, please make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll see you in probably 3 to 5 minutes because I do want to make sure that you aren't just watching me copy and paste 182 names. So I'll do that, okay? And then we'll get back to it. All right. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Hello, cutie pies, and welcome back. Alrighty. I have gotten everybody's names on there. Look at all of those. It's crazy. Give me just a second, actually. I'm gonna, I just wanna, since we're doing this now, I wanna make sure that anybody's, subs that, go to, that anything that's done today gets moved onto the next week's. So I'm gonna crash these. Crash these. Why did I decide to say that? That's a strange term, Tao. Okay, good choice. We're making up words. Anyway, let me just refresh that. Also, I would love to say a massive thank you to, did I see that Matthew gifted 5 subs? Is that right? Magnificent Matthew, who has come in and said hello to us for the first time. Thank you so very much, darling. For 5 gifted subs, you are going to be on this wheel, by the way. Thank you so, so much. You get hearts from me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, five. Sorry, I started counting more. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, darling. Thank you. Sorry, I was looking for Time by Pink Floyd, and then I kept on counting. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to do 4 spins on this bad boy. Once I do this, hold on. Oh, Matthew, you want Effie on the wheel? Okay, if it lands on you, then we will give it to Effie. How's that sound? Okay. And then to all of you, I will cue that up as well. Ah! Thank you for the bleep! Thank you very much for the bleep, magnificent Matthew. Okay, that's that. Now, let me, okay, why is this not resetting? Hold on. There we go. Okay. Save. We'll just refresh that. Okay, done. Amazing. All right, here, let's bring this back over here. All right, welcome back, everybody. If it lands on me, please respin. Oh, okay, sweethearts. It is done. Wait, what is done? I'm so sorry. I was looking at my, where'd my phone go? Oh, I was looking at my, I was getting this all done and I didn't see. Did you send me something? Hold on. I have to see what Effie has done. What have you done, Effie? Oh my god, thank you so much! You guys, Effie just got us Nier Automata! I know you've been wanting me to play that for a long time. Okay, so the next time that we do a vote on something, we will be putting Nier Automata on there. Courtesy of gorgeous Effie! You guys, please thank Effie for me, because me thanking her enough, alone is not enough. Thank you so much, gorgeous! I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sweetheart, Effie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You were so wonderful. I really appreciate it. Okay. Well, I was planning on getting you something for the new year because when I actually had a chance to sit down and reply to our messages. But now after stream, I'm going to be doing something for you. I heard you say you wanted to play it, so I thought it'd be nice. I do want to play it. Excellent, Effie. Thank you so much, darling. That is so thoughtful. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie. That is very, very kind. Thank you, gorgeous. Okay, you guys, let's do this. We're doing this 4 times. Now, if this lands on you and you would like to respin it or give it to someone, you can do that. If you don't know what you want right now, you can literally hold on to this for as long as you want. There is no expiration on this, okay? All right, cool. Now that we've cleared that up. Oh, and I should also clarify, this raffle is for a single character, no background, chibi style of your choice of a character. It can be a character from anime, video games, your own OC, Vtuber you like, your dog, a picture of you. I've had people send me photos of themselves and chibi-fy them, sort of. So, yeah, please keep in mind there is no pressure or stress, and that is what this is. Let's go! Our first winner, so this is spin 1 of 4, is... That! Vash! Vash, are you still here, sweetie pie? Congratulations, Valiant Vash! Vash, you won a chibi! You won, Vash! Yay, Vash! Cutie pie! If you would like to tell me what you would like to work on, I can put that on on our poll for tonight on what to work on. Or if you don't know yet, then hang on to it and just message me when you do know what you want. I can assure you there is no expiration. I have like years old art still pending in Tau rights and all that. It's true. And listen, yeah, I'm really bad about getting stuff done sometimes, but I will never not do it. Like, I will eventually get around to it. And even if it's years down the road, I write it down and I pin it to like private conversations. Like for example, like Strat and Storm, these are two people who really helped a lot in our last like streamathon, for example. They both still have like 20 plus items in our pinned message. So sorry guys, but I'm getting through things, I swear. Not sure yet, need to think about it. That is a-okay. Don't even worry about that, sweetheart. I'm so glad that you're here. Okay, so we got Vash for 1, and our 2nd out of 4, Raffle. I can confirm Tau is truthful on this. Thank you, Dustin. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be AFK, but if it lands on me, please respin. Okay, fair enough, sweetheart. Fair enough. Thank you so much, Valiant Vash, for the amazing support. And Strat! I'm shocked. Sweetest Strat. I will go put this in our communique. Hold on 1 second. Oh my god, I have so much stuff I have to do for you, don't I? I'm the worst, sorry. Alright, we'll put that there, and I put a chibi. To the surprise of everyone. People have lots of art. It's true. Yeah, there are some people who have a lot of art. A lot of art. Okay, I am putting a chibi on there for you, Strat. That is pinned now in our conversation for whenever you're ready. I just gotta undo the last one real quick. There we go. I too am surprised. Wait, let me try that again. Retake on the line. All right. I too am surprised. Was that convincing? Okay, now we do get rid of quite a few of these because we remove all of the instances so that people don't get to double up. Let's see. Dead or alive? My heart goes bang. Yep, that is queued up for you, Cutie Caution. All right. And now our 3rd of 4. Let's see who wins the next one. Next is Ram! Ram! Are you here? You get another chibi! You have won another chibi! Won another chibi! Yay, Ram! Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. I'll just message Ram in case he's not here. Hold on a second. Ram. Yay, congrats, Ram! Let's see. Hold on. I have too many messages. 1 second, please. Oh, actually, hold on. I have him on here somewhere. I just gotta find him. Bruh, what the heck? Hold on. Hold on, I have him here somewhere. There we go. Okay, I found him. The heck? I just said jump to the conversation and then it didn't. Okay, got it. You won another chibi. Okay, now that I've told him, excuse me, sorry. All right, and our final spin. Who will it be? Who will it be? won before, Core? I'm trying to remember if you've won before. Hold on. Let me go find Core and let him know. You won it, cheapie. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, that's everybody. You guys, seriously, thank you so incredibly much for being so unbelievably supportive. I really, really appreciate it. Core did win before. Okay, cool. So close. Congratulations, Core. Thank you all so much for the amazing support. And for those of you who didn't get like spun onto today, thank you so much for being such good sports and just being happy for the people who did win. There's always, next time, and I really do appreciate you. Thank you ever so much, every single one of you. I don't even have the words for how much I love and appreciate every single one of you. This entire community is just so wonderfully warm and so generous and so supportive and thoughtful. Like, you guys genuinely make, and this is probably a really good stream for me to say all this sappy stuff because it's the last stream of 2025. But you guys have made so many of my dreams come true. I have, as you know, for those of you who are like OGs and you remember my 1.0 model, yes, we loved her and everything. I made her up myself, right? I learned how to use Live 2D and stuff like that, but it wouldn't have happened that we could have gotten our 2.0 3D model without you guys. You guys helped me with that. That was a huge expense. And because of it, I feel like I can connect with you guys more. I can emote more. I can be a better entertainer and a better community lead. And I'm just so, and now, like, with the microphone, right? And you guys have gotten me, like, you guys helped with my desk. You guys helped with my, not helped. You guys bought my chair when my fucking back and ass were hurting so badly. And you helped me with my desk so that I can stand, so that we can start doing, like, actual full body stuff. You guys bought that too. You guys got me like full body tracking. I couldn't have done any of this without you. There are so many things that you guys have been so incredibly, you've been like the pinnacle of the reason that we were even able to do these things. And I am so incredibly thankful. Dustin with the controller that I currently use. It's literally because of Dustin. You guys, every single one of you who has done everything from donating, buying things on Throne, bits, subs, even if you are like truly just free to play, which obviously totally cool, you are still supporting by being there and sitting through annoying ads and shit. You're being helpful by sharing this content with friends or families, like just going on YouTube, watching my VODs, or even shorter, looking at our clips, subscribing over on YouTube, reposting, retweeting, whatever it is. Sorry, I'm a boomer. Retweeting things over on Twitter and Blue Sky. Just, I hope you guys know that every single one of you, no matter how much or little you are able to give, I greatly appreciate you, and the fact that you spend any amount of time it means the world. Now, Radical Resonant out here with a raid. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? You guys, this is Resonant, who, whenever you hear our beautiful alerts, those are all courtesy of Resonant Hearts, who actually has commissions open right now. You should definitely check him out. Fantastic musician. Streaming retro. What were you streaming, sweetheart? You guys, this is Resonant Hearts, a duo of VTubers from cyberspace who has graced us with their presence. They stream a delightful mix of Nintendo and Capcom games, RPGs, and even dabble in digital art and music production. Their realm is LGBTQIA+ friendly, radiating positivity and chill vibes. Currently, they're celebrating Mega Man's 38th anniversary in retro style. How lit is that? That's sick! That is so cool, sweetie pie. How good. Lovely Resonant, please let us know when is your next stream, by the way. You guys, please do check them out. And while you let us know when your next stream is, a quick little note about me. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia, though I am currently in the southwestern part of the United States. However, the next time you see me live will be in 2026, and I will be back in Tassie. I am a variety streamer. I'm also an artist. So on Fridays, Aussie time, we do art. You guys get to come on in and request music from Spotify. And also help me decide what we're working on, by the way, which is always fun. Also, we are playing through my very first time playing through any Persona game. We're playing Persona 5. Please, no spoilers. We're also playing through Final Fantasy 14 online. Please, no spoilers. We're going all the way through that together. On Tuesdays, we are deciding what to do. It looks like we might keep on playing Pokemon ZA, though, because we started that while I was over here, since I'm currently streaming from a handheld, and it does not work very good with my other games. Is that everything? I feel like I'm missing something. We stream 4 days a week. What am I missing? Juno! Joyous Juno, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. What a perfect song for you to get all sappy on, by the way. Perfect. Oh, let's go, Dustin. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yuki, I have queued up No Care by Daughter. Nights is all I've worked in my young adult life. I'll be good. The funny thing to me is I'm not exactly a spring chicken, so hearing that I'm the youngest on night shift makes me chuckle. Thavis, I heard Mega Man. Oh, you should definitely check out Resonant Hearts then, sweetheart. It sounds like they're doing some Mega Man-ing. Final Fantasy 14, count me in. Let's go, Juno! I'm so excited. Yes, our Mondays are always Final Fantasy 14, and I'd love to have you guys join in. For the record, I am going through that for the first time, so I'm still in A Realm Reborn. And but with that said, while we don't have a whole lot of challenging content for you at the moment, you are more than welcome to accompany me on my adventures through Eorzea. And whenever I hit trials or dungeons, I always invite you guys to come and join me, even though they'll probably be, you know, baby for you. And thank you, Tao, for being the kindest stream and creating a community that is accepting to everyone. Glad that I found you almost 2 years ago. I can't believe it's been 2 years, Nix. My toast slice, jam slice. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for such incredibly kind words, darling. I really appreciate it. Early congratulations on dual citizenship. Thank you, Space. I'm so excited. I will be a dual citizen in short order, and I'm so excited. Hi there, big boogers. Welcome in. It's good to see you, sweetie pie. Resending this to Tao. Respin. Oh, you want me to respin for someone else, Core? Are you sure? Are you positive, sweetheart? We just played through the first 3 Mega Man games for Mega Man's 38th anniversary. We'll be picking things up with Mega Man 4 and onward soon. That is awesome. Oh, you guys, there you go. Please check out Lovely Platt on Resonant Hearts, who is going to be doing some more Mega Man. Unfortunately, you probably won't see too much Mega Man on this channel because it's not really, I don't really have a lot of connection to it, but Resonant Hearts clearly really is enjoying it, and I highly recommend you check him out because he's a sweetheart. He really is. He and Silic are great. No spoilers, I promise. I'm all caught up, but I also have been replaying from the start again. Juno, that's perfect then. You can join us, and while we get through all of the awkward original voice acting, you can be like, here it comes. Here's the part. Watch this, Tao! Share the love? Oh, all right, cutie core, if you're positive. Thank you. That's very generous of you. Okay, let's respin this then. We'll respin this, and it lands on... Sweetest Sir Jazzy! Jazzy, are you here, cutie pie? If not, I will message you, but Jazzy, you won! I love helping Sprouts. Oh, Juno, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I would love some help. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, you won a chibi! Yay! Last stream of 2025? See, it isn't so. Hey, Tao, hope you had a great Christmas. I did, Radical Ragna. How did you? Well, I hope your Christmas was awesome as well, sweetheart. But yeah, it's the last one because I'm gonna be boarding a plane pretty soon, and it's gonna take like 48 hours to get to get back to Oz. Yay, sweetest Sir Jazzy! Do you know what you want, sweetheart? Like I said, there's absolutely no pressure at all. You can hang on to this for as long as you want. You don't have to know right now. You can tell me whenever. But if you'd like me to work on it on stream potentially, I can put it to a poll, to a vote, today, if you would like to, because we're still streaming for another 4 hours. So in 2 months, I'll be here for 2 years. That is outstanding, Nix. Thank you so much for such amazing ongoing support. I'm so glad that you're not bored of me after all this time. I'm always worried people are going to get fucking bored of me. I get bored of myself, dude. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Shh. Now, shut the fuck up. Merp, merp, I am in break. Cutie Kappa, welcome in, darling. How are you doing? I hope that your day is going absolutely spectacularly. How is work? I hope it's going okay. What is this raffle about, Tao? So Zelisar, if we hit 50 subs a week in 1 week, we do a chibi style raffle where everyone who is subbed, whether that's Prime or like a first time sub or a resub or whatever, they get put onto this wheel, and then we spin it on a Friday if we hit it, and whoever wins gets a chibi. But because you guys were so incredibly generous today, we actually quadrupled the 50, and we spun it 4 times instead of once. How the hell did we get bored of you? I don't know, because I can be boring sometimes. I can be annoying sometimes. I didn't expect to make it this far. I'll pick something soon. That's okay, Sweetest to Jazzy, no worries. Just DM me if that's okay over on Discord whenever you are ready. Like I said, there's no hurry at all. If anyone should get bored of you, it has to be me. That is true. You should be bored of me by now, Strat. I spend more time with your content than you do. Fuck! You're right, you do, actually. God, how do you handle that? And then you come to streams, too? Dude. Bruh. So no one is allowed to get bored of you until I do. I like this rationale. This is very good. I love your personality, and it is a lot more fun to watch someone who might be, who might not be the best at games, but is at least having fun. That is true. I am not the best at games, but I'm so glad that you enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. Oh, thank you so much, Sweetest Nix. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that work is going okay for you, Cutie Kata. Now, bored of you? Never. You're a great streamer to listen to. Thank you, Ragnar. That's very sweet. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. For sure, I'll DM on Discord. Super excited. I'm super excited too, Sweetest Sir Jassy. Thank you so much. Okay, if I remember correctly, I don't think that there's anybody no one was ready for a chibi today. Is that correct? Because if not, I'm going to put up a poll involving some other stuff that we could work on. You have such opposite energy to us, and it somehow gives us life rather than makes us more tired. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Dustin. Honestly, that's what I want. I want to be this, like, I can't say calm excitement because I feel like that's an oxymoron, but I want to be this energizing force for you guys that even if you've had like 4 cups of coffee and you're not quite feeling awake yet, maybe I can give you that extra little push to get you through the day. At least if I can get like a little smile on your face, or even if I can make you go, did she really just fucking say that? Like, that's perfect. That's great. That's great. Thank you for the care package, Precious Pearl. Okay, no one is ready. All right. Well, in that case, let me see. Tao ridiculous. I could never get bored of you or the Patch Pals anyway. Oh, thank you, Yuki. I appreciate that, sweetie pie. Thank you so much.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn! A good moving knobs. It has to do. I can't remember more beautiful thing.
Woo! Thank you for my song, Radical Ragnar. And also, Ozzy, uppies for you. Uppies for you. I'm just parked up waiting to watch the Playland. Nice, sweetheart, nice. Calm excitement really does make sense, though. Does it help? Do I give that? I try to a very energizing force. Oh, thank you, Nex. You guys are so sweet. Banter's is closed, so KFC it is. God, I miss Australian KFC. It's so good. I should be resting, but nope, I'm plotting art. Ooh, I love plotting art, Pearl. You absolutely nail that energy, Tao. The number of morning meetings you gave me energy to get through is impressive. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jazzy. I'm so happy that I could help you. It makes me it genuinely brings me an enormous amount of joy to know that even if you guys are, engaging in work around the world, because obviously not everybody is living in the same time zone or has, like, some people have shift work, some people have, like, daytime work or whatever, but, like, if you can only come in for a few minutes, and during those few minutes, I can give you a little bit of extra energy, just enough to, like, push through this annoying meeting, or the last hour of work, or, the fact that you only got 4 hours of sleep, that means the world to me. I am so, so, so grateful that you enjoy spending time with me to that point. And I feel like there's a very fine line that I am very bad at treading, where when I start screeching and squealing and stuff, it's really annoying. But hopefully the majority of the time, my expressive voice and with my 3D model, my hands and my face and stuff can help you kind of feel like you're talking to a friend in a way. I would really like that. I would really like if I can be that kind of, you know, anime girlfriend, anime girl space friend, who you can kind of go watch for a few minutes when you get a few seconds just to be like, okay, the world isn't quite as bleak as this feels right now. And Tau's kind of helping with that. That would make me really happy. And it makes me anime girl space friend. Yeah, there you go, boogers. Also, Cutie Catha, thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. That is incredible. Thank you so much, darling. Tau, your energy always brightens my day, even when I feel like crap. So when you make unintentional jokes, I'm there to laugh. Or when you get frustrated with art, I'm getting frustrated with you. Because yes, art is hard. I am so glad to hear that, Space. And see that you don't feel alone when you get frustrated either, right? Because I'm like, fuck, this does suck. I'm having so much trouble with this. But thank you so much, Space. I really appreciate your kind words. And Joyous Jasmine, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Trying to design a fancy pirate outfit for a masquerade ball and have the character be shirtless is so hard. Dude, sounds like it could be very aesthetic though. Very aesthetic. Let's see. It's always so nice to watch your streams, especially after a bad day. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so glad I can help make it a little bit better. Also, I have a song, a Tau sing request from Valiant Vash. So let me just, let's pause this real quick. Hold on a second. And Once Upon a December. All right, for Valiant Vash, let's give this a shot. Excuse me. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know, things it yearns to remember. And a song someone sings once upon a December. There you go. I hope that was okay, sweetie pie. Sorry, it's a bit of a shorter song, but yeah, I hope that was alright. So lovely. Thank you so much. Yay! I'm so glad you liked it, Vash. Thank you, Ragnar. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Nyx. Thank you, sweetest Strat. I appreciate it. Sorry, my voice is kind of cracking. You can kind of hear it going in and out when I do like the... yeah, that sound. That sound! Okay, you guys. Let's do a poll. Let's decide what we're working on today, shall we? Let's see. Last stream of 2025. We're working on... Let's do... We can keep on working on our classic Geralt cosplay model. Model cosplay, or Geralt cosplay. Ref, I guess we'll say. Which those of you who have been here for like a couple of months, that's almost exclusively what we've played. We could also work on fan art, your choice. That could be VTubers, that could be anime, that could be link click. mean, what? Anyway, we could, let's see. We could also work on a new game starting screen, which could be for whatever you guys want. We could start working on, like, I think Final Fantasy is a pretty concrete, because we already have our Persona 1, right, that I made. We could do a new game starting screen. That could be, yeah, that could be Final Fantasy. That could be whatever we wind up choosing for Tuesday, which could be Pokemon as well. Let's see. We could do a Christmas/NYE pick, which I'll let you guys pick which one. Let's see. What else do we have? What are some other options? Maybe that's good. I think that's, well, that's 4. I think that's probably enough. You guys, while you vote in this poll, we're gonna go on a very quick break, but here is your poll that is now live. Please do vote. Smells like a hint for link click. It is. It is. But that's okay if you don't want to do that. I'm down for all of these. Work on all the pretty art. Don't mind if I do. Kata, thank you so much once more for the 40 streams. That's incredible. Thank you so much for being here for such a long time, darling. Let me see here. We are going to put shampoo. Shampoo is on the list now. All right, you guys. Oh, I'm kind of deciding hard with meds starting to work, so I may weave in and out of chat, but I'll be here watching or maybe staring at the wall. Oh, poor Yuki, sweetie pie. Please take good care of yourself, sweetheart. And yes, enjoy your lurk. Or if you pass out, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oyasu miyasai. I would love to see an artwork of you surrounded by photos of stream from chat and messages from chat and Pal's portrait. That'd be cute. That'd be really cute. I will continue to be here. I got to give you goodies and such. Oh, thank you, cutie kappa. I still treasure the delectable can of corn, well, multiple cans of corn, that you bought me. All right, you guys, we're going to go on a very quick break. Quick reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you do not wish to subscribe or cannot afford to, you will still not miss out on any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, run those ads. I suggest you also walk away from the computer, by the way. And, yeah. The headache is evolving into a migraine. Oh, dearest Dustin, sweetheart, absolutely. Please. Take it easy, okay? Thank you so much for being here, though, for as long as you're comfortable. And hi there, CJ, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk, darling. Okay, we're gonna go on that quick break, 3 minutes. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Remember to vote in that poll. It is going to be live until we get back from our break, and yeah, that'll decide what we work on today. Love you very much. Miss you terribly. See you soon. cutie pies. Welcome back. Sorry, I was talking to my dad. All right, let me see here. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys something. So, about an hour and a half ago, when you guys were like finishing up breaking me, one of my dad's really old friends came over. So he's 88, this man, and my dad invited him in, and this guy really likes me. He likes hugs from me, and so he's like, my dad was like, oh, sorry, yeah, Tau's busy, and this guy was like, oh, what is that sound? Because I'm screaming and screeching, right? And and my dad goes, yeah, that's her. You can't go and see her. And so this 88-year-old man goes, oh, this is her screaming job, isn't it? And my dad goes, yes, it is. And I'm like, yeah, okay, thanks, Dad. This is her screaming job. Yes, it is. Yes, yes, indeed. Everyone's got a screaming job, right? It's not just me. God, so funny. Anyway, let me cue this up for you real quick. Oh, I've missed a couple. We got Iris out. Also, welcome back, Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice. Ubbies for you. Ubbies for you. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Sweet Sir Jazzy. Oh, your Uwu stuff has been sent. Cutie Kappa! I can't wait to see it. Please, please, please consider taking a photo or something when you get them. No pressure, but like if you would like to, I would love to see. I would love to see. I can see a breaking Tau. Not enough context in the world. Yes, yes, indeed. No, the Pouch Pals they are always very generous, but they overwhelmed me with generosity tonight, and I got broken. Some of us scream externally on the net, others internally at customers. That is true. Just because he can hear me screaming doesn't mean that other people don't also have that job. Let's see. Sunny by Potsu. Lightning Jade! Hello, Joyous Jade. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you for being here, hun. Also, Iridius, let me cue this up for you as well real quick, and then I'll catch up with you guys, and then we'll get started on our art. 3 hours late. Thank you for the care package, darling. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, streaming does end up being a screaming job. It sure does. I need a screaming job. My mom doesn't know if I am dead or alive with how silent my room is. Let her know that I offer free tutoring 4 times a week. Now, I will never take a photo. No! Okay, fair enough. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Angel, can I leave a suggestion for the final reaction stream for tomorrow at approximately 9 a.m.? Well, this is the final stream, unfortunately, Angel. Sorry. And we're not doing reacts, unfortunately. Get absolutely loved and cherished, bozo. I did get absolutely loved and cherished. Let's see. Twitch won't let me vote. Oh, I think it finished a few minutes ago. A minute ago? But we're doing a Christmas/New Year's Eve pick. Does that sound good to you? You almost got me in trouble with all the cursing last time. Ooh. Oopsie, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Just kidding, I am sorry. Okay, let me open up this. Now, can we throw some ideas out here of like what are we thinking? What kind of a picture are we after here? What are we thinking for New Year's? Maybe Santa Tau? Do we want to do a Christmassy or a New Year's type of pick? I'm going to finish the newest episode of the Mighty Nine. I'll be back if you're still on. Sounds good. Okay, Sweetest Space. Santa could be fun. Sure. Okay, we're thinking Santa. Now, what are we thinking? Do we want to do like a silly goofy one? Do we want to do do I want to put on a beard? Santa Tau with fireworks behind her. That could be cute. Do we like that, you guys? Do we like Santao with Tao on lap? That would be Santauception. Definitely with the beard. Okay, we like the beard. All right, all right. Still with my previous idea of you looking at images from this year. It's you looking at a wall full of fan art messages and screenshots from games. That is really cute. We might have to do another poll for this. So let me see. So we have Santao featuring fireworks. We have Santao with Tao on lap. We've got, should we say overlooking the year? For Strat's idea? Do we have any other ideas that might go with Christmas or winter or New Year's or anything like that? What do we think? We can have chat type their messages that we can add to the wall. That would be very cute. Hot chocolate by the fire. Okay. Hot Chucky by... Okay, that's a really... I like that bad handwriting hurt me. By the fire. Santao with present for excited Coda. Ooh, that's cute. Santao and Coda. Let's see. I think that's as many options as we can put. So let me put the poll up and let's see what you guys think. End of year pick. We've got Santao feet fireworks. We have Santao with Tao on lap. We have overlooking the year from Strat, which is it seems like it's actually pretty involved with Pouch Pals. Hot Chucky by the fire, and Santao gifting Coda something. Oh, okay, there's not enough room. Santao give to Coda. There. There you go, cuties. Let me know which of these you like. Below by Leprous. I will cue that up for you, Little Mac. There we go. Please do vote, cutie pies. You got a few minutes. I want Nathan's Santa sneaking in to leave you a gift. That's cute. That's very cute. On the way. You've got it. Please do vote, sweetie pies. It's really close, actually, right now. Like, Hot Chalky by the Fire's got 3, Overlooking the Year's got 2, Santao with Tao on lap has 2, and the rest have 1, so... Oh, Hot Chalky has 4 now. I'll give you guys updates in case it motivates you to vote. Aina is queued up for you, sweetest Strat. Hot Chalky by the Fire has 4. Santao with Tao on lap and Overlooking the Year have 2. Santao featuring fireworks have 1, and Santao gives something to Coda has 1. Hot Shocky has a 5 now. Overlooking the Year has 3. Santao with Tao on lap has 2. Magnificent Maid, I love that emo with that Stolteon! It's my favorite! That's so cute. That's so cute. I Lose Hope. Okay, I'll cue that up. Has Drops of Jupiter been done yet? Can't remember if that even went through as I requested that as FE rated. Oh, I'm not sure if I remember seeing that one. Hold on, let me have a look. No, it's not on here. Sweetheart, did it... Are you positive it went through, or I just miss it? It did play? Oh, it did play! Okay, never mind, it did play. Sorry, thank you, Little Mac. Okay, it's looking like Hot Chalky by the Fire might be it. We've got 6 for that, 3 for Overlooking the Year, 2 for Sand Tau with Tau and Lap. Now, for a Hot Chalky by the Fire, are we thinking like a, oh, Go-Getters? Yep, I'll cue that up for you, Strat. Are we thinking like me facing the fire so we don't actually see it, but like you can see the, like it's lit that way, and then maybe we got like pals sleeping comfortably next to me or something? Or do we want to be viewing from the side so we can still see the fire from the back, and then you can't see my face? What are we thinking for the angle for that one? Let's do some thumbnailing, shall we? Maybe that'll help. Let's see. Let's do like 4 thumbnails. This is really shit thumbnailing, sorry. Let's see. So, we got essentially this option. And I'm holding this cup. Like this. And then maybe I'm sitting cross-legged in front of the fire. And then I got a little pal here. Sorry, this is hideous, but it'll look better, I swear. And maybe we got another little pal here. See, I can't do thumbnails like this when people ask me to like for commissions, because they'll fire me immediately. So that's one. I think the second one is better. You like from the side view, so like this is 2. This is the kind of content you come for, right? Then we got a little pal here. And then we got like a, like I feel like I can't be in front of like an actual fireplace. That doesn't feel like my vibe. You can have little pals here. So that could be 2, and then we got 3, which is from behind, which is just a silhouette. God, why can I make that so big? And for this one, I'd probably lean back on my hand a little. We could also, like, move this pose to the other ones if you like this pose, but... And then we have little pals. And then the fire is in front of me, so... like that. So that's 3. Any idea for a 4th one? Let's see. Observe the train. I'll cue that up for you. 1 second. Learn to meow. Yes, I love this song, Strat. Sure. There we go. And silently walking alone. Okay. Let's see. This is hideous, she says, as she surpasses my art abilities in seconds. No, not at all. Not at all. I resemble that. No, you don't. No, you don't. I won't be able to get a song in as I'm on mobile. Can't get it quickly enough. Oh, sorry, Ozzy. Oh, you want Bohemian Rhapsody? That's... Hello, lovely Ram. Welcome in. How are you? Did you see you won a chibi? Aw, that's very sweet, lovely Sir Jazzy. Thank you for redeeming that for awesome Aussie. That is queued up for you, my dear. I imagined it the fire in front of you and looking at it from an angle diagonal to the fire? Oh, wait. So, like, another one? Yeah! You want another one! So are you thinking, like... So, like, the fire's here. And then, what, like, we're here and, like, kind of looking over it like that? With, like, a hot chucky here? Kind of like that? Is that sort of what you meant? Yeah? Okay. And then we got little pals. We'll have pals. That does have a lot more, I do like the composition of that a lot more, actually. Good call, Strat. Good call. Excellent. But I will let you guys decide which of these you like, and if you don't like any of them, let me know that too, but we'll put some little pals here too. Alright, so this is 4. So, I'm gonna let you guys vote between 1, 2, 3, and 4 for what we're... Yep, and marshmallows. That'd be cute. We could do marshmallows as well. Alright, let me put this up. Which composition? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll only give you like 2 minutes for this one. Let me know which of these you prefer, cutie pies, and we'll start refining the one that you like. Thank you for the care package, Radical Ram. Much appreciated. That's cray-cray, I know, but so is your support! Thank you so much for your amazing support, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. What's the drawing? It's gonna be me having Hot Chucky in front of fire, and we'll have some cute little pals sleeping beside me. Okay, Atonement is queued up, not the live version. All right, looks like you guys really like the idea there that Strat had the 4. I'll have to think about this. I was fully not expecting to win another one. That's okay, Ram. You know that you can take all the time that you want. There's never any hurry. It never expires. In the meantime, Lav and I are making ourselves as goblins. Oh, that is amazing, Storm. I can't wait to see that. Hi there, Radical Realm. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, looks like it's not even a competition. We are going to expand this and... Gonna clean up some dungeons. Oh, you can't see the poll space? What would you choose if you could? The 1, 2, 3, or 4? My Spectre, sure. There we go. Goblin Cleanup? Yeah. Eon really loves that game as well. Remember, I think I tried that and it scared me. The demo scared me too much. All right, easy done. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up my ref real quick just so that I can easily grab it. Cool, okay. There you go. We're back. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. Hey-ya! Sleep token. You've got it, Ram. You have got it. I'll cue that up right now. There we go. That is queued up for you, sweetheart. Thank you. Okay, there's my big mess of logs. All right, what's the queue looking like? Let me see here. So, this is what we're, oh, hello. There. So, we're up here and we have all of that. Okay. There we go. Hello, viewers, Dim. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. May I make a suggestion for your hair on the drawing? What's that, Space? Looks like you need more Q songs. Well, I'm cautious to take too many on because this won't transfer to when we come back. Because I'll probably listen to music during my extremely long flight and or layover. Which means that these songs will go away. So but we do have, but like feel free because we do still have 3.5 hours. So after all the time I spent trying to give my OC some fantasy elements, my mom and bro saw the design and asked, why are you drawing a fancy kid? I think I will stick to the OG suit design I had in mind with Japanese influence, trying to take some inspiration from Inuyasha, Mega Man, and Shaman King. Ooh, Strat, this sounds fascinating. You should send me all of these. All of the ideas. Have it come over the arm you're leaning on? We could do that. I'm just trying to figure, because like you gotta remember I got real big hair, so I'm worried that if I kind of have that like coming over here, it might, because I was kind of going to just have it like laying on the ground behind me, because I'm afraid that with this coming over like that, and then with all of the, because then I'm not sure if it would like go over my thigh or between my legs, which might be a little odd. Send them to me at once! Exactly. Are you comfortable drawing guys with specs? Like glasses? Specs? Yeah, absolutely. I love drawing people with glasses. A stare without eyes. Vola. I may start limiting the amount of time we listen to songs because some of these songs that have been recently up here have been like 7 to 10 minutes. So I might just say that any song that's over 4 minutes will probably wind up skipping if I happen to notice that it's that long. Like we'll listen to it for the 4 minutes, but then if I realize that it's been over 4 minutes, then we'll probably skip it. I understand. It was just a suggestion. It's a great suggestion, Space. I like the idea. It did make me, it helped me to contemplate, which I really appreciate. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how the physics of that would work is all. I will add that to the rule if you want. It hasn't been, it doesn't happen too often. It's just, like, with some of these more recent ones, it's been happening. So, unless people, like, complain about it, it's probably okay if I just happen to notice that they're really long, and then I'm like, oh, wait. There was one that I noticed, it's been a few months, like it was back in Oz, but someone had redeemed something that was like 14 minutes long, and I was like, whoa. I mean, it was like a classical song, so it made sense as to why I didn't really realize it, but yeah. Damn it, Tao! I can't request Mirror Reaper! Wait, how long is that one, Ram? I see, no problem. Yeah, thank you though, Strat, I appreciate that. Open Arms from Epic the Musical. Yes, more from Epic! Open Arms is queued up for you, sweetest Dim. Alright, let's see here. Probably gonna wind up making this like a 3/4 instead, but this is a good start. Tau, if I may ask, is your PNG tuber a GIF? Yes, she is, sweetest space cat. She's what I have been calling a GIF tuber, or sorry, a PNG tuber plus, which is a service I offer over on my VGen, where like it's a really, really fluid animation. As you can see, there's like I think this is going at like 30 frames a second, something like that. Whereas most of the others might be, you know, like 2 or 3 frames. This one's got a lot more. Tavern Crawl. Oh, you got it, Strat. Oh, wait, sorry, Vicious Mockery first. Mirror Reaper is an hour-and-a-half metal instrumental? That is very impressive. Oh my god. Wow. That animation adds life to the clips. That's true! It has helped a little bit with that, considering that I've been just having this PNG tuber, huh? But I hope that helps, sweetheart. If you got any other questions about it, please don't hesitate to ask, darling. Tavern Crawl is queued up for you. So what I am getting is nothing that is as long as 10 minutes, unless there's a good reason for it. Probably just nothing that is as long as 10 minutes, full stop, I reckon. Epic gets stuck in your head? Yeah, Epic is 2 hours. We could potentially listen to the whole thing. Like, if you have a 2-hour musical, but you are requesting if there's like 30 songs that make up that 2 hours, you can still request all 30 songs. It's just, it can't be like one full song that's 2 hours. What do you think of the last song that played? It's nice, Little Mac. That animation does add life to it. That's so cool. I just recently started trying to make my own, but it's in the works as a, better as a classic PNG. Sadly, I don't have a program that runs it yet. That's fair, sweetest space. If you mean like you're looking for a program that will run the PNG, I highly recommend Veado, V-E-A-D-O, Mini. That's what I'm actually using right now. It's totally free, and it's pretty good, and it's not hard on your computer to run either. It's an incredible track to listen to if you just want to kind of zone out. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that, Ram. That's very cool. Do you often listen to it? We need to have a look at the clips once we're back for the new year. Yeah, I would love to do that. That'd be really fun. Do you guys reckon that I should be in some kind of PJs, or should I be in my regular attire? My adventurer's gear. I've been drawing too many chibis recently. I'm drawing chibi hands. PJs would be cute. You like that? If you have a tent around, PJs. Oh, we could totally do a tent. Yeah, absolutely. Meet my friends, Cammy Cat. Sure. Cue that up for you, hun. You are a VTuber. You can wear whatever you want. That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's see. Meet my friends. Why isn't this one coming up? Let me just press enter. Sometimes that works. Sometimes that works. Meet my friends, Cammy. Huh. I'm having trouble finding it, Strat. The only Meet My Friends that's coming up is from Goldfields. Cammy Cat. Yeah, I don't see Meet My Friends. Do you have an alternative? Oh, Ram's request instead? Are you sure? That's very kind of you. Thanks, Strat. Bellwitch is queued up. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna... What am I doing with this? This is... Oh, that's the hour-and-a-half instrumental. Oh. Oh. What would you like? Goblin duo photo added to media. I'm so excited to see it. Hold on, let me go look. Hi there, Chew. Welcome in. How are you? Dally! Hi there, dearest Dally. Welcome in. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday. How are you doing? Let me go see this. Oh my god, you guys are so cute. That's amazing. How good. Love that. Currently have my mom over to spend Christmas with, which I haven't done in 14 years. I hope it goes great, hun. You're trying to play Fortnite? Nice. That sounds fun. I hope you have a great time with it. What is this arm? What is happening? Thanks everyone for the happy birthday. Absolutely, City Pie. Happy birthday to you. Your birthday's in January. Very exciting, sweetest face. Also, Spider-Man Pro, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Birdcore! Hi there, sweetheart. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. You're Spider-Man! I'm Spider-Man. Welcome in! How are you doing? How's the web slinging? Web slinging. I can't talk. So I forgot to mention, but I'm rewriting my whole book. I've only got 6 chapters, which I need to rewrite since I couldn't write chapter 7. Fair enough, hon. Fair enough. Well, I'm hoping that you enjoy the process and that you are even more proud of it than you were before once you're finished. Fighting bad guys, it's the same thing as saving people. Perfect! Excellent. Well, welcome, welcome. Feel free to take a load off and enjoy some R&R time with us. Are you sitting on a rock or a mat or something, or is it just grass? I'm thinking it'll probably be like since we're gonna put a tent here, I'm thinking it'll be some kind of like a thin little mat, you know, like a comfy little butt rug. I'm still working on the Gundam model, and I'm clearly not used to things yet. I was trying to snap 2 pieces together, my finger slipped, and gently flung the piece into my face. Oopsies! Don't worry, sweetest TauTassie, that happens to the best of us. I do that with things I really should be more used to handling. Like, when I'm trying to put together, like, anything that needs batteries, I often fling the batteries out into my face, and I'm like, why is this happening to me? All right, where do we want to put this tent? Maybe over here. We'll have some more pals back here as well.
Hello!
Hello! Hi, sweetest Shadow. Welcome in. How are you? One of us will be next. Lord of the Lost. Okay, I'll cue that up for you. There we go. Commander, it looks like the chat has simmered down. Permission to relax, sir! Permission granted! Doing good, playing some Minecraft Cobblemon. Nice, that sounds like fun. I hope you're having a blast with it, sweetheart. Sorry, I don't take anything for granted, sir! Forgiveness granted, Strat. Hi there, lovely Hobbs. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Okay, I actually don't think I like my face. I don't like my face. Let me fix my face. Hold on. Fine, I will make an exception. Set. Good boy. Good boy. I started playing Crisis Core Final Fantasy. Very cool, little Mac. Are you enjoying it? Doing okay? Not feeling great, but that'll pass with rest. That is good. I'm happy to hear that, sweetheart. But please do get some good rest. It sounds like you definitely need it. Wow, I haven't heard this song for a while. My dad sings this one sometimes. Could you please add this one, since Ram didn't request another one? Oh, Ivory Tower, sure. Play as a dude named Zach before Cloud. Yeah, I remember that one. I never finished it all the way through, but I do remember it. I hope you're enjoying it. Let me see if this one's gonna come up. Oh, I think I found it. Hopefully that's it. Yeah, I think so. There we go. Thank you very much, sweetest strap. Is the cut on the eyebrow on the wrong side in the image, or is the image flipped? I flip back and forth whenever I do this, so generally speaking, it kind of depends on how many sketches I do, because usually at the end of every sketch, I'll flip it, and then I'll do my, like, character checks and stuff, once I'm ready to do, like, the line art. So I'm thinking that I'm probably going to wind up flipping this a few times, but, for now, we have it flipped. So we'll put our flower over here, for example. Also, head too big! Head far too big. But that's the beauty of digital art. I get to just shrink it. Hee no consequences. I'll start getting a big head now, but dumb tis. I would never dream of it. Okay. What kind of PJs do we think? See, you as a pro have line art and stuff before the actual final drawing, but me as a natural-born, hyper-talented, supremely motivated artist, I just start scribbling on my page and hope for the best. Strat, that does indeed make you a natural-born, hyper-talented, super innovative, and supremely motivated artist. I want to say this! Can you guys please convince Strat to show me all of his beautiful artwork? He's being a perfectionist and won't send me stuff. Not fair. Someone make him. You know what we could do? We could actually still implement Nyx's idea of, like some fireworks in the background, just a little bit, like, maybe we're in, like, a clearing here. And then maybe got, like, some trees over here or something. Once again, my exceptional rendering skills. Look at these beautiful trees. Oh. Do it! Yeah, tell him, Sleeta Sir Jesse. The still animation is perfect. I love how you express when you focus. How it expresses you when you focus. That's true! Actually, when I just, like, stare. No thoughts. Head empty. How many of the Final Fantasy VII spin-offs have you played? I've played a couple of them, but none of them all the way through. The only Final Fantasy VII thing that I have ever played all the way through is Final Fantasy VII. Like the OG. I haven't done Rebirth or anything. Yeah, fireworks to represent New Year's? Yeah, I like that. I shall send more art starting this year for sure. Please do! Please do! We have a pal who's going to be sleeping like Coda does. Oops, those are big ears. I mean, Coda's a pain in the butt, but he is pretty cute, and I do miss him, and this reminds me a lot of him. Here, I'll just have him like slide behind there. Having fireworks at the back would add to the atmosphere. Yeah! Heck yeah! The remake trilogy is really good. I'd love to try it one day. You can check the DM for some food and Christmas pics. There are more to come if I get the time to sort them out. Do you want me to look at that now, Strat, or when I have some time to, like, reply? It's okay, you guys don't have to be able to read my scrawled shit. Shorthand for here, fireworks. Boom. Done. You don't have to do it now, you can do it after stream. Okay, sounds good. I will be posting on the server at some point. I'm so excited to see them, Strat. Thank you so much. Alright, what kind of a PJs do we have, like... I mean, I suppose if we've got Hot Chalky, and we've got, fire, it's probably quite cold, so we should probably have, like, a longer... Hi there, Cyber. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Send some sketches in the Discord. Let me have a look. Do hiccups ever hurt? Some people it really hurts, apparently. I have never had painful hiccups. They're just really annoying and very loud and unpredictable, as you guys have caught on stream many times. But, like, my mom and my best friend both have, like, painful hiccups. And I'm like, that sucks. At least mine are just, like, loud and obnoxious. They don't hurt me. Kat, these are beautiful! I love your tarot card sketches! Big fan of the one with, like, the cobblestone. That's really cool. Beautiful work, sweetheart. Awesome work. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay, it fell. It's getting to be past my bedtime. Hope you all have great nights and or days. Thank you so much, Cutie Core. I really appreciate you, sweetheart. And thank you again for the gifted subs and for gifting your chibi that you won to another pal. That's very, very thoughtful of you, sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. And by the way, in case I don't talk to you until then, Happy New Year! Happy New Year. Doing good, but getting my ass kicked in Stellar Blades boss challenge. Fair enough. I hope that you can, well, actually, I don't hope. I know that you will succeed in your battle. I just hope that it is within a time period that does not cause you to throw your controller before you complete it. Only the first one is a terror sketch? Oh, the other's more for practice. Oh, both are beautiful, Space. I love them a lot. Yeah, Happy New Year, Cutie Core. Happy New Year. Oops. Think I'm gonna play games for a bit? I'll be lurking. Absolutely, sweetheart. Enjoy your gaming and enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for the support. I know I can. If I beat this boss in story on hard, I should beat it on the challenges normal mode. Yeah, definitely, Cyber. You just gotta get back into the swing of it, that's all. You got this. Strat. Pretty Little Baby, my secretly favorite song. Fine print is according to Strat. Cue that up for you, sweetheart. Thank you very much. Oh, oh, actually, this is good timing because we gotta go on a quick break, sweetie pies. Every hour we go on a 3-minute breaks just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you still won't miss out on content. So let's go on a quick break. Hello? Okay, sorry, that just flipped. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in 3 minutes, and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. sorry about that. I was talking to my dad again. Welcome back, and also, to Core Downloader, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome back, Sweetest Sadie. Welcome back, Nick's Matos Slice Jam Slice. Uppies for you, Sweetest Sir Jassy. Welcome back. Welcome back, Tintin. Hi there, terrific Tintin. How are you doing? Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Welcome back, Cutie Cyber. Wait, Echo? Is it echoey? Hello? Testing, 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 testing. I don't see... Welcome back, Sweet Strat. You shared another Pouch Pup Evolution. Let's have a look. I'm good. Just thinking about Helldivers. Thinking about Helldivers, huh? What are you thinking about Helldivers? Let's see, art. Oh, that one's so cool! Oh, Sadie, I'm so excited to see it all done, too. That looks awesome. Excellent work. Excellent work. All right. Hold on, I'm just checking on. Yep, great. Okay. And now we flipperoo. Also, I think I might actually move me back a tad. I look like I'm right on top of this fire, so might be good to just have a little bit of space between me and flames. It's based on our Red and their love for Ninetales. Oh, that's so cool, Sadie. Red's gonna love that. A friend gifted me an outfit in game. That's awesome, Sweetest Space. Congratulations. Let's go, friend. Okay, hopefully that's far enough away that it doesn't actually look like my foot is in the fire. It's just behind the fire. I could also... Actually, we could... No, I like the arm on the... Because I was thinking that we could also do something where the legs are like that. And then hips are here. But I think I'm going to keep it this way. House of the Rising Sun! Ooh, wait, does Jeremy Renner sing? I actually did not know that. That's really cool, Cyber. Sure, we will cue that up for you. There we go, queued it up. Is that the song meme? It's a banger? Is this a meme? This is a banger. I'm gonna like it. All right, let me flip this bad boy. Also, hold up. We can probably relax this pose a little bit more. Distance, sure thing, Strat. I'll cue that up. Gonna go watch some YouTube while I munch on some grub. Yum, sounds great. Let us know what you watch and what you eat. Don't worry, I will play the part of the fanboy so you don't have to. That's so gracious of you, Strat. Thank you. For not revealing what a fanboy I am! Oh, wait, that's not it. Hold up a sec. Hold up a second. I only have one from C. Why is that? Where's the Emily version? Huh. That's odd. There it is. Only when I press enter. It doesn't show up when I'm not pressing enter. That's dumb. Fixed it! There we go. Okay, bye. Oh, also, CJ, thank you so very much for the 3 streak, darling. Really appreciate that. When people ask why he wasn't in Infinity War, others joked it was because he was making music. I love that. That's great. That man deserves to be making music if that's what he wants to do. Okay, now I will flip and we will actually refine this properly. Guanchang, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Good morning. The Tao last stream of the year. Good morning, gorgeous Guanchang. How are you? Just chilling at a campfire, casually, you know. How are you going? You want to hear a fresh song released just a few hours back? I wonder if that might be a classic Amelie song, or if you might be serious. What is this song? Haha, wait. Is this actually new? I'm trying to remember if this is one that you've shared before. Let's see. Ah, it's a new adult song! That's exciting. Okay, yeah, queued it up. Welcome back. Oh, hey there, Valiant VX. How are you? I'm doing well. Currently crunching on the work I let piled up. Good job, Guanchag. I'm proud of you for getting it done. Very new indeed. It is. Oh, I'm excited. Sure. Prime Zero! Hi there, Precious Prime. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. And Tinge! Hi, Terrific Tinge. You have been summoned, for there is an iris out. At least one. How are you doing, Terrific Tinge? It's great to see you. Compression gloves are a godsend. Got some as a Christmas gift. That's great, Space. I'm so glad it's helping. Has the Amelie playlist been played yet? It is interspersed within the queue, Sedu. Yo, how you doing, Precious Prime? It's a pleasure to meet you. How are you doing? You're well? That's wonderful to hear. Can I ask, Prime, how did you find us? Oh, was it because you got gifted a sub, perhaps? I'm still waiting for Golden and now Iris Out covered by TauTassieTiger! Oh, man. If only my voice had the range for that. And if I had the singing ability. And if I could do anything remotely to honor those two great songs. A few I have been going easy on Tau, secretly favorite artist. Strat. Relaxing after getting home from Christmas with the family? Was it good, Tinge? What was your favorite thing? I was gifted one by random. Well, that's awesome, Prime. Thank you so much for coming to check us out. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My game feeling kind of deserted right now. Barely anyone is online. What game are you playing, Space? There might be a pal or two who enjoyed the same game. Palia, nice. You're welcome and nice to meet you. But I need to rest. That is totally fair, sweetheart. Yes, absolutely. Can I ask, what time is it for you right now? Some of the stuff we get up to here, Prime, just so that you can be primed, Prime, for what we do. This is an 18+ only community, but not because I'm comfortable with any kind of like heavy flirtation or objectification or anything like that. We don't really talk about a lot of the lewd types of topics. This is just an adult space for adults to hang out, and I curse a lot, basically. But besides that, it's a very cozy, secure space, and I'm an artist, so on Fridays, Aussie time, we do artwork. On Sundays, Aussie time, we are playing through my very first ever Persona game. Please no spoilers. Mondays, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. You guys are welcome to join me for that. It's also my first playthrough, so I'm still in A Realm Reborn. Tuesdays, I let you guys pick what we're doing. You can actually, if you join the Discord now, you can actually vote and decide what we will be doing on Tuesdays. And why do I keep on feeling like I'm missing something? I think that's it. If I had talent, did you hit your head? Cyber! I cannot dream of hitting the notes of Golden or of Iris Out. It's 11 p.m. Oh, nice joke you did it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, fair enough, sweetheart. Well, darling, I really hope that we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future, precious Pine. But until then, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. The next time you see me, I will be in my 3D glory, by the way. I've been in the US. I'm going back to Australia, where I live. I normally don't look like this. Normally, I have a lot more movement and expressions. So don't be scared when you come back and I'm like a moving creature. Still amazing how Demon Hunter's still in the top 10 till this day. That is pretty awesome, VX. That's absolutely awesome. We did play Paleo when it was an alpha. That's true, Strat. That's true. Hi there, Recon. Welcome in. Nonsense, Tau. You have a beautiful voice. You're so sweet, Sadu. Thank you. But I do not have a vast range in my voice. You can think I have a nice voice, but you cannot deny that I have like half of an octave of range. The usual good dinner, spent some time with the family, came home, was able to play some Maestro. Amazing, Tinge. I'm so glad it went so well. I'll try to pop in again, because that sounds cool. For now, I must leave. Goodbye. Disappears into a portal. Be careful. Don't get sick from the portal juices. Portal juices. Can I take a look at the queue? Sure, 1 second. Good night, lovely Prime. All right. Here is where we are. And here is where we have yet to go. There you go. That's it. Totally agree with Sadu-san, by the way. That's so sweet, Yuki. Excuse me, what? I'm just, sorry, I'm making a reference to the fact that Geralt is, Geralt is my favorite, like, character from my favorite franchise, and he gets very sick going through portals. He hates going through portals. Because he feels really sick every time he does it. You will with the power of friendship and singer friends. Ah, I need some singer friends. Yeah. Pelly is my favorite game, but it can get kind of boring playing alone. That's fair, Space. That's fair. We used to do little, like, house tours and stuff. Gnarly by Cat Eye. Yeah, sorry, Prime. Geralt has portal sickness, basically. Yes, he does. Poor Geralt. The one thing that he's weak to. There you go, that is queued up. It's like seasickness. Yeah, yeah. Huntrix versus Saja Boys might become a reality. The IRL singers for Saja Boys said they want to perform live too. That would be awesome. I need some single friends. Everyone is getting married. I feel the pressure. I'm so sorry, Strat. I wish that I could be like, that's okay, I'm single, but I'm not single. I'm sorry. And I wish that I could say I'm not getting married, but I am getting married, so I really can't help. I still owe you calligraphy of your name, Tao-chan. I was thinking it was okay to write your name Tao in katakana as it would be, and then the kanji for Tasmanian Tigers. Hell yeah, Yogi! That'd be amazing. I would love that. That'd be so cool. If you did that and then you like physically mailed it to me, I would totally put it up on my wall. You betrayed me, Tao! How could you? I'm so sorry, Strat. I'm so sorry. It's okay, I'm single too. See, there you go. There's a single friend. Hobbs is a single friend. Always a good time when I get home. Even got some good pepperoni cheese rolls. Oh man, that sounds pretty bomb. Do you have pets? If yes, you're winning! Aha! I'm the singlets. Look, Space is also single! And Sadu! You actually have more single friends than marrying friends. Will do, once I can hold the brush straight again. Oh, you poor thing, Yuki! I will do that digitally first so you can see what it looks like. Oh, sure, Yuki! I'm so excited to see it. It's gonna be amazing! Also a single Pringle! Oh my gosh, look at all of my precious pals who are single! Single life is peaceful life. That is true. Can vouch. Can vouch. I'm gonna lower Ripple Face. Yeah, that. Cute. Why does this song give me, like, vibey Persona vibes? Let's see. This is great. Oh my god, this is so good. It does make me want to add, Beneath the Mask, though. Hold on. What a banger. I love this song. This is so chill. Top question. What did you do in the US? Like, did you visit any restaurants, etc.? Yeah, lots of restaurants, lots of road tripping, I visited like 4 different states during the time that I was here. It was a good time. I got to see a lot of friends I haven't seen for like years. I got to see family I haven't seen for like a decade in some cases. Yeah, it was a really good time, Nix. Thank you for asking. Best part of being single, you get peace and quiet when it comes to sleeping in bed. Also true. Hoping to hang out with some work friends before holiday shutdown ends. Do it, Tinge! What are you guys gonna do you think? That's the way I like it, sure. Keep that up for you, cutie caution. There we go. That's queued up. Potsu has some bangers for sure. Absolutely. This does feel like Persona, doesn't it? Gives me old Nintendo vibes. Oh, like Nintendogs or something. I could also see that. I got all peopled out from just family over the past week to last me like all through January, and I still have a New Year's thing. I suppose I fall into the unattached here too. Look at all my precious unattached pals! But no less loved. Did you get some good Mexican while you were here? I fucking did, and I'm so grateful, Little Mac. Oh my god. Australia does not do great Mexican food, so I was just devouring, inhaling. Oh! I got a stuffed sopapilla. Oh, divine. Amazing. The best thing. The best thing. It's my favorite thing. It's not even Mexican food, but like it's related. And it is so goddamn good. And I had tamales, and I had burritos, and I had enchiladas, I had flautas. Oh, so many good, yummy, delicious, Mexican food. Yum, 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 yum. I recently found out that I love modern vibe songs with a bunch of classical techniques that helps with the jazziness. Oh, hell yeah, Guanjiang! If you want to request more of that, I think I'd probably like a lot of it too. Did you get any street food? Please tell me you got some street food, like that Mexican corn you mentioned. I did get some Mexican street corn, but it was not on the street. It was at a restaurant. You like jazzy vibes, Tao-chan? I do, Yuki. I love jazzy vibes. The funny thing I bought online was a Funko of Barney the dinosaur. Where is that going, VX? Hit up karaoke night. Oh, let's go, Tinge. Do you enjoy karaoke nights? I've been informed that there is spicy tortillas. There are spicy tortillas. Tank by Seatbelts. I love this song. Great choice. Great choice. I love this song so much. Absolute banger. Can I just get a pic of some food, please? Like, restrain yourself for a bit and take a pic before you eat. None of it's... Okay, I will say this. American food, delicious, but unless you go to, like, really nice places, they don't really do presentation like Australia does. Australia, you go out to a place and it's like, you feel bad about eating the thing. In the US, they kind of just put stuff on a plate and they go, isn't it yummy? And then you go, yeah, it is. But in Australia, they put stuff on a plate and they go, take a photo. I dare you to take a bite before you've taken a photo. I dare you. And it's just so pretty. The way that they do stuff in Oz is gorgeous. So I haven't really taken a picture of any food because it always just winds up being kind of like, it looks like it's been, I don't want to say it looks like it's been pre-digested, but like, it's not great to look at, I gotta confess. We need more Tao karaoke soon. Well, you guys will be able to vote on what our next two things are, since now we will be doing our D&D in the first week, second week. I think it's the first week. It'll be in the first half of January. And we will also be doing our stream community game night then too. I just love Cowboy Bebop. It's like jazz made anime. It is. You're so right, Yuki. I love it too. Also, Ozzy, Appies. I wasn't sure I'd be still awake by the time my request came up. Pretty close to doing that not awake thing. That's fair enough, Iridius. I do let people, if they are literally about to leave, I do let people, tell me which song they requested, and then I will drag it up to be in the next spot. But it does mean that you must depart, or at least lurk right afterward, because I only do it once for each person per stream. So US food equals guilt-free. Right, true! I love it when food is presented all pretty and delicious. Yeah, you'd like Australia. America, like I said, is, again, if you go to like a really nice restaurant, you will still have beautiful presentation in the US, but I genuinely feel like Australia is like, you paid $10 for this meal, and it's really pretty still. In the US, it's like, unless you're paying like $30 a plate, it's probably not going to be, you know, culinarily presented. That is queued up for you, Magnificent Maid. Well, we have the first stream of the new year. When will we have the first stream of the new year? I will have to let you know because I don't want to be completely fuck-eyed for our first stream back. You know what? Let me actually look. I can probably give you a pretty good idea. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. All right, so because I get back on very, very late New Year's Eve, I think probably our first stream back will probably be, I think it's probably going to be the 4th or the 5th. Yeah, 4th or 5th of January will probably be it. And we will be having a, let me see something, hold on. Yeah, 4th or the 5th, and we will be streaming for, a week-ish. There might be one day off. I think I might have the Saturday off, but, we should be streaming 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Yeah, I think that's my tentative plan. I will let you know more as we get closer, but expect either the 4th or 5th, definitely the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th. Okay? So you'll get a lot of me. You'll get a lot of me during that first week-ish of January. And this is also your reminder that we will be having a D&D one-shot on Tuesday, the 6th of January, from 11 to 5-ish Australian time, 4 to 10-ish my America time, I think. I think that's right. Let's see. Gilgamesh. Let me cue that up for you, Precious Prime. Oh, you're still here, sweetheart. That is queued up for you, darling. Farewell by Apocalyptica. Absolutely lovely, Hobbs. I'll cue that up for you as well. There we go. I always wanted to travel. I wanted to go to Japan because there's a cafe all about Kamen Rider. Is that right? That's pretty cool. Those travel and living channels have been tricking me since I was a kid. My view of US food is huge portions and amazing looking stuff. Candy and cereal included. Huge portions, correct. If you go to like nice restaurants, amazing stuff, amazing looking stuff. Candy and cereal, very colorful. Shared the progress on the Gundam in the Discord. Pretty happy with it so far. Let me have a look. I know I said I would sleep, but I saw song request and had to click. That's okay, Precious Prime. Thank you so much for requesting a song. I'm looking forward to hearing it. Oh, the Gundam's looking awesome, Sweetest So Jazzy. That's so cool. Looks like a lot of work. Oh my gosh, look at all those little pieces. That's so cool. Excellent work, honey bun. Duncan Lamont. Pressure point. All right. There we go. That's queued up for you, Cutie Caution. I can imagine you can imagine my disappointment when I ran into some likewise Bebop fans and started talking about Miles Davis, because I assume people who love the soundtrack of Bebop also love jazz in general. No, not necessarily. I hope I can make to most of it. I'll be busy until the 10th with events and weddings. That's totally fair, sweetheart. No worries at all. Kamen Rider, you said. Yes, indeed, Precious Prime. Am I saying that right this time? Because I previously was saying Kamen Rider, but I think it's Kamen. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Are you a fan, Yuki? Restaurant? More like Rest Tower, am I right? Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see ya. So far, the food in Japan has been great, but the cheese is lacking. Yeah, Japan doesn't really do cheese. They do amazing other food, but not a lot of cheese. I'm gonna cause crime and playing Cuphead. Oh, cause Cuphead crime. Crime head. Sorry, stupid. Anyway, recently found a video about Kamen Rider's origin and its story so far. It was great, very cool. Probably about 4 hours in. Oh my god, Sweetest So Jazzy. It's looking great though. What are your detailed thoughts on the song? It sounds like a movie soundtrack. I don't have a lot of details for it though, sorry. Plus with Togima wants to be a common rider, has got a franchise, it's given the franchise a much needed boost. Common, yep, you said it right. Yay! Thank you, lovely Yuki, I appreciate it. That Duncan Lamont track is some freeform jazz. I do love some freeform jazz. Nath is a big jazz fanatic, so. Kamen Rider, the MCU of Japan. Wait, really? Don't worry about it. I'm doing very well, thank you. Currently sitting in the backseat of my parents' car as we leave my grandma's house. She gave me $100 for Christmas. Let's go, Patricia. I hope it all goes towards models. Models. I have like top 10 for my faves. Nice, Prime, nice. Shatter Me. Sure, sweetest cyber. Let me cue that up for you. I keep doing that. That's another long song. All right, Shatter Me is queued up for you, cutie cyber. Wait, is it only in America that huge portions are expected? I think it kind of is. I think that's kind of what America is known for. There may be other countries where, like, you can expect to get decent portions, but I think the US is one of those places where when you don't get, like, larger than life portions, you're disappointed, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's been my perception growing up. I do have a, you know, I spent more than 2.5 decades in the US. So I have a pretty strong, personal opinion about the US, and I wouldn't say it's unfair. But yeah, I would definitely say the expectation is that you get massive food portions. Let's see. Instructions unclear. My cutlery is causing a mutiny. Last thing I saw was the original Rodon movie. What is Rodon? Speaking of models, let me post my Christmas haul. Okay, go for it, Patricia. Speaking of Kamen Rider, the bug-type pouch pup is literally a Kamen Rider reference. I love that set. That's so cool. Kamen Rider pretty much invented the masked hero genre in Japan. So yeah, you could say it's like the MCU in a way. That's really cool, Yuki. Interesting. Most riders are based off of bugs, some vehicles, food, and even random objects. Interesting, Prime. Yeah, I never really got into it or really understood it, but I know that a lot of the precious pals in this community love it. I said that because how X-Aid episode or Q Ranger episode did a short crossover? Are those two Kamen Rider things? Korea serves portions meant for multiple people. Yeah, see, I think that's the thing. There's a lot of, like, Asian countries, well, and not even just Asian countries. Like, there's a lot of different cultures where the priority is sharing, right? But the US is, like, they will serve you individually and expect you individually to order food that would probably be shared in many other cultures, if that makes sense. Love this song. Me too. Me too. Tao, I got the live action One Piece's version of the Barati Lego set. That's really cool, Tribe. What is Barati? Is that one of the ships? Everything's bigger in Texas. The Big Apple. Stuff being big is kind of their thing. Exactly. That's true. Rodon is a kaiju. Oh, gotcha. More bang for your buck. We love our portions here in the States. That is true. That is true. We do. I will say that most people who have a healthy, and I don't mean healthy as in big appetite, I mean like a reasonable appetite, they will order things and then they will bring some of it home. Like, the US is a country of leftovers. We love leftovers, especially here. You actually don't get nearly as many things in Australia that are leftover friendly as you do here. There's not usually as many ingredients used as far as like whole foods. Like, I was talking to some people, some friends and family here a couple of weeks back, and I was like, American food has a lot of like ingredients you can't pronounce, if that makes sense, in their food. I'm talking like sauces and like preservatives and you know, compounds and stuff like that, and it makes the food delicious, but it also makes it last longer so that it makes it more like microwave friendly, right? In Australia, it's harder to find stuff like that because they have a long list of ingredients, but it's literally like pecans, honey, dough, like, pistachios, heavy cream. It's like stuff that's whole foods. Does that make sense? Yeah, I am American, but I did not realize that even Australia doesn't have large portions. You can find large portions in Australia, but it's not really the norm. You can go to restaurants in Australia and the US where there are lots of opportunities to share with people. But in general, I would say both countries aren't really as focused on like the communal sharing as a lot of cultures are. It's just that the US seems like it should be, and Australia understands that it's not. Power Rangers is inspired and copied from Kamen Riders. That's interesting. There's a strawberry cake Kamen Rider that looks absolutely awesome. Strawberry cake, yummy. Let's see here. Oh, I finished model and art. Amazing, Patricia. I'll have a look once I catch up. For those of you who don't know, Super Sentai, aka the OG series Power Rangers, got their footage from Super Sentai will be taking a break after so long. How old is it? There's also Ultraman. Any suggestions for what I should draw tonight? Up to you, Jet. Do something that makes you think of the new year. It kind of is. It's a floating restaurant that's out on the ocean in One Piece. Oh, it's that thing. Oh, I saw that in the live action. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Thank you. We tend to also eat all of our leftovers. Food waste is a sad thing. Natural ingredients. Yeah, natural ingredients. Exactly, Yuki. But yeah, like, when I was in Japan, I was occasionally hungry after finishing a meal. Because I was used to, because when I visited Japan, I was living full time in the States. So I think that my American tummy was like, this is not quite enough food. So then I would go get like cucumber maki rolls from petrol stations, and then I'd be good. Let's see. It kind of depends on what kinds of food and how much you make. Like the taco meat, curries, and pastas my dad cooks always have multiple Tupperware container leftovers. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, Patricia. I'm talking about like when you go out to eat. I'm not talking about when you cook at home, because I think that the way that people cook at home is totally dependent on their personal preferences of like what kind of food they're making, how often they like to cook, stuff like that. No, I'm talking about like when you go out to a restaurant. Let's see. Yeah, it's the one Sanji worked on. That's right. That's so cool, Try. TauTassieTiger, you're back. I'm back. Hi, sweetest Skellington. Welcome back to you as well. American tummy. I will steal that one. Yes, do it, Yuki. Do it. It is my American tummy's fault. I reckon that when I go back to Japan, now that I'm living in Australia, I probably will not actually be, like, hungry after eating my food. I used to buy portions for 2 when I was in the city as well, because 1 just wasn't enough. And when I got back home, I could barely manage a plate of food. My mom is on a mission to make me fat. Oh yeah, listen, that's one of the issues for like Nathan and I. I still make we cook quite healthy in my house, but I'm talking about in Australia. We cook quite healthy in the household of Nathan Tao, but the thing is that I hate cooking for the most part. I do not like it. And so I make tremendous quantities of food. I make homemade enchiladas, including making my own tortillas and my own enchilada sauce and stuff like that. And so I will spend like 5 hours slaving over an oven for this, right? But because I am doing that, I will fill up. I wind up freezing 2 additional trays of enchiladas that are ready to be popped into the oven, because I don't want to cook again. So even though we have, like a couple of enchiladas a person until those run out, it has to last me like 5 days. Otherwise I will feel like I've wasted my time. Let me have a look at this model for you, Patricia. Very cool. Love it. I really like that you like blended out those colors as well. Very cool. Thank you for sharing, Patricia. Excellent work. Awesome. Let's see. That makes sense. It's very rare, personally, to have to ask for takeaway containers outside of, like, an Asian restaurant that serves, yep, exactly, the multiple people servings mentioned earlier. Yes, exactly, Patricia. Yeah, that's what I think, too. Like, to ask for a takeaway container in Australia is quite unusual. I think the only time Nathan and I have done that is, like, with pizzas. Yeah, multiple person serving share plates. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting how that culture is so different from the US. Like, even my dad, who is currently losing weight, he used to eat, like, an enormous amount of food, and that's what I grew up with. But now half of the fridge is filled up with stuff he can't finish. So he's ordering, like, quote, regular size, unquote, portions for the US, and then he can't finish it, which makes sense because he's got, like, normal person stomach now. Like, rest of the world stomach and not American tummy. When I went to Japan, I was still a bit hungry after meals, even with my Aussie tummy, although that might be because I'm a bit of a glutton. That's fair, Skellington. Yeah, I do wonder that when I go back to Japan, if I'm going to wind up being like, maybe just an extra edamame order. And thus 50% of pals know and enjoy cooking. What a coincidence, huh? True, Seru. My mom spends half of the day. Oh wait, sorry, I missed Yuki's. Hold on, let me see here. If you do come back, please let me show you some great restaurants. You will not go hungry, I assure you. Thank you, Yuki. I don't know how much time I want to spend in Tokyo. I'm not really all that interested in, like, a massive city like that, but I really want to spend more time in Kyoto and Osaka. And I want to do some more of I had a great time last time venturing around Sendai and, the Aomori prefecture. I had a great time. Oh my god, the apples there, dude. Fuck, so good. I would love to go back there. I'd love to go back there and spend more time in the countryside. I need to get better at Japanese, though. I don't want to make them try and speak English to me when I'm invading. My mom spends half the day just cooking. I have to get her to just order some food from time to time so she can take a break. Oh, your mom's so sweet. It's amazing that she does that every day, though. I'm not sure how thick it is yet. I'm waiting till I get back to my place. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I'm excited to see it, though, once you're done building it. You're harvesting corn? Let's go space! Let's go. But I'm starting to enjoy cooking, just very simple things for now. That's great, Nix. I'm so happy for you. I kind of enjoy baking. I don't really enjoy cooking, but I like yummy food, so it's worth it. I'm off to make slop. I'll return in 20. All good, Jet. All good. I am so much of a foodie that I choose to send foodstuffs to people instead of giving them useful stuff, because that's what I spend most of my money on. Strat, I'll tell you what, I fucking love the fact that you give me so many foodie things. Oh shit, that's right! I'm gonna have like 2 boxes of Sakurako to go through. We're gonna have like a 6-hour Sakurako stream. Tao, guess how many pieces the Lego set has? Ooh. I'm gonna say 1,200. Is that close? Sorry to move away from the food conversation, but I saw from Lego Ideas, which is a website you can upload, and Lego will decide if it should be a set or not from how many supports you get. That's awesome! Which has to be 10,000. But short version, they approve for both a Lego Godzilla and Power Rangers Megazord set. That is so cool, VX. Hi there, gorgeous Ginger. Welcome in. How are you, darling? It is such a pleasure to see you. I saw a restaurant here in Chicago where they made a gingerbread torta. That sounds so good, dude. Oh my god. I do think Japan has better portioning than a lot of other places, which, while I might have been hungry, I was never starving. Yes, exactly. I think that if you live in Japan, it's like so much easier to understand what an appropriate portion is. How are you, hun? I'm great, gorgeous Ginger. How are you? And happy belated Christmas and early Happy New Year. Let's see. I would love to be your guide. I am familiar with Osaka as I was born there and lived there until we moved to Europe. Oh, that's so cool, Yuki! Oh my god, I would love that. That'd be amazing. Yes, please teach me all of the ways of the locals. Please do it. break time? Yes, it is indeed break time. Thank you, sweetheart. Prime, are you enjoying my dog and the creeper? Tao really needs to make some damper too. I do need to make damper. You're absolutely right, Patricia. And I'm glad you're doing well, gorgeous Ginger. They keep sending me requests to review the box. I have been ignoring them, but these guys are persistent. Oh, I bet. They're probably like, wait a second, this guy's given us like consistent reviews within a week of... Why the fuck isn't he... This has exactly 3,402 pieces! That's crazy. Hello, Screaming Phallus Syndrome. Fantastic name. Mighty Ahoge. Yes, it is I, the Mighty Ahoge. the Ahoge Hokage. The Ahoge Hokage. There we go. Thank you for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thanks for coming in. Your name is crazy, dude. It's good to have a friend that's a local everywhere. It is. It really is. I just like spamming emotes. I love that you like spamming emotes. Do it more, Prime. You're all good. So next year, trip to Japan for Christmas. Fine. Time to plan stuff. Streamers say funny name. I follow. Screaming Phallus Syndrome. Wait, did you mean Ahoge Hokage? Is that what you meant, or did you mean me reading your name? Regardless, thank you. Welcome on in. Look at the offer 2 models? Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, that's a cool pattern. I like that. That's really cool, hun. Excellent work, Patricia. Great job. Very cool. Thank you for sharing. I would love to live in Osaka again eventually, but for the moment, until I finish my medical studies, Tokyo is better for me. That makes total sense, Yuki. No, I totally understand that. I do think that we'd probably want to spend a couple of days in Tokyo, but I have never liked big cities. Like, I visited New York, I lived in LA, it's just, I spent like a week in London. I don't really like the noise that comes with it, if that makes sense. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that I would love to see, but I probably wouldn't want to do a lot of like the touristy areas, if that makes sense. Better left a mystery. Fair enough. You know what? It totally is. I love a little bit of mystery. In America, did you check out the M&M store? Is there like a specific M&M store? None of the places I went had it. Unfortunately, I cannot do one of the most fundamental tasks of art, making 3D shapes. I will tell you guys that I did get to go to Vegas for The Sphere. I got to see a show at The Sphere, which is a really interesting stage, I guess, a stage. Hokage of Ahoge clan. Yep, that's what gets the villains shivering in fear, and they better be afraid. Bro, lighting is wild. I think I need to try using games as a ref. Games can work as a ref, especially like the 3D stuff. Just saw some funny Twitter posts about where people were upping their Ahoge game. Not all is bad. Ty, you've been a lot of places. I'm getting some lore. Yeah, I'm a bit of a traveler. I really enjoy traveling. And I lived in Italy for a year. Spent about a month and a couple of weeks in Japan. Weeb request, sorry. No, please don't apologize, lovely. I'm excited to listen to it. We are all weebs here. And if we are not weebs, we still love. We still do not mind. That's queued up for you, hun. Thank you so much. Japan would be a nice place to live if I was able to at all communicate properly outside of English and anime references. Japan is like a dream destination to live in, but I know that I couldn't... You know how I've already told you guys how out of place I feel in Australia and in the US? I know it would be 10 times as worse living in Japan, even if I was fluent in Japanese, because I do not look... I am not Asian. I am very much not... I do not blend at all. Which means that I would constantly be, like, I am very much gaijin, no matter how exceptionally I learned to speak Japanese. So that is a little bit of a bummer, but man, I would love to spend like, 6 months there or something like that. Oh, it's your meow meow song. You have to sing it. Meow 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 meow. It's a store all about M&M, and I think it's in New York. Ah, I didn't get to go to New York this time. Totally agree with you, Tao-chan. I like it smaller and more cozy as well. Even in Tokyo, I love the more secluded, not so noisy places. Right, Yuki? I hope that you get to live in at least like a not so noisy spot. Piece of architecture / stage. Yes, space, exactly. Did someone say, ugh? Oh, this is the remix version? Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry the service out here in the country is spotty, and so Twitch crashed right as you started reading my last message, and I didn't get to hear your reaction to them, so I just saw the little emoji reacts. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I was just thinking you did a great job, Patricia. Am I a weeb? Maybe. Let's go. Plus, Japan has a problem with oppressing foreigners. Yeah, I know that it's just because I don't know that it's specifically, and Yuki, I would love your input on this as a Japanese person. But from my understanding, it's not so much that Japan is trying to oppress foreigners, like, consciously. It's just that the systems and the way that the culture has been run for, like, thousands of years, and has evolved is, it was so long ago that it diverted from how Western culture views things, thinks, raises people, expects stuff to go, etc., that it's next to impossible for a foreigner to, like, truly integrate. Not necessarily because Japan is like, fuck you foreigners, but more like, you gotta work within the strict bounds that we have, that, like, Japanese society has set out, and if you can't do that, which you can't if you are a Westerner in particular, it makes it really, really hard. Would not say oppressing. It is hard to explain. Yeah, that's fair, Yuki. It kind of depends on where you go in Japan. Like, Japanese people, as a general rule, are, like, very polite. Like, they're some of the most, they are stereotypically some of the most polite people to be around. But it's very hard to befriend and get an in, like a genuine in with Japanese people if you are not from Japan, or at least if you can't speak the language fluently, and especially if you're, like, Westerner. Integration, that is something that can be hard for foreigners, since Japan is very homogenous and wants to stay that way. Yeah, exactly. So it's not intentional oppression. It's just that it's very, very hard for someone who's never experienced that culture to embrace. Polite but hard to befriend? Sounds like me. There you go, Cutie Caution, there you go. I'm trying to learn from a tutorial, but it's like Arabic to me. What are you trying to learn, Jet? Saint Septurnus! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, darling. I think, I heard Japan doesn't have trash cans. I wonder if that's true. When I was there, Yuki, please give us some input on this, of course. When I was there, they do not have bins on every corner. Definitely not. And yet the streets are still supremely clean, because there's a big thing about, like, common spaces being clean. So you are expected, if you have trash, you are expected to keep it with you until you find a bin, and that can sometimes be a ways. That can sometimes be a ways. Hi there, Joyce Julius. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Thank you for the save and for the care package. Let's see. I think when I went to Japan, everyone was very polite. Yes, they are very polite. I think every country has a problem with foreigners because it's not easy to assimilate. I don't think it's limited to a single country. Even in India, foreigners will feel out of place because we have different rules, and many of them are not written rules. That's true, Strat. Yeah, it's that cultural diversion that happens. I heard they have Japanese-only places with literal signs saying that on the door. Is that true? I think that is true in some places, but that's largely because those are unfortunately places that have had to deal with incredibly obnoxious foreigners. It's the same reason that they've got those signs up saying, please do not photograph geisha, please do not take photos of this street, it's because people were just being awful. Especially among the older people, there is a disdain for mingling. Tourism is always okay, but the idea that foreigners came to settle on our land, which has never happened before in Japan's history, is hard to swallow. That is a good point, Yuki. Unlike pretty much all of the Western world, there's actually a lot of Asia that was not really touched by Westerners until they were like established nations and established cultures, right? I've always wanted to go to Japan, but I just can't make it past my fear of planes. Oh, that's fair, lovely Tintin. Yeah, I actually don't know if my sister's gonna wind up coming to my wedding because of her fear of planes, so I get you. I'm doing good, writing 2 Christmas gifts because I'm so far behind. Oh, that's totally fair, Pseudosaints Eternus. How was your
I would go for
Christmas,
your
son?
butt, probably.
I'd go for your butt. Definitely, Cutie Cryptid. Welcome in. How are you doing? Something else I've heard is that there aren't very many public benches in many places in Japan. You know, that I did not notice at all, so I cannot speak to. There are trash cans, but they are often integrated into buildings or otherwise inconspicuous. And yes, since nobody litters, it's not often necessary. Right, yes. There are always bins in konbinis. That's true! They do not have trash cans. The trend started with the infamous train gas attack that was committed by a cult. Oh, yikes. Oh, I think I remember hearing about that, actually, yeah. Is that why they got rid of trash cans? I didn't think that was the reason. Japanese only is true in some places. How hard is it to read a sign? As someone who has been spending the last month and a bit in America with Americans who speak American English and read and write American English, I can tell you that they are not reading signs. I can promise you that. Love the chatting, but I feel you're forgetting the drawing. I do forget the drawing when I'm talking, that is true. I'll go over here so you can see this little guy while I keep talking. I feel like some folks just think rules don't apply to them, and that ruins tourism for everybody. It tragically does, that is true. I'm fighting the urge to sleep just to hear the song. Prime, if you are gonna go to bed, I'm happy to just, for everybody, 1 song per stream. If you're about to leave, I will move it up to the very next spot if you would like me to, so you can hear it. Yeah, cannot say that at all. That's what I thought, Yuki. I'm like, I didn't notice that. Japan, Thailand, and Ethiopia are some of the only countries to not be colonized. Yeah. I really want to import one of those tiny K cars from Japan. They are very cool. Insurance would probably be amazingly cheap due to their tiny engines. They are pretty cool. I really like those guys. I think the thing is everyone is used to their own customs and the way they are in their own country, that when others go to others, it's hard to get used to seeing how different people act. It's like going to a friend's house and seeing how different it is from yours and how the family compares to yours. Yes, but I suppose that's the difference, because you don't often hear about like obnoxious Japanese tourists, for example, right? So, but you hear a lot about obnoxious American tourists, for example. I think it's an inherent cultural respect thing that comes naturally to the Japanese because they have been sort of raised in this fire of politeness and never quite saying what you mean in order to maintain peace. What is that term, Yuki? There's a Japanese term for that. Where it's for the greater good, basically. What is that? Raw, darling. Have a good one, Sita Sedu. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. See you in January. Happy New Year, darling. Let's see. Sure, that'd be nice. What's your song, Prime? So that I can move it up. Do we need to anti-crastinate redeem to get you back on task? Yeah, probably. I should probably do that, actually. The trash can thing I found odd when I went to Japan. The streets were clean as a whistle, and back here in Australia, there's at least 1 piece of rubbish on each street and bins on every corner. That is true. That is very true. My favorite portion of Japan to study, mainly because I am an anthropology nerd, is the culture of the Ainu people, the indigenous people from northern Japan. That is fascinating. I would love to do more research on the Ainu people. I want a Suzuki Cappuccino. Is that a car? Shinryu, Shinryuku, I believe it's called. It was a Japanese pseudo-Buddhist doomsday cult that became well known for following a series of chlorine gas attacks in train stations, hiding the dispensers and trash cans. That's fucked. The famous gas attack on Tokyo subways was quite the scare, but that is not true that there are no trash cans because of it. Yeah, okay. You can still find them everywhere. You just have to know where to look. In train stations, though, there is a lot of overwatch, like cameras, police patrolling since then, and whoever is not born back then yet, so I can't really... I was not born back then yet, so I cannot compare to before. That makes sense, Yuki. That makes sense. Let's see. Thank you so much, Cutie Cryptid. I did have a great Christmas. I hope you did too. I've been trying to draw 3D shapes for the past 15 minutes. It's driving me a bit insane. I've been trying to draw... they really are. The music and fashion is so interesting, coupled with their language being linguistically different from Japanese. So fucking cool. Say again, do you mean saiketsu? Is that it? I think you might be right, Yuki. 1 second. That sounds familiar. 1 second. Saiketsu. Although commonly rendered as standardized in 5S framework, this is a mistranslation of saiketsu, which actually means to maintain hygiene and cleanliness. Is that what it is? Let's see. Huh. I'm gonna find out what this is. That doesn't... Damn. I'll need to look for it and then talk to you about it, Yuki. Saiketsu is the idea that a clean environment basically helps with the purity of the mind. Yeah, I'm thinking more about this, because I know, I heard about a term, I wish that I could remember it, where it's basically like, in order to maintain the peace of more people, basically for the greater good, you keep the negativity inside of you. You do not expel that onto other people so that they can still have their peace, and you kind of just deal with the struggle that you're dealing with. Let me see here. Change of topic, but did you manage to keep up with your workout during this trip? I did not. Well, I did a little bit. I did, let's see, I did 4 gym sessions, and I did 3 hikes, and a lot of walking. I think most days I did 10,000 or more steps, but I need to build my muscle back up. Let me see here. Glad you had a good Christmas. I'm gonna have to have you lurked up and get back to my stuff. If you're still live in like an hour, I'll probably be popping back in. Oh, sounds good, Cutie Cryptid. Thank you so much for such kindness. I'm looking forward to having you come on back. And let me move that song up for you, Prime. 1 second. So that was Gilgamesh. There it is. Okay, 1 second. Let me move that up. Thank you, Cyber, for checking on that for me with lovely Prime. Come on, computer. Oh my god, I get so upset whenever I do anything. Move up there. Move up there. If you want to play a game that's deep into Japanese culture, I recommend the Yakuza games. Are the Yakuza games pretty deep into Japanese culture? I kind of got the impression they were like mostly comedic. Am I thinking of a different game? I see what you mean. You do not burden others with your own hardships and says, oh, keigo. The politeness in speaking and acting towards others with respect. Maybe that's it. I'll need to write it down when I find it. I don't think that's quite it either. Why isn't this moving? 1 second, sorry, I'm still trying to move this up here so that it plays next. You're gonna head out? Oh, okay, sounds good, sweetest space. Thank you for coming in. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you for the lurk. It includes the understanding that some things do not need to be said and are understood to be rude or just not done. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I'll have to go back and watch one of these videos that I was listening to before, and that way, I can send it to you personally, Yuki, and be like, what does this mean? Okay. I couldn't get it to go the absolute next prime, but it will play after this song, okay? Let's see here. Oh, get back in! Thank you, Ozzy! Thank you! Oh, I need to get more water. We have a lot of concepts surrounding behavior and respect, and I'm probably not seeing the woods through the trees with what you mean. Oh, that's okay, Yuki! That is more than alright. I cannot imagine how annoying this would be for you to listen to, with me being like, okay, English is not your first language. You are native Japanese. I'm over here trying to explain a Japanese concept I heard but don't know the word, and I'm trying to explain it in English. And you're trying to interpret it so that you can go back into your Japanese vocab and be like, that's probably what she means. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I will look into it, and I will get back to you on the term that I'm trying to remember at some point. Since we have so many on stream at the moment, I would like to make a request that the pals consider watching the VODs, old or new when possible. We need to catch up to the watch hours to get monetized on YouTube, so even if the VOD is playing on another screen, not tab, with the volume low, not muted, it will count. And if you do watch, be sure to interact with it, like leave a like or a comment, and we do check them all and respond. If we hit the 5K watch hours, we will be able to monetize YouTube. Good point, Strat! Yes, Strat is absolutely right about this. If you guys don't mind just leaving a window of the VODs over on YouTube up, and don't mute it completely, just leave it on like low volume. That would really help us with our 5K hours of watch time, and then we'll be able to get monetized, which would be super, super cool. That's cool. Thank you, Precious Prime. Let's see. That would be another source of income, and you'll get YouTube exclusive stuff as well, including videos, streams, and emotes. Yeah, that'd be very cool. I'll open up a tab right now. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate that. Started playing a new game last week called Signalis. It's inspired by the classic survival horror titles from the PS1, like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. The phrase I always used to describe the premise is Lovecraftian East German robot space lesbian simulator. Amazing. I'm Googling things, so I may be way off base, but I came across the idea of Wa, cultural concept usually translated into English as harmony. It implies a peaceful unity and conformity within a social group in which members prefer the continuation of a harmonious community over their personal interest. That may be it, Jazzy. That sounds very close to what I was thinking about. Yes, I think you might be right, hun. Good find, good find. And of course, you guys, if you haven't checked out the YouTube, our YouTube channel at all, and you aren't subscribed, please consider subscribing. Strat does the most amazing clip edits on there for our shorts. They're hilarious. I could open it on my laptop, actually. That way the tab will stay open and always watching. Oh, that'd be awesome, Ozzy! That'd be so good. Have to wait for a bit. Gotta BRB. Gotta BRB. Alternatively, we just get 5,000 people to watch one VOD. That is true, Patricia. That is true. Is the golden rule an American thing? As far as I know it is, I actually have not heard Nath say anything about the golden rule, but he's just one Aussie. Do I have any Aussies in the chat who know about the golden rule? Or, because I learned the golden rule when I was a kid, and we talked about it in school in the US, and my parents taught me it, so it's definitely an American thing as far as, like, yes, it appears here. But I don't know if Australians are taught, specifically the golden rule. Also subscribe. Didn't know I wasn't already. Thank you so much, Skellington. I appreciate it. The golden rule, it's basically treat people how you want to be treated. So if you, it's something that they teach you when you're like 4, like young. So that you're aware that if you're pulling someone's hair or calling them a butthead, then you can expect for them to lash out and do the same to you. And if you are sharing your toys and telling them that they're a nice person, then you can expect the same, basically. Which is obviously not as simple as, like, that's a simplification, but it is a good way to get a kid to be like, okay, I need to start being nice. Yakuza has its over-the-top moments, but it does showcase different elements of Japanese culture, even from different eras. For example, in Yakuza 0, there's a showcase of the 1980s Yankai. Is it Am I saying that right? Yankee culture? I've been behind on my clips post because of all the Christmas stuff. That's okay, Strat. There's still a ton of clips if you guys haven't seen them. Only golden rules I know are only Townsville local ones. Like, if you're staying in the fast lane, it's only acceptable if you're aiming to turn right into 50Ks. It's really funny. I don't know why I thought you were talking about the golden ratio. Oh, yeah, I know, that makes sense. Yeah. Yankee, like that? That was told to us in kindergarten. It wasn't called the golden rule. They just told it straight to our face. Ah, okay. Anyone friends with Taylor Swift? All we need is to get our fan base to check out Tau's channels on Taylor's advice, and now Tau is ready to retire. That is true. That is true. Oh, yeah, Yankee. Got it. Yankee, like U.S. American. Got it. Okay. The golden rule originally came from the Bible, probably since America Christianity is prevalent, hence that message spread. I actually did not realize that that was a Christian Bible thingy. The version I heard first was not treat people the way you want to be treated. It was you get what you give. Show respect, get respect. Oh, yeah! So it's like the same thing, just different words. The only golden rule I know, never mess with another man's Minecraft hardcore world. It is indeed your song, Prime. Also, we are way overdue for a break. I'm so sorry. That's totally my bad. We will finish this song so that Prime can get some sleep, and then we will go on a break, okay? I didn't realize we have 300 plus shorts. I know! It's incredible! The culture is quite popular as a counterculture type. Often Gyaru culture overlaps. Do you mean like the individuality, like, individualist obsession with, like, oneself and, personal expression and stuff? That kind of thing? That's fine. We're having a nice chat. That's true. I only have 3 shorts. My closet is very small. Ozzy's out here with the zingers today. Very good, hun. Very good. I was gonna say, oh, you have shorts? Of course you have shorts. You're Australian. That's funny. All the VODs are on the YouTube. Yes, all the VODs are on the YouTube. Yes, please go, if you don't mind, if it's not too much trouble, it would be a huge help, for me and the channel if you would, because one of the things that we can do, even if I don't get to partner, we may be able to do this full time if we can get, like, some decent monetization from YouTube, because, if I'm making enough money from these other avenues, I can quit the shitty travel agency job that I work at, and that means I get 2 more days of potential stream time, which would be great. Oh no, it's Tar! Hi, beautiful bear, welcome in! How are you? Holy crap, are we finally in the same time zone? 10:28 p.m.? How are you doing, beautiful bear? I can listen to Tau reading my stories infinitely. Oh yeah, you can! Do it, Jet! Do it! I looked at the shorts and scrolled down, and the thumbnail on one just says, Mommy, help! I know exactly which one you're talking about. Since Japan is/was so focused on people being the same, rebels want to stand out. And what is better suited than American malware culture? That's so true, Yuki. That's a really good point. Shorts are where the money is for YouTube. Yeah, the only thing is that we can't monetize the shorts until we have 5,000 watch hours, which is why we were talking about, if you are able to, just, turn on the VODs, like turn on our VODs, and don't mute them, but turn them way down, and then walk away. And then we will slowly reach our 5,000 goal, 5,000 watch hour goal. All right, you guys, we do have to go on this very, very quick break. Precious Prime, thank you so much for coming in, hon. I hope you enjoyed your song. You have a good one as well. If you're going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And hopefully we will see you very soon. You guys, we're going on a 3-minute break. I will see you in 3. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Miss you terribly. Love you lots. See you soon. Mwah. there, darlings. Welcome back. I have missed you so. Hi, hi! Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Abby's for you. Abby's for you. Welcome back, sweet Jazzy. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, sweet Skellington. Welcome back, magnificent maid. Welcome back. Welcome back, sweetest face. Abby's for you. Valiant VX, welcome back.
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Welcome back, gorgeous Yuki. I like the alliteration, tantalizing Tao-chan. I'm quiet? Wait, am I quieter than I was? Hold on. Looks like I've got it at the same level as it's been. Sounds fine? Okay, cool. Not quiet for me? Okay, cool. Excellent. Had to think for that one. Good job, Yuki. That version of Hey Ya is really nice. Yeah, it is actually, isn't it?
Raw, darling.
Ah, darling, indeed. Sweet strat. Never mind, my headphones were just shutting themselves and you're fine now? Okay, sounds good, Patricia. All good. Okay. I was trying to light that fire with a provocative roar. Roar! What was everyone's first game console? Now that you mention it, Yuki. What was your first game console? Gotta get going, but have a happy new year, everyone. Also have a safe flight back, Tao. Thank you so much, Joyous Jazzy. I really appreciate you hanging out here. Thank you so much for your amazing support. And of course, just let me know whenever you feel like you get a spark of desire for a chibi-style character. I'm here. But have a good one, darling. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. The GameCube VX, nice. Okay, I think mine was a would have been a Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color was my first. Mine was Sega Genesis, closely followed by the PS2. Cool, very cool. I never got a chance to try the Sega, any of the Sega stuff. I have queued up a one-way dream for you, VX. The PC with Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Oh, that's so cool, little Mac. Very cool. I'm off to work until the 4th, so I have not slept since Christmas Day. 44 hours. Cyber sweetheart, may I request to hear Jeremy Renner before I go? Shatter Me can stay where it is. Let's see. Jeremy Renner. Let me find him. Hold on. House of the Rising Sun? Absolutely, darling. Here you go. Let me just move this up. Assuming I can get it to properly find itself in the queue. It will play next. Let me just get this in the right spot. Hold on. Ugh, why does it do this to me? Man. This computer really hates everything I do. Mine was a Mitashi. Mitashi? What is that? Okay, House of the Rising Sun by Jeremy Renner will play next, honey bun. But, Cyber, please, after this, please get some really good rest, okay? And yay, sounds good, Sinister Jessie! NES, very cool. My very first console was my dad's old N64. The first console that was owned directly by me was PS2. Me and my dad found on the side of the road with a Prince of Persia disc inside it. Excellent choice. If you had to pick a random disc, that's the one I'd pick. My first was a DS. I enjoyed some Professor Layton. Oh, I'd love to play Layton at some point. My first console was an Xbox. Not sure which version it was, and yes, I know, don't laugh. No, I won't laugh. Xbox was my second, I think, probably. My sister and I shared it. She was like the keeper of the keys for the Xbox, but I have a soft spot in my heart for Xboxes, for sure. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was the first game I ever played. That is so cool. I think the first game I ever played on my Game Boy Color was Animorphs, and the second was Pokemon Yellow. Might have been a Wii. Oh, cool. Probably both. Yeah, probably at the same time, huh? It was a PlayStation clone, but you put a cartridge in it instead of a CD. That's very fun. Love the analog. I think the Wii may have been my first. I remember bowling and Wii Fit. Oh, cool! I would love to play Wii Fit sometime. That'd be so much fun. I've never done that. I actually never did get to play that. Ah, yelling! Sorry. Honestly, the GameCube was my first, but the Wii was my second, right next to the DS. Right, okay. Mine was Sega Master System, PS2, OG Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, back to PS3, Xbox Series S, now PC. Yeah, PC is king now for me. Xbox was my first TV console. Came home from school one day and my dad had it set up. He was playing Medal of Honor. Oh, that's cool. Wow, Jeremy Renner's got a nice voice. I've never heard him sing before. Time on consoles, dad's N64, random PS2, uncle's PS2, friend of a family friend's PS3, Christmas Wii U, PS4 Pro, PSVR headset I won in a raffle, Xbox One S for Christmas, and PS5. Awesome, Patricia, awesome. I forgot about the screaming part of the song. The second one was a GBA SP and then a PC after that. I did play on the PS, but that was with my friends and at arcades. Right, okay. PC gaming now only? Yeah, PC is now my primary go-to. Expunge myself from the dark side, if you will. Hawkeye indeed has a nice voice. I was just gonna write that. Yuki, you and I are sharing the brain cell tonight. Fun fact, the first Medal of Honor games, Steven Spielberg worked on them. That's cool, I didn't know that. I was playing Wii U and PS3 concurrently, and then the PS4 and Xbox, and now the PS5 is my main console. Makes sense. Aw, everything stays, just like Taz on streams. Beautiful Boblin, how are you? I will sing that as soon as we finish this song so that Cutie Cyber can get some sleep. Not only tonight with our interest for cultures and traveling, we still have to start that book. It's true, Yuki! We will get started on that momentarily. I'm a total PlayStation girly. Hi, Town. Good. How about you? I'm doing great, beautiful Bubbin. It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Do you have a preference for how I sing This Everything Stays, Bublin? Do you want me to belt it or do you want me to lullaby it? This is a cool rendition of this. Good recce, Simon. Yuki, that's fair. Blocks Patricia. That's pretty funny. Listening to the Sakura Kovad on my phone. Oh, thank you so much, Space. I appreciate it. I don't mind you sing how you're most comfortable with. Okay. Let me just pause this real quick. Just kidding, of course. Yes, of course, Yuki. I'm sure that Patricia knows. I just think that's really funny. It just goes back to the whole what's it called? PC master race versus the console plebs or whatever. It's so funny. Steven Spielberg did not just work on Medal of Honor, he straight up created the whole game franchise. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Okay. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. I hope that was okay. My voice is crack-a-lackin'. Crack-a-lee-lack-a-lack-a-lick-a-lackin'. Standing ovation, beautiful ever, singing as ever. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Beautifulicious. Thank you, Cutie Yuki. Excellent as always. Thank you, Sleeta Strat. Thank you, Beautiful Bublin. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for the song request, Beautiful Bublin. I can't English. You are A-okay. Awesome, Ozzy. I can decipher. I can decipher. Such a pretty voice. Thank you, Precious Patricia. And thank you, Joyous Julius. I'm glad you enjoyed it, sweetheart. Maid, that's a cute turtle with a blood heart. How cute. The Tau national anthem. It is, isn't it? PS versus Xbox console wars ended a little bit ago. PlayStation reigned supreme, whilst Xbox's board meetings' responses to all their problems is just raise the prices and fire our studios, leading some people to believe that Xbox will stop being a console brand and switch exclusively to making games, like what happened with Sega. Well, that would be interesting. PlayStation and PC and Nintendo would have massive monopolies then. I feel like we should have some type of a compilation of Tau singing that song. Always so pretty. Oh, thank you, sweet space. I appreciate that. My timing is always just a little bit off, so I'm afraid if we did a compilation, it like went, you know, and it was like a choral thing, I would just wind up being, it would be like, everything's Steven Spielberg also worked on an adventure game called The Dig. Interesting. This clap, clap, clap. Sorry, it's probably really fucking loud. Back to the whole console and PC wars thing. The whole console war and console versus PC thing is just dumb in my opinion. What matters is what you enjoy. No, it is dumb, but it's fun to meme on. I still enjoy memeing on it, you know. There is absolutely no actual ill will. I just think it's really funny. Okay, where did you sleep last night? That is queued up for you, darling Yuki. Rossi's made it for me! Oh, really? That's so cute, mate! It's beautiful! Only problem with Xbox going third party like Sega is that Sega at least still uses their IPs, which Xbox IPs are very, very unused, like Master Chief. That's true, that would suck. Nintendo is completely safe in this position, I think, because all their staff would rather commit corporate-ordered seppuku rather than allow their executives to go on to other consoles. I think, Nintendo is, just such a... It is a god, a literal, like, legendary, mythical, like, Olympian god in the realm of video gaming. So I think it will be fine no matter what happens. Was your request used? Oh, that was, hey was... I think it is. I'm pretty sure I copied that. Yep. What's Up by Dydroff. Yep, got it. Mm-hmm. We need to do those Tau sings blank 100 times, and it's just all the times Tau sang it playing at once. Yeah, that would be really funny, actually. Let's see. I've been mostly Nintendo, GBA, DSi, Wii, 3DS, Switch, and Switch 2, but I have an old Xbox and currently PC. Right. Where Did You Sleep Last Night is eerie and awesome. Where Did You Sleep Last Night? Hold on. I don't know if I know that song, but there's, oh, what is it? It's from Ajin. Crap. Hold on, let me find this. Can you sleep at night? That's what I'm thinking of. I'm gonna cue that one up. Rio, let's see. Rio Costara? Am I saying that right? Rio, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Thanks for being here, hon. How are you? Nintendo made it through all the video game crashes. Yeah. Have you heard of the game Peist? No, I haven't. I actually heard that Sega was trying to get back into the console game. Really? So maybe that'll kick some butts. That would be very interesting. I have zero connection to Sega IPs or games. Sorry, IPs or consoles, so I don't know if I would get into it. Okay, so Here My Hope is queued up. And then Everything Stays is also queued up. Thank you very much. Fun fact, I had a Vtuber character before I was even aware of VTubing stuff. I had a character and all, but that was just for fun. It was the same model as the one I used for my Twitch PFP, but a different color. That's so cool! I didn't know that, Strat. I love that. That's awesome. A Choir of Tau. Fun fact, Mario almost became a guest character for the Wii version of Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, but never went through because Mario Kart Wii. Ah, yep, that would do it. Enjoy your lyric. Give the doggo pets for us, sweetest Skellington. Hey, sugarcane, it's harvest season. What does that mean? Am I the sugarcane? What is this? What is this? Welcome in. How are you, Shaivana? Where Did You Sleep Last Night is... Oh, it's In the Pines! Oh, I love that song! Okay, no, I do know that song. I actually don't know the Nirvana version. I know the version that came in, the Walking Dead Telltale game, I think? End of the second season, I want to say. Let's see. I'm doing good, and you? I'm doing well, Ryu. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure to have you. Do you mind me asking, how did you find us, sweetheart? Oh, from a competition standpoint. Yes. Okay, I get you, Yuki. That's a fair point. Super sick, but also fine since I'm with Tao-chan. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you, hun. The Walking Dead game ends up. That's it. Yeah. The game PYST is pronounced list. What language does a P sound like an L in? It's a super weird parody of a game Myst, which has John Goodman playing a role in the game. Okay, very niche. Interesting. Monster is queued up for you, beautiful Bublin. That is where I heard it first, but I did not find it on Spotify. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't either. I should try and see if I can sing that one sometime. No, I mean, pissed? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, you mean it's pronounced pissed, not list. Ah, okay, got it. Does anyone have any mobile game suggestions that aren't full of ads? Hey, love! Is OnStars full of ads? Very randomly, to be honest. Do you sing your own songs or just covers? I sing covers, Rio. I'm a very untrained voice. I don't even know what a C key is, but you're welcome to come on in here and request music on our art stream days. We do occasionally have karaoke streams where I sing. You guys can come in and request stuff, but I have a very limited range. But yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. Very randomly, let me introduce you to us a little bit then. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. And I'm also an artist. So on Fridays, Aussie time, we do art. You guys get to decide what we're working on our art days and request music from the from the Spotify's. We are also doing our very first playthrough of Persona 5, of any Persona game, so please no spoilers, but I've never played it before, so I'm having a great time. We also are playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. You are welcome to join us for that. I welcome you guys to join in, even though it's my first time like playing through it, so we're still in A Realm Reborn, but you can come on in, play like trials and dungeons and stuff with me. On Tuesdays, if you join the Discord, you are welcome to decide what we do on Tuesdays. So yeah, it's a pleasure to have you in here, hun. If you have any questions or anything, please let us know. Ensemble Stars is great. Awesome. Okay, Patricia, so did Lav get you into it? The Walking Dead song was sung by one of the game's editors, not a professional singer. Really? I did not realize that. That's incredible. She's got a beautiful voice. Art is usually on Fridays? Yeah, art is always on Fridays, Aussie time. It is not, because I am currently in the US, but the next time that you see me, I will be in Oz. I don't think I've ever actually gotten an ad on Ensemble Stars. Really? Oh my god, Lav got you hooked? That's so funny. I love that. Good news, just received an important email confirming a new project. It's going to be more part-time-ish stuff, exactly what I was looking for. That's amazing, Strat. Congratulations, sweetheart. Still Friday for some people. Like, let me see, what, it's Friday right now. Yeah, so this is technically not a day I would normally stream. Because this is American Friday, which means it's Aussie Saturday. But yeah, when we do things typically, it's a Friday. I miss our FF14 days. I can't wait to hang out with all the pals again. Likewise, Magnificent Maid. I can't wait to have you back. You got some more humor? Okay, let's go. How do trees feel in the spring? Relieved. Hey, but tis. I love it. That's great. Okay, and awesome as well. That sounds like fun. Amazing, Rio. I'm so happy to hear that. Do you want me to call you Rio? Ryoko? Ryokstaro? What would you prefer? Why is it on Thursdays then? It'll be on Thursdays, or that's why I say it's Fridays Aussie time. So it'll be Thursdays American time, because Aussie time is usually about a day ahead. It's like 16 hours ahead. I have never actually asked because I had to duck out to pick my mother up from the airport. But what is it you're working on? Oh, we're working on a New Year's piece here with me chilling with some pals by an open fire. And I am in pajamas, comfy pajamas. Have you heard of the guy that got turned into a vampire before being bit? Premature ejaculation is scary. Jesus Christ. I had. Laugh put me out of the game and I love all my boys and one singular girl. I love that. That's so funny. Ooh, dad jokes. We do love dad jokes. That is surreal that Australia is a day ahead. Did you not know that, little Mac? Yeah, that whole hemisphere is a day ahead. Like in Japan, they're what? 1 hour earlier than Australia, I think. Which means, what time is it in Tassie? Hold on. It's 6 o'clock in Tassie, so that probably means it's 5 o'clock in Tokyo? Is that right? Oh, it's 4 p.m. Oh, it's 4 p.m. Okay, 2 hours. Okay. But it's it is currently Saturday. Ryoko is fine, or whatever is easy for you to say. Oh, thank you, Ryoko. I appreciate that. You're very accommodating. Thank you, sweetheart. A Mexican magician told his audience he would disappear on the count of 3. He wrapped his cape around himself and counted 1, 2, and then disappeared without a trace. That's cute. Time for break. Also, I do need to go have lunch. Let me see. I don't know if we're going to be going on another break. Actually, I think we're good. We're good for the night because I need to finish up in about an hour. Can you believe we will have been streaming for 6 hours in an hour? It does not feel that long. Holy. Thank you for the lurk, sweet strat. Let's see. Arashi Narukami. And this OnStar's character is my wife and no one can take her away from me. 2 a.m. for me. I'm a gremlin. I love the gremlin side of you, mate. I was out for 3 of those hours, but yeah, I feel fit now. Oh, you feel a little bit better, Yuki. I've been having a lovely time here. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. I have spent 2 hours not drawing. Sorry, guys. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the bleep. I started stream with breakfast and I am having lunch now. It's a day well spent. Let's go, Strat. I hope that it's been fairly relaxing as well. It's so nice to have you here and not have you like sprinting away with, you know, 2 hours of sleep under your belt to go work for 18 hours. Thank you for the care package, hun. Appreciate it, Ozzy. Fun fact, did you know that when a tree has a problem, it gets to the roots of it? Badum-tiss. Worked well, that bleep. It did, didn't it, Yuki? God, I can only imagine when we get back to Tassie, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna be like pushing buttons and being like, wait, I have a toggle for that. Ah! Rock lobster, you got it, Precious Patricia. Cue that up for you. The square root. Oh, actually, I might need to turn off the song request now, actually. Let me see how much, hold on. I'm gonna do quick maths. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, actually, I probably do need to turn this off. Oh, Ryoko! Sweetheart, thank you so much for gifting that sub, darling. I really appreciate it. That is so generous of you, hon. Thank you. Hearts for you. And Cutie Cryptid! Hi, honey. Thank you so much for bringing in your community. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Welcome, sweetheart. How are you? Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. How was your stream, hon? How was Battlefield? You guys, this is Cutie Cryptid, a valiant streamer of varied pursuits, who have returned from their birthday hiatus, gracing us with their presence once more. This medically separated army veteran invites all to join in the merriment, engage in lively banter, and partake in shenanigans aplenty. Their latest conquest? Battlefield 6. Let us welcome them with open arms and a hearty huzzah. Hello, sweetheart, and Axel. I hope I'm saying your name right, amazing Axel. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. And what a pleasure it is to have you. Cutie Cryptid, do you mind me asking, when is your next stream and what will you be streaming if you happen to know? While you let us know, I have a little bit of info about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch pal.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Welcome back, sweethearts. Cryptid said it was good. Starting with some Rocket League, went to Dispatch, finished out with a little bit of Battlefield 6. Amazing. By the way, for those of you who have just arrived, that model that you just saw there, that's what I normally look like. So the next time you see me after tonight, I will look like that again. I'm much more interactive that way. But Cutie Cryptid, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community. And did you enjoy Dispatch and enjoy some Rocket League? Did Battlefield 6 finally get ya, or was it just like a general? Okay, it's probably time to stop now. If we're doing dad jokes, here's mine. Not really that good. I was once asked if I have any goals for 2026. I said nope. They asked why. I said because I have a really small backyard. I love that, Ozzy. That's great. I'm not sure when the next stream will be, but I'll be continuing Dispatch for sure. That's amazing. How good. You guys, please do check out Cutie Cryptid, who just brought in their gorgeous community, and who has been playing some Rocket League, Dispatch, and Battlefield 6. Speaking of Dispatch, we will be doing our full day playthrough sometime in the first week of January, where we literally play through absolutely every single thing. Like all 8 episodes back to back to back to back. We do not finish stream until we finish the game. And you guys, it's gonna be Pouch Plays Dispatch, because I'm gonna let you guys make decisions. I'm not gonna let you pick every single reply per se, because that will really slow us down, but I will let you pick major things and decide how we want to go through. Do we want to be mean and nasty? Do we want to be super extra, super good, lawful good? Do we want to be kind of in between? Who are we courting? Who are we picking? Stuff like that. Infernus! Hi, Incredible Infernus. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. I still have to play Dispatch. I'm so in for it. Yes! Oh, Yuki, it's such an amazing game. So good. Why are fish so dumb? Because although they live in a school, they have a short attention span. I like that one. That's cute, Patricia. Yeah, I was loving Dispatch. Just decided to finish out after 4 hours. Figured that'd be a good first stream back after 5 years out of streaming. I would say so, Cutie Cryptid. Wow! What an honor that you chose to raid into us! After 5 years out of streaming, your first stream back and you're raid into us? Thank you so much, Cryptid. I really appreciate that, darling. That's amazing. Aw, thank you, sweetie pie. Just love the community and the energy here. Just such a welcoming place for everyone, and had to give a bit of love your way. Cutie Cryptid, thank you so much, honey bun. That means the world. I really appreciate it, Cutie. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. Well, you know, you have such a similar energy as well, so I hope that everyone goes and checks you out, and I'm really, really thankful and very honored that you decided to come here. Thank you, hun. Here's a fun fact. Dispatch was originally meant to be a live-action TV series. That's the reason why it changed to a game. It simply put, it was 2020. Is that right? Because we read through all of the extended, like, deluxe stuff, and they never mentioned anything about it being a film or TV show. Seems like you played the instrumental version. Oh, it is not the one. Hold on. Huh. That one doesn't actually say... That's weird. It doesn't actually say instrumental. It's just... This song is pretty. Oh, Sweetest Saber, thank you so much for the care package, darling. One sec. Thank you, and thank you for the head pat. Ooh.
Oh, girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus, sucker.
I know you don't believe me, but I'm actually lip syncing right now, and you can't tell. Oh, you had Nat Little Mac. Thank you for coming in, hun. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Let's see here. In fairness, you've been having a good time IRL.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Fate. Welcome in, fabulous Fate. How are you doing? Did you know the Dispatch was originally going to have one singular sex scene, but it was cut? The director of the game went on to say that he regretted his decision to cut it. Is that right? Tata, if I commission you over VGen, can I use that on stream for myself? Of course you can, lovely Yuki. Of course you can. Absolutely. Honestly, kind of why I popped in like I did was making sure you'd still be around when I finished out. Was on a quick 15-minute break and decided I'd go for about another hour before raiding out. Oh, thank you, Cutie Cryptid. That's so sweet of you to come in and double check. Yeah, we will still be live for about another hour yet as well. You okay there? Oh, it's 1 in the morning. Definitely get some good rest then, lovely little Mac. You're back and energized. Welcome back, Nick. Toast Slice, Jam Slice. Did you lip sync the uncensored version? I actually have no idea what the uncensored version is. I just lip flap when it bleeps. I've never heard the uncensored version. Hello, and thanks for the sub. Yay, Fate! I'm so glad that you got a sub, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to have you in here. I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing and your handmade emotes. It was originally going to be a TV series, but as soon as 2020 hit, everything changed, and I'm glad it did, because it probably would have looked different, similar to how the Boys series went from being considered a movie to an Amazon TV series. Interesting. Might want to check it off stream. It matches my energy when I'm stuck in traffic. It's 2 a.m. I have to see family tomorrow. It's time to try to sleep. Absolutely, sweetest space cat. It certainly is. And I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Have a great time with your family tomorrow, okay? Get some really good rest. My secret favorite song. But yeah, I put off coming back to streaming for like 2 years after hitting my little hidden goal of hitting 100 followers. After stopping streaming when I was like at 40, so I figured why not come back to it on my birthday? Hell yeah, Cutie Cryptid. Wait, it's your birthday. Did you want me to sing you happy birthday, or did you want to pick a song free of charge from the TauSings Redeem? Or I can just wish you happy birthday. You finally admitted it. No, I didn't, Strat! Was my voice acting too good when I said, this is secretly my favorite song? Can I get my song after this one? What is your song space? Since I'm very good at reading profiles and stuff, gun to your head, what's your favorite RPG? Witcher 3, baby! Witcher 3. Sorry, that was an easy one for me. Give me that gun! Ask another question! I have read a treatment of what the Resident Evil... Oh! More reads! Hello, sweetie pie! Hi, gorgeous Alessa! Welcome in! Amazing Alessa! Welcome! How are you doing? It's technically not my birthday anymore. Cutie Cryptid. That's okay. You've been awake since your birthday, right? You haven't gone to sleep since your birthday? I'm happy to. Anyway. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Alessa Pure, your new cute and creepy waifu. A Vtuber ally who's been slaying monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds. They're all about that horror vibe, but don't let that scare you off. They're also super chill and down for community days. Alessa Pure has been grinding out armor and 5-starring bunkers like a true champ. Hello, Sweetie Pie! Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Fabulous Fate, my darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Pouch. You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Stardust Codon! Am I saying that right? Cutie raid indeed! Welcome in, sweetest Stardust. Amazing Alessa, welcome in, sweetheart. Valiant Venom, welcome in. How are you doing? It is a pleasure to have you. Welcome, welcome. Happy last of 2025 stream. Thank you so much, Alessa. I appreciate it. Yes, you deserve a cookie. Oh, I love cookies. What kind of cookies do you have? Alessa, darling, we would love to know, how was your stream and when is your next one? While you let us know, I'm just going to introduce myself real quick. Hi there, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Currently visiting family in the US, but I will be back in Australia the next time you see me, which will be in 2026. It feels like a long time to say it that way, but it'll be less than a week. But yes, I will see you then. And when we get back, I'm an artist, so on Fridays, Australian time, we do art, and you guys get to come on in, help me decide what we're working on. We also do chibi-style art raffles from time to time if we hit our 50 sub a week goal, which is a good time. You guys get to also come in on those days and request music as well. We are also playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the very first time. I'm having a blast with that. You guys are welcome to join me for it, by the way. Anytime that we have trials or dungeons, you guys pop on in there. Would love to play with you. Persona 5. We are playing Persona 5 for the very first time. It's my first ever Persona game. Please don't spoil anything for me, but we are playing that on Sundays, and I am having a great old time with that one as well. On Tuesdays, you guys get to decide what we're doing. I actually have a poll up live in the Discord if you'd like to join and vote and help us decide what we will be doing. We may very well be continuing on with Pokemon ZA, which we've been playing for the time that I've been in the US. So yeah, thank you so much for coming on in. I really appreciate it. Mint chocolate, I will happily devour some mint chocolate cookies there for you, Stardust. Venom, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge as well, by the way. Next stream is going to be wrapping up Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. You're finishing it tomorrow. That's so exciting. You guys, please check out lovely Alessa Pure, who will be finishing up Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. That is amazing. Very good. What did you get gifted, Awesome Aussie? And sweetest Stardust, darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Pouch. You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. You're my favorite. I am so flattered. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, now we gotta talk like this. We got 5 minutes of the baby talk-woo. This is Wav talk-woo, and we talk like this when Vash, specifically only Vash, redeems this because only Vash redeems this. Yeah, very good. Thank you so much, Fabulous Fate. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I have to do it. It's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I swear it's not too long. Tao, I honestly hope you had an amazing time in America. Thank you so much, Nix. I appreciate that. I always do. I love seeing my family and friends. I don't feel like I belong here, but it's good to see family and friends. There was an Xbox One exclusive game called Quantum Leap that had, like, story-changing decisions during gameplay. And in between the levels, there would be an episode of Quantum Leap, the TV show, and the episode they played would change depending on the choices you made during the level. That's very cool, Woo. Very cool, woo. Vash son is bad boy. I have a redeem like that too, I understand. Oh, I'm so glad that it's not turning you away. I'm so glad you understand, woo. You got party aminos? Oh, that's very funny, woo. Oh, you want to hear my hope? Hear my hope from Has Been Hotel. Okay. Okay, I found it. Now I just gotta bring it up. Hold on, please. Let's see here. Hello, wonderful Hunto. How are you, Woo? It's so good to see you. How am I? Merry Christmas to you. I am doing well, Woo. How are you, Woo? Let me just move that up there, Woo. Okay, that's where it should be. All right. Hear My Hope will play next, sweetie pie. Have you heard of it? I have heard of it. I haven't played it, but Nath was playing it. I fell asleep and now I woke up and something terrible has happened. Effie, has something terrible happened? Hopefully not in your life. Hopefully you mean that the terrible thing that has happened is you woke up to me talking like this, Ulu. I feel you. That's good. Glad you're all right. Thank you so much, Hunter. It is. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Effie. This is what you get for falling asleep, Ulu. Why are you so good at this, Ulu? I'm a voice actor, Ulu. Is this convincingly voice acting, Ulu? It's all my fault. It's all your fault, Effie, Ulu. Are we playing an anime intro? No, we're playing a new adult song, Ulu. You're not missing a beat, no, Ulu. I would never miss a beat. Boop, 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 boop. It's a redeem. She has to be baby. I do have to be baby, Ulu. It was so much fun hanging out with you in the house for such a long time today, and I can't wait to see you again next year. Sadly, I must depart. Ooh. Sorry. As I am swiftly approaching my home, and I will need to tend to things, and as we are almost finished, I decide now will be the best time to head out. Anyway, bye-bye, Tal and Chat. See you all later. See you, sweetheart. We'll miss you, Patricia. Ciao for now, darling. When you get around to it, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And, if you are not going to sleep anytime soon, I hope that whatever you are doing is wonderful. Voice actor? Got a wheel? Not yet! I actually, my amazing community, funded my new microphone. I'm so excited, and I'm gonna get a professional wheel done now. Oh, Effie! Did you get the chance to listen to the Quaymare episode that I was in? Because I know you like horror, so it won't traumatize you. Because you should totally go listen to it if you want to, hear me in distress. You did not! Hold on, I'm gonna repost it. I will repost it. You guys all have to go and comment about what a great job I did. Hold on, please. I will post it. Oh yeah, Woo. I'm gonna post this in chat, and anyone who hasn't seen it but who does like horror, please enjoy, you Woo. Sick, yeah, Woo. But you can really hear in that, how badly I need a new mic. And now I have one, and I'm so fucking excited. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy, Woo. Ooh, I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Tawoo, kawoo, you woo, please you will say woo woo woo, moo woo, the woo woo, best do woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo woo. I certainly can, woo. We'll watch immediately after end stream. Oh, thank you, Yuki. Thank you so much. Perfect clip. Nyx has manipulated me. Oh my god, save! Save! Welcome in, save! Okay, hold on, gotta hit pause on the baby talk. Welcome in, Save and community! How was Hearthstoning, hun? It's so good to see you! You guys, this is Save File 17, who have graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. With over 50 times on the leaderboard, they be slaying it with style. From space horror to death rattle death nights, their streams be lit. Even whilst feeling under the weather, they persevere for their loyal subjects. Truly a monarch of the digital realm. 100%! Hi there! Oh my god! Hello, sweetest Save. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for bringing your amazing community in. Holy shit! How was your stream? Fated, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Let's see. Save! Hello! How are you? You are Raider Bait. Raider Bait. The front half of Hearthstone was very good. We will talk less about the second half. Well, shit. Listen, maybe you were just... Maybe you were just... I think you were probably just going easy on your opponent. Second half. Am I right? Am I right? I bet that's what it was. Guaranteed. Now I have 2 more minutes of talking white disc, so please bear with me. I must talk for 2 more minutes like this, and then we will go back to the voice you previous sweetheart. Time for me to power down. Absolutely love it here. So happy to have you, sweetest Stardust. Thank you so much for coming in. Actually, Save, do you happen to know when your next stream is and what you will be streaming? Will it be more Hearthstone? Will it be something else? Please do tell us. And while you tell us, here's a little bit about us. By the way, this is what I normally look like.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, welcome! Also, Tito! I hope I'm saying your name right. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Let's see. Hope your last stream of the year is going well. I saw the big hype train right out the gate, so I imagine so. It was amazing, Save! My community got me new microphones so I can do voice acting. Seriously, I'm so excited. And then the hype train was crazy and made me cry. They were very sweet. Next stream is 12.5 hours if I don't sweep in. More cards, maybe some anime girls with white sabers at the end. Those are tempting prospects, woo. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save, please do check him out. He's creating a Vtuber army. He may be a flesh tuber, but he is an honorary Vtuber. He gets the Vtuber card. He has to be invited to the barbecues. Woo. Timer's up. Okay. But yes, Sweetest Save, please get some rest, hun. Please, please, please get some rest. You guys, seriously, even if you're not like super into like Hearthstone and stuff, Save is genuinely such a like incredibly fun person to watch. He's got a very soothing voice. He's really, really got like, I think he's got a neural implant associated with his stream deck. He knows where everything is at all times, and he has like the most relevant, specific, topical like clips and like audio and video clips. It's crazy. Also, if you go visit him and you tell him that you came from me, I guarantee you he's got a clip of me somewhere, because he's developing a VTuber army. He puts us all in the stream deck, and then he pushes the button, and then your favorite VTuber pops up. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. No pressure, Save, but that's guaranteed. VTuber barbecue invite. Yeah, you're lucky, aren't you? Rydell, hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the yay, by the way, amazing Alessa. You think that I could sing this space? Oh, I would be so flattered if you think that. I would love to attempt that, but I don't think I could. My very, very, very limited range is not good for anything. A stream deck is probably the next thing I'm gonna buy. You should, Ozzy. It's great. Also, wait, was that VX? VX, that's so cute. You guys, VX made a really cute little U2's Tau plushie. That's so cute. I love it. Thank you so much, hon. That's beautiful. I can't wait to. I'll need to wait until I'm back in Oz to show it, because I'm terrified of stream crashing right now. But Big guarantees. But no, truly, go follow Save if you haven't yet. And Save, thank you so much for bringing everyone in. It is such an incredible pleasure to have you here. Save and I are becoming friends, so I will be supporting and asking you guys to follow him anytime he pops in now, probably, so please do so. Please do so that you don't have to have the embarrassment of, you know, in 2 or 3 months when I'm like, so here's my 18th plug for Save. You don't want to be like, oh, wow, you've been telling me that 17 times now, and I still haven't done it. I'll be like, 15 hours till stupidity? How are you guys? Wait, 15 hours till stupidity? What do you mean? What do you mean? If that does not convince anyone for a follow, I don't know what will. Exactly. I mainly want to get one so I can mess with the mic effects. Are you gonna get, or do you have voice mod? This plushie will help you against your local spiders. Thank you, VX, I appreciate that. Save, are you doing anything super unique for New Year's Eve or New Year's Day for your lovely community that I can plug? I don't know how to clip, sadly. Question, can I watch a VOD and clip it in the VOD? Oh, actually, I don't know. I know that Strat and I can, but I don't know if, like, regular viewers can. It would be a really good idea if after, like, coming up on 3 years of streaming, I knew how this platform worked, probably, but I don't. But I think Strat set up an exclamation point clip thing, but I think it does the last 30 seconds. I do not. I should probably get it. Hey, I know Lab has it. It's really fun. I haven't used it since I got my mic working better in the space in my home. But before that, I was using it a lot. 15 hours till I go to Morocco to begin mini bike race for the week. That's sick. That is so cool. Please be safe and be careful, but have an absolute blast. It sounds like it's going to be so much fun. Yeah, you can clip a VOD? Cool! Okay, you can if you watch the VOD on Twitch. Right. Yeah, clips are not limited to streams. Cool! That's good news. That's really good news. Should be, but it's definitely high levels of stupid to partake in such an adventure. Listen, as long as you come out of stupid alive, that means you have a story, which is worth the stupid. More cards, amazing New Year's special stuff I never do. Nothing really special besides being there, which is hopefully nice for people to have a place to be. That's a good point, Sue, to save. That is so true. Well, you guys, if you want a nice, fun, cozy place to hang out for New Year's Eve / New Year's Day, please do check out Save as well, because it sounds like he will indeed be streaming then as well. He's been doing, like, card openings as well, so if you're interested in getting some first-hand nerd knowledge of most of the IPs that pop up in these cards, he's got it in spades. It's pretty cool, so. Yes! Please go enjoy my friend! Depending on if I get any riding mates or riding solo, I may go see macaque monkeys! That is awesome! How cool! Which I've read are endangered, so that'll be neat. That'll be really cool. Are they endangered? There's so many animals that are endangered these days. It's so sad. At least wolves are making a comeback. Well, that is a positive. That is a positive. Ooh, that's a good question, actually, Strat. And what card set do you plan to open Save? If you have one in mind. That's the way, Wait, how long is this song? Is this one of those, like, 10-minute ones that I didn't grasp was 10 minutes? Hold on. Oh, it is. It's a 5-minute song. That's fine. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. Much appreciated, darling. My cats have gotten so cuddly this fall/winter. They're gonna be super pissed off at me disappearing for 2 weeks. Yeah, you're gonna come back and they're gonna be, like, attacking your feet. With malice. Someone save the pandas. They keep trying to do silly stuff and get hurt. We can't let the cuties go extinct. True! Where have I heard this? Try Cowboy Bebop, baby. Such a good song. 3, 2, 1, let's jam! Exactly, mate, exactly! I do a random roll from everything we have in stock. So right now there's some Avatar The Last Airbender and Spider-Man MTG crossover packs, Magic the Gathering crossover packs. Sorry, my acronyms. Some Pokemon packs, some Disney Lorcana packs, and some Star Wars packs. Damn! That is incredible. And you have a lot of knowledge about all of those? How do you fit this in your brain? My brain does not remember what I had for lunch today. Those cats gonna snuggle with their claws for a while. Definitely true, Effie. 100%. Uppies for cutie caution! I saw someone make an extinct animal called the direwolf brought back just by splicing genes. Keep in mind, they also did the same thing with a chicken and dinosaur DNA, and now its beak has teeth. Yucky! Yucky! Gonna carry this weight. Pandas are actually murder monsters and really hate being helped. Maybe natural selection? Oh no, Yucky, no! Apparently humans are trying to bring a dinosaur back to life. Humans are just like, people have watched Jurassic Park and like any other movie that involves bringing back extinct animals, and they were like, an instructional video, yes. I remember very obscure early YouTube days. Fresh out of high school, I was into watching line rider videos, and someone made this track that went perfectly with a song. Interesting. What is line rider? Most of the stuff. I don't read comics, so all the Spider-Man stuff that's not from the movies, I definitely buffer. That's fair. But then you got your community, I'm sure, is like, if they have chosen for you to open the Spider-Man packs, you can be like, yeah, this is Miles Morales and correct individual number 74. Yes, that is exactly what I was gonna say. This is Miles in Earth 7432.3. They're incredibly aggressive, also super lazy for procreating. I mean, I know they're cute, but you know. Oh, we don't want to get rid of the pandas, though. We splice chickens and dinos. Isn't that how we get dino nuggies? Yes, definitely. Line Rider is basically a game where you draw lines and then you watch a little stick dude on a sled go down it. People got really creative with it. That sounds really fun. It's kind of like me. I got stuck in a rabbit hole watching watching someone who made anime openings coordinate with Roller Coaster Tycoon. I was like, holy shit, this is so amazing. And I really respect it, but also I was like, the amount of time that you had to put in that is crazy. Miles Morales has very strong feelings about this character. Negative or positive feelings. Yeah, exactly. Art! Hello there, Dat Asian boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. How are you doing? Also, Fabulous Feather, welcome in. How are you doing? Rough storms recently. Yeah, no kidding, Feather. Hope you're staying nice and safe and cozy. So close to real dino nuggies. Imagine going to Jurassic Park World and eating dino nuggets in front of real dinosaurs. Long time no see, Tao. How goes? It goes great, sweetheart. It's really good to see you. I have missed you, and I have missed my home country of Australia. I will be back soon. That is called a power move. That is true. That is true. Oops, hello. You have to see Roster Fighter? Roster Fighter, what's that? An awesome return to the homeland. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Got a lot of Aussies signed up for this race. Hope they're chill. Aussies are inherently chill. Like, they can be competitive, but, like, they're much less competitive than a lot of people, I would say. No, seriously, watch this trailer. Can you send it to me, Sweetstrat? Because I can't click on it on my computer or it'll blow up. DNA has a decaying rate that is far greater than many other elements, so it is impossible to get a whole DNA from mosquitoes or bones. Yeah, that makes sense. Doing a birthday stream, and I'll be honest, I've never in my life celebrated a birthday. I have no idea what I'm actually meant to do. Have friends on, Feather. Have a good time, have friends on. Order some yummy food. Wow, you can eat any dinosaur? Well, yeah, but nobody wants anything but Triceratops. Yum. It's true. I only want Triceratops personally. Actually, T-Rex. T-Rex. Now, the woolly mammoth is a much more realistic goal. I don't know if I want woolly mammoths wandering around. They're far scarier to me than pandas. Or animals that lived in our parents' lifetimes. What the fuck is our friend Feather now? Sorry, I've got, like, gunkus in my throat still, so if you hear me, like, coughing or, like, if I was in the room, bring back extinct animals, I'd probably just not do that and end up trying to make Godzilla reality. That's why you're not allowed in the room. You are not allowed where the grown-ups make decisions. 110 mils of rain? Is that of rain? Actually, remember when they made mammoth meatballs? Yeah, people were trying that, right? Gunkus. Yeah. Is it cuter to say gunk or gunkus? You tell me. Just bring back dodos. I hear they're delicious. Eating T-Rex sounds cool, but aren't carnivores generally less delicious? True, actually, Save. And don't they tend to have, like, mercury and other nasty things you're not supposed to eat? Probably, maybe. At least that's why they went extinct. They actually tried to impregnate an elephant with a woolly mammoth embryo, at least as close as they could get, and it just birthed an elephant, so we are far from that being a reality. This is true. They have tougher meat for sure. We did bring back a dinosaur, just not the way you think. Thanks to Barney. Thanks to Barney. Man, we've got a lot of Barney talk tonight. I did hear alligators taste like chicken. We talked about this, what, a couple of streams ago, maybe? Where some people had tried alligator and, wait, or was it crocodile? Some of you said that they tasted like chicken with sea flavor, which doesn't sound great to me. Dodos may be possible as well, since we have their whole DNA sequence. Yeah, that's possible. Chicken are kind of like dinosaurs anyway. True. T-Rex, now with less mercury. Not the best marketing. Yeah, it could be better. You know what? Now that you bring that up in our marketing meeting, Save, I guess we could workshop that. Oh shit, hold on. Don't mind me. I'm just accidentally pushing buttons. There we go. Also, gator is way better breaded and fried than blackened? I haven't tried any kind of gator, so... Guess what happened to me, by the way, the other day? What could that have been? I can't wait 3 more months until Monster Hunter Stories 3. I will be pre-ordering it. I know, I'm so hyped for that. I reached the point I had to close animation commissions because somehow I actually got too many people after big projects. Let's go, Feather! You underestimated yourself, sweetheart. Breaded T-Rex. Mm. Yeah, listen, I don't know if I want to eat dinosaurs That's one of those foods that is not tried and tested for human consumption. I'm afraid it's gonna, like, give me instant cancer or, like, shut down my kidneys or something. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be too worried about that. I think I'd try fugu before I would try dinosaur meat. I tasted crocodile once. It was gamey but tasted nice, like chicken, but more chewy. Chewy chicken. Interesting. Someone asked for a fucking 3-minute animation. Did you add 6 zeros onto that 3 and then say okay? Good stuff, Legend, indeed. Question, Tao, will you be playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 on stream? If you guys vote for it, as with most things, the answer is absolutely. I would love to play that. If you guys don't vote for it, I'll probably play it offline because I really want to play it. Oh, Tao, good point. Whatever proteins were in those ancient animals, probably not good for digestion. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of too, but humans will eat anything. Also true. Knowing us, we'll figure out a way to cook it that will enable us to eat it. With the right seasoning, everything tastes good. Well, almost everything. Do you have an example of something that does not taste good that is edible, but even with spices is bad? I only asked for 400. Remember, I'm working in 3D, so it's arguably less effort. Maybe, but how much time would you spend on it? 3-minute drawn animation? Holy shit, that'd be like thousands for sure. Yeah. I would love to see you play it on stream. Yeah, I think that'd be really fun. That would probably be that'd be a lot of laughs and a lot of good times if we tried that. But I guess it kind of depends on where we are, because I don't know when The Witcher 4 is coming out, and I don't know when the Blood of the Dawnwalker is coming out. I want to play both of those very, very much. Like, those I'm gonna play regardless of what you guys think, probably. Sorry. I really want to play those games, and those are not handheld games, you know what I mean? I bet our first real alien contact, there will be 3 thoughts. Can it speak? Can we have sex with it? Can we eat it? Yes, actually, I think that's probably right, Yuki. Now, you guys, I do not want spoilers because I've only watched the first episode. But, speaking of aliens, has anybody been watching Pluribus? My mom showed the first episode to me and I was like, damn, this is actually fire. This is really good. Blood of a dog walker. Caution, now. Blood of the Dawn Walker. Blood of a dog walker, fuck. There's a particular fish. It's basically like lard. Ew! That sounds terrible. What is it called? Watching what? Pluribus? Yeah, Pluribus. I'm looking forward to The Witcher 4 since I love Ciri. I love Geralt, but I also love Ciri. What is that show about? I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll only tell you things that occur in the first, 10 minutes of the first episode. Aliens, man. I'm even doing the face and the hand movement and everything. You know what I'm referencing. Meme dude. Aliens, right? Okay, anyway. I finished it out. Definitely enjoyed Pluribus. Not looking forward to waiting probably years for season 2 now, though. That is fair, Save. Okay, cool. I have another person that I can talk to about it besides my mother when I watch it. Yeah, I really want to see it. The first episode was engaging as hell. The TV series Aliens? Yes, I loved it actually, apart from the ending, but that can be redeemed in the next season. It's called Pluribus, Yuki. I would be kind of surprised if Japan wasn't getting it. Because I think it started... Because, they just finished their first season, so it's been going for a couple of months, so I would imagine you guys probably... Oh! You did get... Oh, hi there, Kev! Cutie Kev! Welcome in! Thank you so very much for the raid! Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. You guys, this is Creeper Kev, a spectral sovereign of the digital realm who have graced us with their presence. This ghostly VTuber beareth witness to thine exploits whilst conquering virtual realms themselves. From Elden Ring to cosmic seas, their journey beareth the mark of a true gamer. And lo, their fondness for butts is notable. Same. Tread carefully, for they may covet thine eyes. Hi, Cutie Cav, welcome in! It's good to see you. Welcome. And precious pink fluffy Rambo, welcome in. It's good to see you as well. Welcome. Looks interesting. Pluribus? Yeah, it's... I highly recommend that you at least check out the first episode if you haven't. Howdy, artist. How goes the art? It goes well. Thank you for asking, Kev. Sorry, I'm rapidly aging. How was your stream, sweetheart? Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. Apple TV. Have to see how I can legally watch that then. I know, me too. I'm like, fuck, why is it on Apple TV? Balls. What's that show about? Aliens! Aliens! To be very vague, I would say how people react when big events happen in the world, like bigger than have ever happened in reality. That is a really interesting way to put it as someone who has watched much more than me. It's thought-provoking then, is it? Precious Pink, Fluffy Rappo, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to Cutie Creeper Kev. Hearts for you, honey bun. Hearts for you. Thank you so much for your generosity and support. I really appreciate it. It's Tau with the DH ray gun. Thank you, Nix! I needed that, clearly. Gifted chat! Woohoo! Thank you very much, hun. When big events happen, now I want to watch even more of it because I'm like, wait a second. I got aliens from the first episode. This track was in a SpongeBob episode? Really? It was great. I really like this. There was an interesting UK show called The Lazarus Project a few years ago I really enjoyed. Is that aliens or something else? Waffle House parking lot 3 a.m. Uh-oh. Spoilers, but time travel is involved. I've discovered that I like time travel since Link Click, so, well, guess I gotta watch everything time travel now. Tau. Well, you definitely saw a big event happen in the first episode. That is true! That is a good point. I didn't even think about it as being a big event. I was just like, aliens! Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you? It's good to see you, hun. My Friday night is going well. Thank you so much for asking. I hope yours is too. It is interesting in a character study kind of way because the heroes may not be heroes and the viewpoint of one person. I love stuff that makes you be like, oh shit, on a second rewatch, I'm gonna realize some major shit. I bring my diamond pickaxe and a lightsaber. Then you will enjoy. Since it is British, it doesn't have many episodes either. Is that like a rule of British shows? Hey, you know who finally has time for some link click? Is it you? Is it you? Link click! Please watch it, Strat. I won't get sick of talking about it ever. Please watch it now. Please watch it now. We went past it, but yeah, it was only used for 10 seconds as a joke. Oh, okay.
Click the buttons. Click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you very much for my clicky song, Magnificent Maid. Thank you for the yay, Outstanding Obtuse. No filler, usually 6 episodes per season. Holy. Talking about heroes not being heroes, I suggest you watch the Sentenced to be a Hero anime. Okay, it doesn't have too much fan service. I'm going to take my leave now, enjoy the rest of the year, and here's to 2026. Thanks once again for an amazing 2025 to you and to every Pouch Pal. I love you guys without limits. Back at you, awesome Aussie, sweetie pie. I hope that whenever you get around to it, that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for your amazing support this year and today as well. And sweetheart, if you're off to do something else right now, I hope it's the best ever. Thank you for being here. We will see you in 2026. Yes, I will, and send you a good review of it as well. Yes! Please do, Strat. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Not that I'm aware of. Wait, what was that in reference to? Sorry, I've got the memory of, like, not even a goldfish. Apparently goldfish have pretty good memory. I just have really bad memory. What animal has terrible memory? A gnat. I have the memory of a gnat. I want to finish out your guys' songs, but I'm wondering if we might have to take a break to do so. So, yeah, I think we will actually take a break. You guys, for those of you who don't know, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just to make sure that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to in order to avoid missing content, because I walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, and then I set those ads to play, and I also encourage you to move around a little bit. After 3 minutes, we return, and then we get back to it. We will probably go for another... How long is this? Let me see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably about another half an hour, okay? To bed you go, Cutie Creeper Kev. Thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you ever so much for the raid, and we'll see you next time, okay? As for the rest of you, darlings, please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Hey, 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 cutie pies! Welcome back! Alright, let's get back to our music. And lack of drawing. Welcome back, Cutie Cryptid! Welcome back, Cutie Katha! How was your day at work, sweetheart? Next for Toast Slice Jam Slice! Ubbies for you! Ubbies for you! Welcome back, Sweet Strat! Welcome back, Magnificent Maid! Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, gorgeous Yuki. Tried and true Tacha! That's cute. I love that. If you want, I can let you know when I figure out when I'm doing everything again, Tao. What do you mean? Like your next stream, Cutie Cryptid? Or alliteration with T and cute is really hard? Yes, it is. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job finding alternative synonyms. When I decided on the next stream, sure, hun. Let me know. Also, Valiant Vegeta, thank you so very much for the save and the care package.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Valiant Vegeta. Work was good. Working at a sister store tomorrow. Oh, hun, I hope that you get enough sleep and rest before that. Triumphant Tao! Yeah! It is I, the triumphantist. Guess who got 6 hours of sleep? Was it you? Would you like to get more? Oh my, how have you created such lovely art? Oh, Vegeta, thank you so much, sweetie. This is just a sketch. We started out really, really strong earlier tonight. And I was drawing like for 30 minutes straight, and I got a whole sketch done. And then I've done this in I've done about 20 minutes of work in the last 4 hours. Wrong, I only got 5. Strat! How dare you? How dare you tease me with the idea of you getting enough rest and then pull it out of my grasp? You are a liar. You never sleep. Yuki's watching. Lunar! Hi, lovely Lunar. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? I can't believe 31 months? Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you ever so much, lovely Lunar, for another month on top of your 30. That is crazy. You did make it in time. And jolly full holidays to you, sweetie pie. How are you doing, lovely Lunar? Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate your generosity and support, darling. I want to say this before year end. I am really glad I found this community and accepted me. Without this community, I would be so much more lonely. So thank you, Tao. Oh, Nick, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for being a part of this community. It wouldn't be the same without you. We're so, so grateful to have you. Seriously, lovely Nix. Thank you. And here's to many more years together, cutie Nix. Thank you for being around and being so consistent and being so supportive and lovely and wonderful. Just all around a great, sweet, kind, precious, exemplary pouch pal. Thank you so much. I was thinking of gaming and yapping tonight, but brains are eepy. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna feed my Neopets in the eeps. That's a good idea, cutie Kata. That's a good idea. Definitely, I'm here for the long haul. Aw, yay! I'm so happy to hear it, Nix! Thank you! Thank you so much. No, don't give away our secret. Oh, I am sorry. I mean, I did not give away the big secret yet. The big secret. The big secret! Shh. She reads the messages. I do. Beware. Beware! I like this song. I'm gonna... Tau shall not know. Rude! Doing good enough. Didn't have time lately to join in, but I try to lurk a bit. Thank you so much, lovely loner. Even just, like, you lurking means the world. I really appreciate you. Thank you for any support that you offer. Hope y'all are good as well. Yeah, absolutely. How was your holiday season, lovely loner? Hey, Tau, you're streaming for a while. I am Gorgeous Grim. It's my last stream of 2025, sweetheart. I have to say my farewells to all my precious pals. For less than a week. But it sounds much more dramatic when I say it's the last stream. And it is true. It's the last stream of 2025. Very dramatic. 2025 only has like 3 more days in it or something. I heard last stream in my heart saying, no, Gorgeous Grim, don't worry. It's just the last stream of 2025. I'll be back within like literally a week of now. And the next time you see me, I'll be in my expressive 3D form, waving like a fucking crazy person. No graduation for Tau-chan. No. Only graduation from this model being the permanent model for the last month and back to my 3D anyway. To be fair, every year seems more stressful rather than joyful, but yo, adulting's hard. It's true. That is a good point, lovely Luna. How's the Americas treating you? It has been, it's been good to catch up with family and friends, you know? I have been doing a lot of road tripping and traveling. I've been to 4 states in less than 2 months. Well, barely even more than 1 month, honestly, like a month and a week. Can't wait for us to have a trip down memory road when we get back in January. That'd be pretty cool. I'm excited for that. We have things planned. You miss home? I miss the people. I don't really miss the place. I was telling everyone this a little bit earlier, but I really struggle to feel like I've kind of fucked myself a little bit here, because I struggle to feel like Australia is home, because people hear my voice and they think American. And the number of times that people ask, so when are you going back home? And I'm like, oh, like 20 minutes from now, because I live that way, you know, like in my house that I have a mortgage on. And so I always feel kind of othered that way. And when I go back to the US, Americans, because of how I behave now, and also my apparently American-Australian accent, they treat me like I'm a foreigner here too. So I don't really feel like I am at home in either location, if that makes sense. Which is kind of a bummer. But it is what it is, and I guess it's a good thing I've done so much traveling before this, because I think that if I hadn't, this would be such a jarring feeling. But because I have done a lot of traveling, it doesn't feel quite as stark, I guess. It's just longer term of the same feeling I've felt anytime I visit other places. People make the home, not the place. That is true, Grim. That is true. Doggo has been walked. Welcome back, sweetest skeleton. Welcome back. Honestly, I was first introduced to the southern accent. That's OG Tau for me. The southern accent? Like when I talk like this, that kind of southern accent? Don't worry, Tau. As soon as you get your Australian citizenship paper, you will gain an Aussie accent. That's what I'm hoping for, Nix. That's what I'm hoping for. Can you tell the Aussie government they need to implant me with an accent chip? Actually, wait a second. This is hot cocoa. Why am I holding it like that? I'm gonna burn the shit out of my hand. I was wondering, Tauchan doesn't sound southern, but then my accent coach has been TV mostly. No, I don't have a southern American accent, even though some of my Australian friends insist that I do, which is kind of funny. That kind, because you were playing, Red Dead, and it was fun. I still remember the first stream you got taken down by a bear and went on a revenge quest. I remember that. That was so funny. Yeah, man, those are good times. If you guys haven't seen our Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough, where I cried my eyes out at the end and laughed my ass off all the way until then, you are missing out. It was really, really fun. I feel like that's one of those ones that we definitely need to replay at, like, the 5-year mark or something like that. Get a blast from the past for everybody who was here originally, and then, like, introduce all of the newbies to how insane of a cowboy I am. Thank you for the care package, Sweetest Storm. How's cleaning up Goblin Viscera going? Hey, guess who's replaying it? Loner, are you replaying it now? As an anniversary stream? Yeah, that'd be really fun. Many people in Tokyo also tell me I sound Osaka, which may be true. When I drink a little, to my ears I sound perfectly Kanto. Yeah, I have always wondered what because I can't distinguish, since I don't speak the language in general, which makes it a lot harder for me to distinguish, like, accents as well. Yeah, I will say that when I drink a little too much, I get more, I don't know if it's British or Australian, but I seem to blend in more at parties when I'm drinking than I do when I'm not. Like, the Australians talk to me more when I'm drinking than when I'm not. We put it on hold because Lav had to go to work. Oh, fair enough, Storm, fair enough. Did you have fun, though? Why is my Wi-Fi suddenly so sucky? It must see me and go, yuck, it's Tau! And Tau, it's, why does this time exist a clock for you? How are you still awake? I mean, it's midnight, you know. It's not too bad at the moment. Let me see. Yeah, it's 12:12. I'm streaming until we finish everybody's songs is all. Because I won't be able to, we won't be doing any stream until after I have come back from the US. So that means that all of the music that you guys have requested tonight, if we don't get through it tonight, will just go to waste, and I can't have that. So we're gonna listen to the music first. In Japanese, it is a lot of word endings and some grammar changes, less the inflection. Like, I can understand most English accents since the words are the same, even if some are hard to hear. That's very interesting, but for us, there are actually different words or grammatical markers that change by area. That is fascinating, Yuki. So, is it just a matter of when you're trying to, like, blend in Tokyo, are you intentionally picking, like, Kanto, grammatical markers and word endings and stuff? And then when you get drunk, you're like, fuck it. or how's it work? Got blasted with RDR2 videos on YouTube and I got back in. Also, I'm still in Valentine. I spend more time exploring rather than doing missions. That's what we did too, Loner. That's absolutely what we did too. So you're not sleeping much? I I did fall asleep in the car and then on my bed when we got home tonight. I'm kind of surprised I am awake, but you guys energized the shit out of me, so I'm feeling pretty good. I won't stay up too late tonight, but I do want to make sure that you guys get to listen to music. The internet is trying to stop Tau from getting too much power. Welcome back, Radical Rim. Welcome back. That's the right way to play it. Exploration is so much fun. Do every side quest you can. Yeah, the side quests in that game are so good. Some are like heartbreaking, some are fucking hilarious, some are like confusing and you're like, how did this even happen? What is this clusterfuck? But it's all good. It's all really fun. Kanto area, so Tokyo, Kyoto, etc. is pretty much the school Japanese with proper grammar. You know, the ending yo, which means like, you know, right? In Osaka, we would use sa for the same effect. Oh, interesting. Although sa in Kanto is a lot meaner or harsher. Oh. So Osakans are like gangsters to the rest of Japan. Because all you have to do is be like, it sounds like it's like, Osaka in Japanese sounds like it's like the Japanese equivalent of like a New Yorker just talking to you, but you just sound a little bit more intense. My internet seems to be stabilizing. Yay! We're happy to have you back, Sweet Skellington. I completely forgot what I was about to tell you. Oh, fuck, Strat! It's like you need to get sleep. So I'm just drinking water and laughing into my water can. Loner, Yuki is a native Japanese speaker. She's been helping me a lot with my understanding of Japan and the culture and stuff. Holy damn, I know! Her English is phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah, it can sound like that, but also since Osaka is the birthplace of geisha culture, geisha for foreigners, which is actually an insulting term. Is it really? I didn't even know that. Why is that an insulting term? We have some much more polite expressions. Interesting. I'll be sleeping really well tonight, I think, because I have no work until the new year. Oh, that'll be good, Strat. I'm excited for you. I still have that vid playing in the background. Wait, the VOD vid? The VOD vid? Oh my god, this is such a sick version of the song. I mean, I could sleep, or I could binge watch Link Click. Ooh, damn, Strat, you really are challenging me with this one. You know how much I want you to watch Link Click, though. Ah, yes, the VOD vid. The VOD vid! Thank you for having the VOD vid up. Because we do not use the term geisha. It was an early misunderstanding on what geiko do. Geisha here literally means prostitute, but geiko are so much more and rarely engage in sexual behavior. Oh, that is really interesting. Okay. So geiko is the actual profession. Huh, okay. I will need to keep that in mind. Yuki, please, if you hear me say geisha, please correct me. Because I definitely am of the Western brain of, like, not knowing the difference there. Forgot to ask, what are you working on? Oh, we're working on an end of year, hold on, let me blend it back. We're working on, like, an end of year, Pouch Pals hanging out with me, by a fire, having some hot chucky while we have some, fireworks in the background, and more pals in the tent. Yeah, we need to zoom out, there you go. Nilo! Hi there, Nito Nilo.
Thank you, Will, for the Will. Thank you, Will. Nyla. Will.
Yay, camping! Are you home from visiting family yet? Not yet, lovely Nyla. The next time you see me, I will be. The next time you see me in my 3D glory, I will be back home. A New Year's night out. Yeah! Gecko are artists, trained in many specializations and usually excelling at one or two, which they study all their life, like playing koto, dancing, or tea ceremony. That's really cool. See, the culture, like, surrounding Gecko is something that I would be really interested in learning more about when I come back to Japan. Because we don't really have a profession like that out here. Hello there, sweetest Shimigami. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome.
Storm Psych asked me, the wheel of the year is a way to honor the cyclical flow of life, from the budding of spring to the quiet stillness of winter and everything in between. It offers an opportunity to pause, reflect, and celebrate the ever-changing tapestry of life.
Ah, the wheel of the year. A harmonious
Wheel of the
dance.
year, a harmonious dance of time.
Sorry, he's still talking. Shit.
Much like the flow of the stream, it reminds
Fell
us
asleep
to
for a second and woke up.
appreciate each season,
And then you had to catch
from
him
the
with the
vibrant
script.
energy of spring's awakening to winter's serene slumber. As the wheel turns, it teaches us patience and gratitude. For each moment in the cycle holds wisdom and beauty. Embrace these changes, and you will find balance and peace within.
Beautiful. Thank you, Storm. Thank you, Master Ukwe. How is visiting them? Hopefully it's going better than you expected. It's going about the same as I expected, which was good. I just, it's not my family that's the problem, you know? It's the rest of society and the fact that I feel very, divorced from American culture. But I love my parents and I got to see some friends, which is really, really awesome. The Vodvid. The Vodvid of Tau. The Vodvid especially of Tau. Tau's Vodvid. Thank you, Skeleton. Your cat has come to say hi. Please give Kitty Cat a little scratchies behind the ear. What I like best is the flower arrangement they do. Oh yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Then when we visit Osaka, there are quite a few places which are open to foreigners and can teach you some basics. That'd be so cool. That'd be amazing. I would love that. That'd be incredible. I can never strive to be Gecko, but I serve in a Shinto shrine as a Miko and perform tea ceremonies. And a lot of that is postures, slowness of movements, etc. That is so cool, Yuki! Oh my gosh. Can I attend one of your tea ceremonies? I'm glad it's good, and I feel that. American culture is very segregated. Yes, it is. It really is. That's one of the biggest differences between, and this is something I've been telling like my friends and family, but probably one of the biggest differences, because there's a lot, but one of the biggest ones is between Aussie and American culture is I genuinely feel like in Australia, 99% of people care somewhat about their neighbor. They want the best for their neighbor. They don't really care that much about how they, what their political alignment was or how much money they make or anything like that. It's the fair go of Australia, and I do not get that vibe in the US. It does not feel that way. Yeah. Have you seen they have this place that does that lets you make your own ring in Japan? That's cool. I did see that Joey the anime man and his fiance. I cannot believe I forgot her name. Aki Deers. Those two went and did it, and that's really cool. There's a big Zen aspect to a tea ceremony, which is almost meditative. I love it. That's so cool, Yuki. I worked in reptile shops to meet friends. That's a unique way to meet people. I hope that you, I hope you enjoyed it. Do they speak English in Australia? They sure do. Australian English, mate. Nilo, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate your support. As long as the neighbor doesn't bother me, then I won't bother them. Yeah, but I also feel like if you heard your neighbor, like, freaking out, even if they had a sign in their front yard that you disagreed with, you probably would still be like, that's a person. I don't necessarily feel like Americans do that. Of course there are Americans that do that, but I'm just saying, like, the general vibe here is a complete divide. Like, it's like a cliff face, you know? I would say the divide in Australia is maybe like a mild hill, but this is like an ocean drop-off, you know? I had a sleep study done and just experimenting with my Switch 2 and the expansion pack membership I have for the year. Wow, you had a really productive time, Shimigami. I think we speak English. Listen, my dad doesn't think you do. My dad is constantly... We talked to Nathan, his parents, for Christmas, and my dad afterward was like, I didn't understand a word they said. I'm like, I know you didn't, that's okay. But for most Americans, only Americans speak English. I've seen YouTubes where they ask people in England what language they spoke. Yeah, it's kind of like if you ask the majority of Americans, they'll say that people in Mexico speak Mexican. Not quite, bud, not quite. Not quite. Depends on what the person's view. I'm just kind of apathetic to my neighbors. I'll act all nice, but I'm not gonna go out of my way for them. Yeah, no, I mean, of course, like, again, it's still like an individual focused Western nation, right? But I don't think I can properly portray the kind of vibe of animosity that I get from people who don't in the US that don't seem to again, I do not want this. One of our rules is not going into politics, right? But there's a huge divide in the US right now because of politics, and there's a really clear divide between those who are for the current administration, those who are not. And it is clear not just in how they act or how they vote, but in how they treat each other, which is quite unfortunate. Thank you for the head pat, Nilo. Thank you. Tao has come in when I was yapping and such, plus also has met me. I think I speak pretty good English, maybe a bit on the extra sweary. Cutie Cata, don't you worry. I think what's really funny is that I oh my god, why do I keep on hitting this, what? One moment, please, hold on, I gotta turn on. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, no, I would actually say that Australian English is probably closer to what English was supposed to be before we became Americans. Because original English, quote unquote, was like England, British English, right? And Americans were like, fuck that! And Australians were like, fuck you guys, but also mate. I absolutely adore Aussie swearing. It's so funny to me. Yeah, Australians have some very creative cursing. Americans are very high on my travel list. No, I wouldn't imagine. Tao, never forget that you're an amazing person. You are loved and you are deserving of love. Thank you so much, lovely Nyla. So are you, sweetheart. I really appreciate your kind words. Sadly, I follow politics since it's a huge impact on how the Taiwan and China situation unfolds. That's true, which has meaning for us. Yeah, I do follow politics, but I keep it quite explicitly out of the pouch because I know how much that can polarize people. I have strung some words together when WoW pissed me off. I mean, Australia was an English prison colony. It figures they would curse a lot. Yeah, but I think it's also just like the general culture of like, even British people will curse. Like, we've talked about like the C word before, right? The US is like the only, shall we say, branch of the original English that is like The C word, my virgin ears, whereas Australians and British people are like, yeah, that means you're my friend, gut. You know? I understand no politics here. Yeah, exactly. The OG English is closer to a mix of Latin and French. Whatever you think that sounds like, that's exactly right. So I will never understand it. You mean the word that Aussies use as a greeting? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah, it's like, mate. Is song request paused for this final stream? It was live for about 4.5 hours, sweetheart, but we were supposed to finish up half an hour ago, but I had to pause the song requests so that we could get through them. And we are currently working through the last couple before we finish up. Yeah. Use that heap when I'm gaming? Yeah, I very rarely, if ever, use it because even in Australia, when I say it because of my American accent, Nath always goes, "Oh, that's really sharp. That does not sound good." And I'm like, yeah, why do you think Americans don't say it? Mate has so many meanings, depending on context of the conversation. That is true. How long is the song queue? There's only one more song after this, sweetheart, and then we'll be finishing up. I've seen a lot of Japanese VTubers learning English curse words and just screaming them all over, which, while funny, is also cringy if you know what they mean. That is a good point, Yuki. I would be curious to see some of that, though. All right. One second. I'm going to go have a little look at who we might go and see today. Rock lobster! I'll share some in the Discord? Okay, sounds good. As long as it's not like, if it's like outright offensive or has like slurs or something, that's still a no-go, okay? Let me see here. I see you're using the excellent art I made you as your wallpaper. I mean, being the naturally talented, extremely passionate, massively innovative person I am, it was an obvious choice. You're absolutely right, Strat. It was an obvious choice. All right. Let me have a little look at, I wonder if there's anybody in AusTubers right now streaming some art. Hope you have a good trip home. Thank you so much, Nix. I appreciate that, sweetie pie. Thank you, thank you. You guys, what are you doing for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day? May I ask? If you happen to know. I will vet it. Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it. Party with my family? Nice. Working? You're gonna be working? No, I don't like that. Resting, healing, or if you have a surprise, I could be there. Aw, I would love to do a surprise stream, but I probably will be way too exhausted. But I will be seeing you guys for like an entire week, which I'm very excited about as well. Okay, someone is doing a raffle. And they are a really cute little VTuber with, this is really cute. Okay, I think we're gonna go try and see a new friend. Just play a fireworks animation with a randomly timed loop of you saying, "Wow! Wow!" That would be really funny, actually. Oh man, that'd be so disappointing. You guys pop in and it's just like 3 hours of me going, "Wow! Wow!" Never replying to comment. For the new year, my mother works night shift, so I gotta celebrate with my dad at least for a toast and then go back to sleep. Oh, fair enough. I'd plan to have a party with family as well, but not at night. In the afternoon. Okay, I could see that working. See that working. All right. Thank you for the care package, Cutie Cryptid. Appreciate it. Ryoko, working and celebrating my best friend's birthday since on the 31st. That's so cool! Oh my gosh, I know some people really hate having their birthdays on, like, holidays, but I think that New Year's Eve is a pretty cool one. Alright, darlings. Well, I think we're going to finish up here. Thank you guys so incredibly much for joining me. It means the world that so many of you came in here. Thank you so much to our amazing raiders. Let me see if I got this right this time. I did! Look at all those amazing people, you guys! Please check them all out. You guys, I will see you in under a week, I do believe. But until then, you guys, please take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. Some little pieces of homework, if you'd like me to give you some. If you don't mind leaving some VODs up so that we can get some YouTube watch time, that'd be super cool. So watch the VODs on YouTube if you don't mind. If you want to go and see my most recent and official first production as a voice actor under the name of TauTassieTiger, I would love it if you want to go support that show. That's Claymare. I was in episode 3. You guys, the most important piece of homework I have to give you, though, is please be kind to one another. Be kind to the people around you. Tell the people that you love them. And I will be seeing you for the new year in all my 3D glory in like a week or less. All right, cutie pies. Well, happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's Eve. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me today. And thank you again so much to my wonderful readers and friends for coming in. I love you all so much, and I will see you next year. Mwah!